Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to explain what is a test automation framework. Let me answer. Test automation framework is a supporting structure to create the test automation scripts on top of it. So let's get started. So what is a test automation framework? Test automation framework, test automation framework is a supporting structure. Okay, it's nothing but a supporting structure. On top of it, you are going to create test automation scripts. On top of this supporting structure, okay, on top of this supporting structure known as automation framework, you are going to create the test automation scripts for several test cases. You are going to automate several test cases on top of the supporting structure, which is nothing but a test automation framework. Okay, let me explain exactly what is a test automation framework with a real world example. Let's say you want to travel via flight. Okay, so to travel via flight, it's not just about getting into the flight and going to one location, right? There are a lot of things that are surrounded by this flight. You have to first book a ticket, right? Via online or by going to the airport or whatever it is, you have to book a ticket. A lot of people will book a ticket from the website. Okay, of several flight websites are there, or there are some, centralized websites are there where different flight you can book. Okay, flights from different companies you can book. So first thing is booking a ticket. Booking a ticket is not enough. Okay, booking a ticket is not enough, right? There will be like after you go to the airport with the tickets and all, right? People have to check your ID proofs. Okay, for security purpose, they have to check your ID proofs. And after you go to the airport and all, right, to travel via that flight, okay, you have to go to the respective floor. Okay, the domestic or international, whatever it is, that area you have to go. For that, the airport people have to provide you a lot of facilities like a lift, or okay, there should be some travel means where stairs, you have to take the stairs, escalator, and you may be hungry. Okay, so before you check into the board into the flight, right? Okay, you have some time, but you are kind of hungry. So, or you want to drink some, okay, beverages like tea, coffee, etc., or you want to drink some, eat some biscuits, or have some food, or several options will be there. Okay, food options, food and drink options provided. Okay, at the airport there will be a launch facility, airport launch facility. You can go into that launch and have something. It's not just about traveling, right? When you are traveling, you can do a lot of stuff. Okay? A lot of things are required. Okay. And after going there, you have to get boarding pass, and okay, the real boarding pass you will get after going into the airport. Okay, you have to give all the details, tickets and all, and they have to check your ID proofs, and they finally will give you the boarding pass. And not only that, security check will be there. Okay, there will be a security check. Baggage collection will be there. A lot of facilities, you see, baggage collection, and you may travel. You may take your small luggage into the flight itself, and in the flight again they will serve you some food and drinks in the flight. There will be a pilot who will be driving, okay, for you, and there will be air hostesses who will be helping you out. Okay, like that many things. Okay, it's not just traveling. Okay, you see, traveling by flight is not enough, right? A lot of supportive system should be there. This supported structure that is created around this flight traveling, we can call that as a framework. Okay, you see, the airport framework. This is the airport framework using which you can travel by the desired flight. So in the real world, this is what is a framework which is supporting you to efficiently travel via flight. Okay, by following this framework, you will get a lot of frameworks, a lot of benefits. Okay, the time will be saved, confusion will be reduced. Okay, and a lot of things, a lot of benefits will be there. Okay, if without this framework, what will happen if you still have to travel via flight without this framework? A lot of loss will be there. That is, the security problem will be there. right? Anyone can enter into the flight, and that is a security problem. And if no one is checking, and everyone, if someone is taking with them some harmful items into the flight, that is again a problem for everyone. Okay, some things may explode, and all those stuff. Okay, so without framework, traveling via flight is possible, but that is not secure. That is not efficient. That means a lot of time-taking process will be there. You may miss the flight, right? They will announce things. Okay, if someone is late, they'll announce. They'll arrange a bus and all the stuff. The framework is not there. Traveling via flight is will take time, hectic, confusing, and non-secure kind of stuff. These are the benefits you are getting if you follow this framework while traveling via flight. The same way, when you are automating some test cases, okay, without this framework, then the problem here is it will take a lot of time taking. Okay, time taken to create the automation scripts will be more. Maintenance will be high. Maintenance will be high. I'll explain more. So maintenance will be high. And what else? What problems we have? There will be no reusability, or that best practices are not followed. And then finally, it is not efficient. Okay, not going to be efficient way of writing the automation scripts or running them. Will no proper reports will be generated. A lot of disadvantages are there if you are not going to use a framework or the supporting structure for creating the test automation scripts. Without the like the same way the flight without framework, what the problems you will face, right? The similar kind of problems you will face, okay, when you automate the test automations, when you automate some test cases without having this kind of supporting structure like test automation framework. That's why we need to have a test automation framework in place, so that, okay, it will be more efficient and we'll get a lot of benefits out of it. So I'll explain more about this. First, understand what is a test automation framework. It is like a supporting structure to create the test automation scripts on top of it. Okay, there's a simple line to explain what is a test automation framework to anyone. And to explain in detail, like to add more points to whatever this particular line, right? This line you already understood just now, and what is a supporting structure and all. What are the problems without having a supporting structure to create the automation scripts and all you understood now. But now let's explore this test automation framework in a detailed manner. So you can also see that in addition to the above, you can say that it is a combination of how this supporting structure will be created. Supporting structure is nothing but a combination of tools or libraries and practices. Okay, the supporting structure in framework is created with the help of tools. Okay, we have tools libraries to be used together. Along with that, we have to follow some practices. Okay, without following these practices, you will not, it will creating automation scripts or running automation scripts will not be efficient, and time, it will be time taking also. So what are these tools or libraries practices? So I'm saying that the supporting structure, which is an automation framework, is a combination of tools, libraries. You can either call them as tools or libraries, and practices. Okay, it's a combination. It is a group of which help in creating the test automation scripts efficiently. Okay, in an efficient manner by saving time and reducing maintenance. Okay, we are going to create the test automation script in an efficient way. Okay, by saving time and reducing maintenance. Okay, so I'll explain more about this. So tools libraries, for example, here tools libraries are there. What are the different tools libraries to be used as a combination to create this supporting structure? For example, if you are automating using Selenium automation tool, Selenium tool is there. Okay, for unit testing framework is required. Okay, if you go for Selenium, Java, right, TestNG unit testing framework we generally use, or JUnit unit testing framework we'll use, and different based on different programming languages we have to use different frameworks. In Python you have to use Pytest and all. In Java you have to use TestNG, JUnit, etc. like that. So this unit testing framework is like a backbone for the test automation frameworks to create the supporting structure. Apart from the automation tool, we should have a proper unit testing framework, and we should have a lot of other libraries for different performing different stuff, and to make the framework kind of advanced, and to enhance the framework, we need a lot of libraries, not only Selenium library and unit testing libraries and all, but more libraries are required, like libraries for reading from the Excel files, logging purpose. Okay, like that, many libraries are required. Okay, So for PDD, we need Cucumber libraries, like many libraries are required. So reading from Excel files, JSON files, and any other, whatever the kind of enhancement you want to create that supporting structure. Okay. So that much good your framework will be. And for that to happen, we need a group of libraries. Okay. Different libraries. We need libraries for reporting purpose and so on. Many libraries are required. Okay. Based on the requirement, we need many libraries in our framework. And apart from these tools or libraries, right, we also need to follow some practices like these are not libraries, but they are practices, object repositories. That means we are not going to hardcode the locators required for identifying the elements on the web pages in the in the individual test scripts. We are not going to mention this object locators. Rather, we are going to centralize the locators in the object repositories. Then coding standards. We have to follow some good coding standards while writing the automation scripts, and removing the hard coded data from the test. Okay, like URL of the application, the credentials like username, password, the browser name, etc. Need to be removed from the individual automation scripts, and they need to be centralized at some location in the framework. Okay, if you don't centralize and if you don't remove this hard coding, what will happen? If tomorrow the URL changes, you have to go to that 100 automation scripts. If, for example, there are 100 test automation scripts, you have to go to each and every of that 100 automation scripts and update the URL manually. That will increase the maintenance. Okay, with the help of framework, we'll centralize this kind of hard coded data and remove the hard coded data and centralize it so that the maintenance will be reduced. Even object repository also will reduce the maintenance and centralize the things. And test data handling from different type of files. Okay, if you want to read the data or write the data from to and from the files, then we need some libraries. Some libraries are required. Anyhow, apart from that, we need to follow this kind of practice of reading. Instead of providing the data in the individual test methods, we are going to read from a particular file, so that tomorrow if you have to update the data, you don't have to touch these automation scripts. Simply you will go to that files like Excel files or whatever it is and update the data there, and automation scripts will read the data from these files. Such kind of practices we will follow so that the test automation scripts will be efficiently, okay? The creation of the scripts will be efficient and they will save your time, right? So if maintenance is reduced, automatically the time will be saved. Lot of stuff. Reusable components. As part of practices, we should not repeat the things here and there. Okay, we have to reduce the need for repetition. Okay, and by creating some methods, functions, and all. Okay, for different things, we have to create some reusable methods and all, and call them whenever we need. Instead of writing the same code again and again in every automation script, we'll create a reusable method for that and call that method whenever that is required. Such way, right? It will be very efficient. Number of lines will be reduced. Time taken for writing the scripts will be reduced, or running the scripts will be reduced. Maintenance will be reduced because you are going to update the things from a centralized location and all those stuff. So this is what is the framework in depth. But if you have to simply mention what is the framework, you can say that it is supportive structure to create test automation scripts on top of it. That is nothing but a test automation framework. And on the top of that test automation framework, this supporting structure is created with a combination of tools, libraries, and practices that I mentioned here, which help us in creating the test automation scripts in an efficient manner by saving time and reducing maintenance and many more benefits. So this is what is a test automation framework in simple terms. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of hybrid framework creation, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to create some automation scripts for some sample functionalities in a sample application. To get started with creation of this hybrid framework, we have to create automation scripts for some functionalities that I'm going to cover in this session. I'm not going to automate the entire application. Rather, I would like to choose some functionalities in the application. Let's say 2 to 3 functionalities in the application, like search functionality, login functionality, register functionality. And I'll not automate all the test cases for each and every functionality. Rather, I'll pick some test cases for search functionalities, some test cases for login functionality, some test cases for register functionality in the sample application, that is tutorials in the application. And I'll start creating this framework in this session. Okay, by doing that, I'm initiating the creation of the hybrid framework. So after this session, I'm going to have other sessions where we are going to build the framework surrounding this automated test cases. So first, as a first step to creating this hybrid framework, we have to have some automation scripts created for some sample functionalities in sample application that I'm going to do now. So this is the application. I'll open the browser and open this application. So this is the application I'm trying to automate. And in this application, I'm going to choose some functionalities like search functionality. This search functionality, I'm going to pick some test case for search functionality. I'm going to pick some test cases for register functionality. I'm going to pick some functionalities for login functionality. And for those test cases, I'm going to automate them, okay, as part of this framework creation, hybrid framework creation, which is going to continue in the next few sessions. So let's get started here, where we are going to simply focus on creating the automation scripts for all these functionalities of this sample application. So for that, I'll open this PyCharm IDE. So after opening the PyCharm IDE, let the PyCharm IDE launch. So PyCharm IDE editor is launching. Once it is launched, I'll create a new project here. I'll freshly create a new project. I'll just name this project as Selenium Python Hybrid Framework. Okay, Selenium Python Hybrid Framework, and click on create. Once the project is created, let's wait for the project to get created. So let's wait until this virtual environment is created and all. So yeah, it got created now. It's updating something. Yeah, that's fine. So by default, we'll get this main.py file along with this project. I don't need that, or we don't need that. Let me delete this. Right click on this Python file and simply delete this. It's of no use. So after deleting that, under this project, create a package. Say I'll name this package as a test package. Press enter. Under the test package, now you can create some class file. Say I'll simply say Python file. Okay, I'll just create this Python file and name it as search. Okay, I'll say search and press enter. Now, here in this search, I have to create some def. Okay, def space. I'll simply say search for one first test case. Okay, I'm already automating the first test case from the sample search functionality. Search for a valid product like this. Okay, enter. And here you write the automation scripts. So we have to write the automation scripts using Selenium, but by default, this project doesn't have that Selenium library. So how to get the Selenium library in this project? So it only has a Python library, but apart from Python, it doesn't have anything. So I'll go to the terminal, and in the terminal, I'll install Selenium. Simple command, pip space install space Selenium. Press enter. Selenium package or library will get installed in a while. Let's wait. From the terminal of PyCharm IDE, we're installing Selenium. Yes, looks like it got installed almost. There's some more progress going on. Let's wait. And still going on. Let's wait, guys. Selenium is getting installed. Yeah, it got installed. Okay, Selenium got installed. Now I'll select this project as a backup, even though Selenium library got installed from here, but still I'll select the project and select file, select settings, and in that settings, I'll select this project name. Under that, I'll select Python interpreter. Whether from here or here you can select, and after selecting the Python interpreter, let's wait for the packages to load. See whether Selenium is there. Yes, Selenium is already there. Okay. So either you can install from terminal or you can click on this place and then you can type Selenium here. And after that Selenium, select the Selenium in the same version is there. Click on it. This is another way of installing Selenium. Either you can install from the terminal or you can install from here, or both is also fine. I generally do both as a backup, okay? To make sure everything is fine and Selenium is installed, to cross check, I'll just generally do this, okay? After installing from terminal, I'll go to the project and do that and select and install from there also. After installing, very simple, we can now write the automation code. I'll simply write WebDriver dot. Now, over the mouse on this WebDriver, since Selenium library is already part of this project, now you'll get the import statement here. Import this name, import this WebDriver from Selenium library. Done. Now, say WebDriver dot Chrome. This will launch the Chrome browser, and it will return you some driver. Okay, it will return you the driver. Driver is equal to. Now, using this driver object reference, you can maximize the browser window. Here in the first line, the Chrome browser got launched in normal mode, and you are maximizing that. After that, you are saying driver dot get, and here we have to give the application URL. Let me give this application URL that I want to open in the browser. Once we open this application URL, then what? We have to enter a valid product into the search box field. Right click, inspect the search box field. Right click, inspect that search box field, and here we have the name locator. Copy this name locator and simply write down driver dot find element by dot, that is name, right? By dot, even by dot suggestions are not coming. Over the mouse on by and import that from Selenium library. After that, simply say by dot name locator. Give the name locator of the search box field and say dot send case. Okay, and in the send case, I'll give a valid product, say HP. Okay, HP valid product, I'll give HP. After typing HP into the search box field, I have to click on the search button, inspect that. After inspecting that search button, we'll get this HTML code highlighting. So in that, I'll take one of the class here. Multiple classes are there in this class attribute of this button tag. That is BTN is one class, BTN default is another class, BTN LG. I'll take this BTN default, copy this and create an XPath expression using that BTN default. /button at the red class. Instead of at the red class, since it is one of the class, I cannot say at the red class, contains at the red class, give that class. Now you see it's locating only one element. That element is nothing but this HTML code related element. That is nothing but this particular button. You can see when I hover the mouse, the button is getting highlighted. Copy this XPath expression of that particular search button and simply write down driver.find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that button and say dot clicked. Once you click on this, the product will get searched in the search results. You will get the product here. I need we need to see whether this product got displayed in the search results or not. How to do that? I'll inspect this. And inspect this. And here, when I inspect this, this is a link text. I'll copy this text between the tags, and here I'll say assert. Okay, so assert, or I'll simply say for now driver dot find element by dot link text. Link text, give the link text of that product. This is the link text I gave, and say dot is displayed. Okay, if this HP product got displayed in the search results, it will return true. But based on the result, if it is returned true, the test need to pass. If it results false, the test need to fail. So to do that, we have to write the assert statement. Okay, we have to write the assert statement like this. Assert like this. Fine. Cool. So thing here is we have to install one more library, that is Pytest library. Here I'll go here and I'll say pip space install space Pytest. Press enter. Now after installing the Pytest, right, this assert will happen from Pytest. Okay, assert will be taken care by Pytest. Assertion will happen because of Pytest. Pytest got installed. Select this project, select this file. Go to these settings, select this project, select the interpreter, and here Pytest is already installed. You see 7.3.1. If it is not installed, you can also install from here like this. Any of the ways you can follow. I'll generally follow both the ways. Let me show you all the ways. Installing from terminal, installing from PyCharm IDE options. Okay. So now say okay. That's it. Pytest got installed. Once the Pytest is installed, this assertion will happen from Pytest. And there's one more thing for this particular test need to run. The particular test has to run with the help of Pytest. Then we have to add something like test underscore. Otherwise, Pytest will not detect this particular method. Okay. And here the Python file name also should start with the test kind of keyword. Okay. Simply say refactor rename and just add test underscore before this. Okay. Refactor test underscore before the Python file name under which the one of the automation test is available for one of the test case, automated test case is available. And here finally quit the browser. Quit the browser. Okay, this is one test we have created. This is only one test we have created. Let's create multiple tests. So let's see whether this particular test is running or not. After that, we'll create multiple tests. Okay, so I'll go to this terminal. I'll go to this terminal. And in the terminal, I'll say CLS to clear the things and simply say PyTest -v -s, something like this. Okay, anything is fine. Or PyTest is also enough. Okay, no need to do anything. Just say PyTest. That's for this. So in this project, any test method which is starting with the test underscore under the Python file which is starting with test underscore, right, that will get executed. Let's run this and see whether the automation script is running or not. Automatically, it should open the Chrome browser, maximize the browser window, open the application URL in the browser. Then it has to type the valid product name, that is HP, into the search box field. It's still the page is loading, so Selenium will not do any actions after the page loads. You see, click on the search button and let's see whether it's getting passed or failed. You see, it got passed. The test got passed 100%. Only one test is there, it got passed. Similarly, we can automate the few other test cases. So let's automate 3 test cases, let's say. So HP valid product. In the other test case, I'll give Honda, which is an invalid product. Click on search. And you should get this message. There is no product that matches the search criteria. And other test case, I'll not give any product and click on search. These are 3 test cases and you should get this message. These are the 3 test cases I want to automate. One of the test cases is already done. Let's automate the other test cases. Let's give some 2 spaces and here let's say def test underscore search for an invalid product like this. Now here write down WebDriver dot Chrome driver. The same steps, most probably the same steps till here. Okay. Search button also we have to click. Let's copy everything and modify accordingly just to save the time. So here we are opening the application, but here we are not typing a valid product. Here we have to type an invalid product. We have to enter invalid product. So I am saying Honda here. I have to click on the same search button. After clicking on the search button, what will happen? If I search for Honda and click on the search button, what will happen? We'll get this. There is no product that matches such criteria. We'll get. I'll inspect this. We have to verify this, whether this particular message is coming on the search page or not. So this is here, but this doesn't have any proper locator to locate this. So I'll take the help of this input because it has an ID. Copy this ID attribute value of this input, ID locator of this input. I create an XPath expression, /input at the rate ID is equal to give the ID. And using the XPath access, I'll locate this speed. I'll say / following hyphen sibling : p. So this locates this paragraph tag. Copy this XPath expression, come back here and write down here by dot XPath. So here give the XPath expression in double quotes, give the XPath expression. And I need to get this particular text. There is no product that matches such criteria. Text dot text, I'll say dot text. It will retrieve the text. And I need to compare this text with the expected text. What is the expected? This is expected. This is what the message should come. So I'll just save it here. Expected text. Okay, there's actual text which is retrieved with the help of automation. The expected text is equal to, I'll give that. And simply write down dot equals expected text. Okay, it should equal to the expected text. So done. Okay. So if the retrieved text is matching with expected text, the test will pass and finally will build the browser. Now similarly, I'll create one more automation script. Def test search without entering any product name. Search without entering any product. Driver is equal to WebDriver dot, same steps actually, same steps you can copy other instead of writing. And here we should not enter Honda or something. Just keep it blank, or you can remove this step also. That's also fine. I'm not entering anything blank. And the same message should come when you don't enter anything and try to search, right? The same search page will come there where there is a no product that matches search criteria should come. This is what is the thing. Now we have 3 tests created under this search Python file. 3 automation tests. Everything is starting with test underscore so that Pytest can run them. Even the Python file holding these 3 test methods is also starting with test underscore. So there should not be any problem. So let's run all these 3 tests. So for that, I can go to the terminal and write down CLS and say Pytest. That's it, and press enter. 3 out of 3 tests should run and everything should get passed. Let's 3 out of 3 tests get run. You see, first test got executed. Second test. Second test got executed. Now third test in this Python file will get executed. Not search for anything, not enter any search product, and it also got executed and everything got passed dot. And here let's see what will come. Here also dot in green color. All the 3 tests got passed. A total 100% got passed. 3 out of 3 tests got passed. This is how we have automated the test related, some sample test related to the sample functionality, that is search. Now let's create one more Python file and name this Python file as test underscore login. Okay, would like to automate the login test. Okay, so let's create that, and here let's create the automation scripts and simply say def login. First test case I am automating login with valid credentials. Okay, login with valid credentials, and here I'll write down WebDriver dot Chrome. It's not coming, so we have to import this WebDriver from Selenium library. After that, simply say WebDriver dot Chrome, and it will return you the driver. That using the driver object reference, you have to maximize the browser window. Then we have to open the application URL. What is application URL? The same application URL. This is tutorialninja.com/demo application URL. Copy this and paste it here. And after that, once you open this application URL, then you have to go to the login page. For that, you have to click on my account. So I'll inspect this my account here, which I have to click on next. There's some text between the tags. Copy this text between the tags, and I'll create an XPath expression, /span text is equal to, like this you create. It's locating only one element. That element is nothing but this my account option. Copy this XPath expression of that my account option and simply write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. By is not coming. We have to import this by class from Selenium library. After that, say by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression and say dot click. After clicking on this my account, we have to select this login option, inspect this login option. And here we got the login. Copy this login. This is a link text. So write down driver dot find element by dot link text. Give the link text and simply say dot click. After clicking on this login option, you will be taken to the login page. In the login page, you have to enter the valid email address, valid password. For example, this is one of the valid email address. Copy this and write down. First, let me inspect this email address field. To locate it with the help of Selenium, we need to create a locator. It has an ID locator. Copy this ID locator and write down driver dot find element by dot ID, give the ID of that email address field and say dot send keys, and you pass the valid email address because we have to pass the login with valid credentials. So pass the valid email address. This is the valid email address which will get logged in for sure. And we have to enter the password, inspect this password field, and it has an ID. Copy this and write down driver dot find element by dot ID, give the ID of that password field and say dot send keys. And here give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a valid password. So we have to enter this valid password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have to click on the login button, inspect this login button. It has a value, attribute value. Copy this. Now control F / input @value is equal to like this. It will locate the login button. Okay, it will locate this login button. Copy this XPath expression and come back here and write down driver dot find element by dot XPath expression for that login button, and simply say dot click on the login button. Once you click on the login button, you will get logged in. And to confirm whether we got really logged in or not, to pass or fail this particular test, we have to pass the test if we are able to log in. How can we make sure? For that, we have to see one of the options which is only available for the logged in user. For example, all these options, okay, edit your account information, change your password, modify. All these options are generally available for the logged in user. I'll verify one of these options is available or displayed on this page. And if it is displayed, means that the user got successfully logged in. I'll inspect this. And this is nothing but a link text. I'll get the text between the tags and write down here assert driver dot find element by dot link text. This particular option got displayed or not. If it is displayed, means that test need to pass. And after that, you have to quit the browser. And here also, the test method should start with test underscore, otherwise it will not be detected by Pytest. That's it. This particular test got created. Now with test login with valid credentials is done. Let's create other automation scripts. Let's do some other test cases here for login, for sample test cases. First test case is login with valid credentials. Second test case is login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, invalid email and valid password. Def test underscore login with invalid email and valid password. Okay, there's another test case I'm automating. You copy all this stuff as this just to save the time. And here we have to pass the invalid email. Every time we have to give a new invalid email address, because what happens if you give the same invalid email address many times? I'm going to show you. For example, here, if I give this invalid email address one time, you got this warning, no match for email address and password. Click on the login. Again, the second time you got the warning message. Third time, same warning message. Fourth time, you got the same warning message. Fifth time, you got the same warning message. Sixth time, you got a different warning message. You see, while you keep running your automation scripts multiple times, right, with the same email, same invalid email address every time, what happens is at one point of time, whatever the message you are expecting may not be matching. Okay, your test may fail because you got a different message here, but this is a valid functionality only, where due to security reasons, after 6 attempts of invalid email address login, this application is going to give you this message saying that your account has exceeded allowed number of login attempts. It's blocking you, this particular invalid email address, it's blocking for 1 hour. Okay, so that's the problem. So the message is getting changed. No match for email and password is getting changed here. So while you keep running your automation scripts multiple times, okay, so what happens is this email address, invalid email address may get this message after multiple runs, and the test will fail. So it's better that we pass here an invalid email address which changes every time. Okay. So for that, what I will do here is, instead of hard coding the email address here, I'll generate an email address, a new invalid email address every time. How to generate a new invalid email address every time? So for that, I'll create a reusable method which will return you, when you call that method, right, it will return you some invalid email address every time. Okay. So that too along with the timestamp. Okay. The time keeps changing, right? So seconds, based on the seconds and all, the email address will be different and it's kind of not registered email address. So it's an invalid in simple terms. Okay, so let's create a reusable method which can be called from here. When the reusable method is called, return it will return an invalid email address. Okay, def test, not test. Actually, this is not need to be test. It can be without test because it not need to be run by Pytest directly. Rather, it need to be called from here. Generate email with timestamp. Okay, like this, I'll create one reusable user-defined method, and I'll write the code here, which will return, email with timestamp. So I'll take to write the code here. I'll take the help of this ChatGPT, etc., just to save time. ChatGPT, and go here and write down. Try ChatGPT. You can register here. If you have not registered, it will not take you here. Register here, and after that, it will take you here, and you can write down the your question. Python code for returning timestamp. Like this, I'll write. What is the output? Okay, you see it's still writing something along with the format in which the timestamp should be applied. Okay, what is the output for above code? Let's see what will be the output. Let's see. Just by asking it, it's generating the code for you. By looking at that code, we'll write. So, this is the output you are going to get 2023. That is a year. 04 is a month. That is April. Why I'm recording this session. 21 is a day. And after that, 15, 30. That is 3:30. It's giving. Actually, it's giving 3:30. That's okay. Nearby timestamp it is giving. That's okay. So, but I want to get the timestamp in a different format. Instead of hyphens here, I should get underscore, and also here for spaces also I want to get underscore. For colons also I want to get underscore. Okay. Can you replace hyphen, spaces, and colons in the above output with underscore? How to modify the program? You can see that. You can write like this. Now is equal to date time dot now. Like this you can say. Okay. You can simply say date time dot now and dot string format, and that will give you the time format. Okay, like this. In this with underscores also it's giving, right? And what is the output for a, you see this is the output you'll get. This is the output you are going to get. This is how the output will come. So what I'll do here is I'll write the same code here and say date time. For the mouse on date time and import this from Python. Say date time dot now. It's not coming. Date time dot now or date time dot time. Okay, so here in from date time dot now is not coming. So let's remove this and here say date time, import this date time from date time only. Okay, like this, the first one. Now say not now is coming or not, it's coming now. We have wrongly imported earlier. Now we have to import like this. Import date time from date time. And it will return you date time dot now will return you some now. Instead of writing like this, simply say dot, directly say is this string format, okay? Str format, dot str format. You can Google it out for the solution also, guys. You don't have to use ChatGPT. If you want to Google out, you can Google out. It will return you this in the string format. That is the timestamp is equal to. Let me, if you print this timestamp, right, you will get this this kind of output. Now what I would like to return here is return. I'll give something like this: a motori plus time stamp plus everything is a string, right? So at the rate gmail.com. So this kind of email address every time whenever I call this function will be returned. Okay, done. Now you just call this generate email with timestamp function from here like this. Okay, it will return you the email address in with the timestamp in string format, and that will be passed here every time. A new email address, new invalid email address will be entered, and the test will, you'll get a message saying that you'll get a message. Okay, when you click on this login button, what will happen when you give an invalid email address here? You click on the login, invalid email address and valid password. You'll get this message warning, no match for this is expected message. Simply write down here expected message or expected warning message is equal to the double quotes give that expected warning message. Here you will get a different message. Okay. Here you have to retrieve this message. Okay. Actual message you have to retrieve with the help of automation script that you have to compare with expected warning message. You will get the same message. If the test pass means you are getting the same message. Okay. So how to get that? For that, I'll just select this inspect option. And you see this is a div. Under the div, we have this particular text. You see warning no match for. We have to verify. We have to retrieve this particular text. To retrieve this particular text, along with this text, we'll get this I tag also because that is there in the div tag. So I'll say from here I'll start account login ID is there. Copy this double slash. I'll create an export expression at the rate ID is equal to give that ID of that. And under that ID we have this div slash div. I'll say it's locating 1 out of 2. I'll say div of 1. Now only one element, that is nothing but this warning message. So whatever the text that is div tag is starting here and ending here, between thing is I and warning. This both will be retrieved when I say dot text. But we'll do something here to avoid a problem. That is driver dot find element by dot xpath, give the xpath expression of that warning message. Say dot text. It will retrieve all the text, not only this particular text, along with the text, it will also retrieve the I tags. Here instead of saying equals, I'll say dot contains. I'll say hyphen contains kind of thing, and should contain this message. Okay. So this is how we can overcome that problem and say driver dot quit. It will close the browser. Okay. If the test pass, the session will pass the test and will quit the browser. Now, next thing is here one more test I'll create, that is uh, login with the valid email address and invalid password. Okay. I'll give a different valid email address, cap1, let's say, valid password. So instead of giving valid password, I'll give invalid password for that. So I'll give valid email address. This one is a valid email address, invalid password, login. You'll get the same warning message. You have to verify. Okay. Test login with valid email and invalid password. So every time you see here, we are not automating the entire test case for login functionality. We have picked down some test cases. Only few test cases for the login functionality we are automating for sample, because keep automating the entire application, that will take a lot of time. So automating only the sample test case under the sample functionality. Okay, as part of this session. Now copy paste all this stuff just to save the time. And here paste it, and here write down. Here we have to give a valid email address. That valid email address is nothing but this valid email address. If you give the valid password, it will get you logged in. But here we are not going to give a valid email address. I'll give an invalid email address. This is an invalid email address. I'm clicking on the login button. The same warning message will come. Same warning message. The code will be repeated. The same code. Okay, that's done. Now what next? Here we have this test case is also done. So the last test case, def, that is try to log in without giving any credentials. Okay, remove all these credentials and click on the login. you should get the same warning message. So def test login without entering credentials. Without entering credentials, okay? Without entering credentials. So copy this, paste it here, and write down, don't enter any email address, don't enter any password, keep it blank and click on the login button. I should get the same warning message. We have to verify, okay? Done. So this is how we have automated the test cases, some sample test cases for the login functionality. There are 4 test cases we have created. So let's run this code and see along with this automation scripts, whether these automation scripts are working or not. Here we have 4 automation scripts. In the search functionality, we have 3 automation scripts. All the 7 out of 7 automation scripts should run. But then I'll simply say Pytest and press enter. You see total 7 items, collected 7 items, 7 automation scripts are going to run one by one. First, let's see which one will run. First, login tests or such tests. Let's see. It's going to the login test first of all. The first test is completed already. It got passed. Now second test case is running. It also got passed, looks like. Let's see. Total 7 out of 7 test cases should run. So it's still loading the page. It will wait until the page gets loaded. Now third test case has got executed. Third test case got executed. Let's wait until all the test cases got executed. Fourth test case of login functionality is done. And anyhow, search will pass because I have already run the search related test earlier. Now all the tests from the login test cases, automated login test cases got executed successfully and they got passed also. Now search functionality related test cases are running. First test case under search has run. It's better to make sure that after one step, you have to make sure whether everything is working fine, then only go to the next step, right? So try to solve the problems there itself if any are coming. Otherwise, if you have a lot of test case and you're running at a go, right, then you will not be able to figure out what got wrong, what will be difficult actually, okay? So I have completed writing the automation scripts for login functionality. So I'm running the scripts like that, okay? Here and there, run the scripts to see whether whatever you're doing so far is working fine or not. So see, 7 out of 7 tests get passed. Okay, 7 out of 7 tests got passed. Now, the next thing is we have to write the automation scripts for another functionality. The last sample functionality, that is login functionality. I'll create a new Python profile and I'll simply say test underscore. Login is done, search is done. So I'll go with the register now. Okay, register. I'm going to write the automation scripts for register. What are the automation scripts I'm going to choose for register is, let me show you. Register with mandatory fields, register with all fields. Okay, those are the 2 test cases. For register by providing a duplicate email address here, an email address for which account is already created. And the last test case is like, don't enter any of these mandatory fields and try to create an account and see whether proper warning messages are coming. Those 4 sample test cases for register account functionality or register functionality, I'm going to automate now here. Okay. So let's get started with automating all the test cases for the register functionality here. So let's create the first automation script. Say def space register with mandatory fields. So here, let's write the code. WebDriver dot. Pour the mouse on this WebDriver and import this from Selenium library. After that, say dot row. It will return you the driver. Now write down driver dot maximize window, then driver dot get. Here provide the URL, that is the URL. Give that. After giving that URL, we have to click on my account and then select register option. So to click on the my account, already we have written the code here. It's 2 lines I'll write. This will click on the my account. After clicking on the my account, import this by from Selenium. Here we should not be selecting the login option. Rather, after clicking on my, we have to select the register option. Inspect that. This is a link text. Copy this link text and just place in place of the login link text. After clicking on that register option, you'll be taken to the register account page. In the register account page, I have to enter only the mandatory fields. That is first name, last name, email, telephone, password confirm. Select the privacy policy and click on the continue button. Let me inspect this first name. And here we have to give the ID. Copy this ID and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the by dot ID. Give the ID of that first name field and say dot send keys. Here, whenever you are creating an account, you have to give the first name here into this field. So first name is always Arun. I'll give Arun as a first name. I'll give my first name as the first name here. And here next one is the last name field. Inspect that. It also has an ID. Copy this ID of the last name field. Simply write down driver.find element by dot ID. Give the ID of the last name field and say dot send keys. My last name I am giving. After giving the last name here, you have to give the email address. Inspect this email address. As an input ID is there for this email address field also. Copy this ID of this email address field and write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of that email address field and say dot send keys. And here every time we have to give a new email address. For generating a new email address, we have to generate with the help of timestamp, which we already have done. Here, let me copy this function, which on calling which, it will generate a new email address every time. So I'll use the same function here. And whenever I need to enter a new email address here, I'll call this function, generate email with timestamp function. Call this for entering the email address. Okay, done. Import this datetime from datetime. That's it. Now, after entering an email address with the timestamp, let's say Muturi 21 or 2023 04 21 15, some email address I'm giving at the rate gmail.com 2135 at the rate gmail.com, and here telephone number we have to give. I'll inspect this telephone field and ID is there. Copy this. Write down private dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of that telephone field dot send keys, and here you give the telephone number as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Then give the password. Input this password field. Copy this ID of the password field and write down driver dot find element by dot ID of the password field. Give the ID of the password field and say dot send keys 1 2 3 4 5 is a password I'm giving. And similarly here enter the confirm password as also the same password. Inspect that the confirm password field. Take this ID of the confirm password field. Write down driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of the confirm password field and similarly enter the same password, that is 1 2 3 4 5 is the password. After entering that password into the password confirm field, now select this privacy policy checkbox field. Inspect that has a name locator. Copy this. Write down driver dot find element by dot name. Give the name locator of that privacy policy checkbox field and say dot click. We will select the checkbox. After that, we have to click on the continue button. Inspect that here value continue is there. Copy this and create an XPath expression /input at the rate value is equal to continue and press enter. It's locating this only one element, that is continue button. Copy this XPath expression and write down driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that continue button and say dot click. That's it. So one automation test is done, and finally we have to verify whether we have got really logged in or not. Once you get logged in, you have to verify this heading. Let's say your account has been created, should be coming here. Inspect that, and see here. This is in the H1 tag. See here we have the ID. Copy this ID and create an XPath expression double slash div at the rate ID is equal to give the ID of that, and under the div ID we have this H1 slash H1. You see, locating only one thing, that is this heading. Copy this XPath expression and write down assert driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that and say dot retrieve the text between the tags and say dot equals. It should be equaling to what? This particular text should equal to this particular text. Copy this text and write down here expected heading text is equal to this one. Double quotes you give, and you just copy this and paste it here. And finally, based on this, the expected heading is coming, the test will pass, and after that, we will close the browser. Otherwise, the test will fail. Now, the next thing, this one test is completed, register with mandatory fields. Now, let's automate another test. That is, let's log out and let's go to the same register page here. Here, this time we'll register with all the fields, including the newsletter field. This only field that is left out apart from mandatory fields. We'll also select the newsletter field this time. So for that, I'll write down the code like this: def register with all fields, register with all fields, colon, and here write down, copy all this stuff, paste it. Here all the fields we have to enter. So almost all fields are there. After you enter the confirm password and all, here, right? Here we have to select the newsletter option. Inspect that. Remaining steps are same. Just selecting this newsletter option is required. Value is equal to 1 is there. And let's create something out of this. So here name newsletter, value 1 is there. Copy this name newsletter and write down double slash invert at the rate name is equal to newsletter at the rate value is equal to 1. Enter. You see it's locating this S radio button which need to be selected. Copy that and here write down driver dot find element and element by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression of that radio button, S radio button, and say dot click. This will register with all the fields. Remaining steps are same. Now 2 test cases are done. Now 2 more test cases are left out. It seems the third test case is this time we'll try to create an account with an existing email. For example, this is an existing email address. I'll try to create an account with existing email address. Okay, we'll try to create an account with an existing email address and click on the continue. What will happen? Account will not be created. Rather, we'll get this warning message saying email address is already registered. So for that, I'll do one thing. I'll try to use an email address which I have not used earlier in any of previous things. Here we have used one cap9 we have used. Then here cap1 we have used already. Apart from cap1, cap9, I can use anything it seems. I'll use cap3 or something. Let's see if we have entered cap3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Existing email address I need. You see it's working. So that means it's an existing email address. So go to the register and let's create the account with duplicate email address. So here I'll write down the test. That is def register with duplicate email. Register with duplicate email. Copy this previous code because most of the things will be repeated. Just paste it here and write down or go to register. Here email address should be duplicate email address for each account already exists. That is, this is the email address. This is the email address which is already have an account that I'm trying to create again. So it should give me a warning message instead of getting created. Remaining all steps are same. Remaining everything is same. And here we should get warning message. Expected warning message is equal to here. You have to provide the warning message that you will get. You try to create an account with a duplicate email address. You get a warning message here. That warning message, let's find it out. Click on that and you'll get the warning message. This is the expected warning message. So this is expected warning message, and how to retrieve the actual warning message while the script is running. For that, I'll inspect this warning message. See, it's under the due tags again. So here account reachable is there. Copy this. Control F /due at the rate ID is equal to give that ID, and under the ID slash this is a due. Two are coming due of one. I'll say. So this is the one. The div is starting here, ending here. The required text to be retrieved text is here between the due tags, but it will also retrieve I tag here. So what I'll do is I'll copy the XPath expression, and here I'll write down give the XPath expression here, and here instead of saying dot equal, and say dot text dot contains, and here should contain the expected warning message. That's it. Done. So the test case is completed. So 3 automation tests we have created for the test register. 3 things are done. Now let's go with the last one. Def test without entering any fields, without providing any fields. Okay, without providing or entering any fields, let's without filling any fields, let's kind of test without entering any fields. So what will happen if you directly click on this continue button without entering any fields? You will get all these warning messages. I have to verify all these warning messages. For all the mandatory fields, are you getting the warning message or not? You have to verify. So what I will do here is I'll copy the same thing. I'll remove the steps if not required. You see here, I'll do one thing. Here I don't have to enter the first name. I don't have to enter the last name. Don't have to enter the email address. I don't have to enter the telephone number. I don't have to enter the password. Actually, here we have to give the password in double quotes. Here also password we have to enter in double quotes. What about the previous 2 things? Copy these 2 lines. Here also password need to be entered in double quotes. Here also password need to be entered in double quotes. Done. So no errors anymore. Here also password should be entered in double quotes. Fine. So here we should not be even giving the password. Confirm password also we should not be giving directly. We don't have to select this radio button. Not required. We don't have to select this checkbox field. Okay, we can remove this part. And we have to directly click on the continue button. What will happen? A lot of warning messages will come. All these warning messages are going to come. So how to verify whether all the warning messages are coming or not? Let's see. Okay. So what I'll do here is I'll verify all these warning messages. I'll inspect one by one. Inspect. Here this ID. Copy this ID. Create an XPath expression /div at the rate ID is equal to give that ID and /div of 1. Okay, which has that warning message. This is the one which has a warning message. Copy this XPath expression. And here, I'll write down. Okay, the same XPath expression actually. This is the same XPath expression. When I paste also same. Dot text dot contains expected. Here I'll say privacy policy warning message. Expected privacy policy warning message. Copy this. driver.find element by.export text.contains expected privacy policy warning message. Okay, this is done. Next what? Next assertion is this one. Inspect this. So let's say it has an ID here. We cannot locate directly this one. You can locate this ID, and I'll write down double slash input @ID is equal to give the ID of that and single quote. And this will locate, but we have to locate this part and retrieve the text between the tags. This is a following sibling, right? Slash following hyphen sibling colon div. Okay, this will retrieve the text between. We can retrieve the text between tags. Copy this and here write down assert driver.find element by.xpath. Use the xpath expression of that first name warning message. Retrieve the text using the text tag text and here write down expected first name warning message. Expected warning message, that is nothing but first name must be between 1 and 32 characters. Copy this. Dot contains or equals, you can say dot equals here. Dot equals and give that expected first name warning message. Now press enter and here right. Okay, what is the problem here? Here, this is the one, right? Expected first name warning message. It is done. Copy these two lines. So it can be repeated. We can copy paste and save some time here. Copy this. Paste it here. Expected last name. I'll say last name. Okay. Copy this. And give that here. Expected last name. Here we have to give the XPath expression. And warning message also I have to change. That is the last name message here. And mostly the XPath expression is very simple. Here instead of input first name, you have to give input last name. But let me confirm that. Inspect this. See, input last name is the remaining all is same. Just modify that here. That will be enough. Input last name. See, last name, last name, last name, last name. Done. Again, copy these two lines and paste it here. This time, inspect. Again, here, this is email. I'll simply say in expected email warning message. Okay, email warning message. And here I have to give this expected email warning message. Just to save time, I'm doing like this. I'm just copy pasting. Most of the things are same. So here, instead of giving this as ID, I have to give a different ID. Inspect this. Input email is there and remaining all are same. Remaining portion of the XPath expression is same. And here, this expected email warning message. Okay, done. Then copy this part, again paste it here for the next mandatory field warning message that is telephone related. Copy this. Here, write down instead of email, write down telephone. Give the telephone. Okay. And here, inspect this. And here we have input telephone. Copy this. And here, expected telephone warning message. After that, copy this. This part, inspect this. This is a password. Let's copy this text, password last warning message, and give that here. Here, instead of telephone, write on password warning message. And copy this password warning message, paste it here. And here also we have to change the ID. That is, inspect this. And here we have the ID, input password, copy that and paste it here. Done. Okay. So done. We have all the warning messages verified. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Total 6 warning messages. Let's come. Confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Done. If every warning message is coming means that test is going to pass. So we are done with writing the automation scripts for sample automation scripts for register functionality. Now let's run this, and here we have 4 automation scripts in addition. Earlier we have 7 automation scripts, 3 in search, 4 in login, 3 plus 4, 7, 7 plus 4, 11. Right? So total 11 should run. This time let's run the 11 automation scripts. Simply say Pytest. Total 11. Okay, only connected 8 items is coming. Okay, there is a problem. I cannot stop this, I guess. Okay. Okay, I just mentioned some keyboard interrupt I gave and it stopped, it seems. So what I have to do here is some names I have to modify. And here I have to set test underscore. If I don't give test underscore, it's not going to run. Test underscore. Here also test underscore. Here also test underscore. If you don't give test underscore, it's not going to run. Test register without entering any fields. Test register without entering any fields. That's it. Now it will run. Now simply say Pytest here. Press enter. Total 11 should be collected. 11 item, then it is working fine. Okay. 11 out of 11 automation steps need to run. So in this session, we have to make sure that we are able to write all the automation scripts for all the sample functionalities of the sample application. Okay. All the sample test case of the sample application. If this 11 are working fine, then we have to go to the next level of the framework. Okay. So in this session is all about writing the automation scripts, required automation scripts required by this framework or project. The next level, in the next we'll in the next session we'll go for next level of the framework, what we can do as part of this framework and all I'll cover in the next session. So all the scripts are running one by one. Register related tests are running. 30% got passed, remaining 64% we have. Second test in the register got run. Let's wait until all the tests got test run, complete running. Something is failing, it seems we have to rectify. The browser is not closing means something got failed. See what went well, what didn't went well. Only one got failed, it seems. Remaining test cases running. Okay, one got failed, 10 got passed, and that one which got failed is test register without entering any fields. Got failed. Why it got failed? Let's see the reason behind that. Test register without entering any fields. Assert false came, it seems. Expected privacy policy warning email address is already okay. Wrong one is there. Register without entering fields. Yeah, here I have to replace this message with the privacy policy warning message. I didn't do that. So clear this out and give a proper privacy policy warning. You must agree to the privacy policy should be there. That was a mistake. Since only one test from this register is failing, I'll do one thing. I'll only run the test from this register and I'll simply say Pytest. Okay. After that, I'll simply under the test package we have this file. I'll simply say test package test then test underscore register py press enter. Only these 4 tests from the register will run and we can get to know whether they are passing now or not. Okay. I don't have to run all the tests because all the tests from other login and search are working fine. Only one test from this register is not working. So I'm running that again. Okay, everything got passed. So it is working fine. So we are done creating the test automation scripts for the sample functionalities in the sample application. Sample test cases we have automated. Okay. So this is what all about this session where I have created the automation script for search, login, and register as part of this creation of the hybrid framework. So a lot of other sessions for improvising this framework are coming up in the upcoming sessions. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the hybrid framework by implementing these fixtures. The knowledge of fixtures I already have shared in the previous sessions as part of Pytest here. But let's continue creating this hybrid framework by implementing these fixtures in this session. So let's get started. So I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have these Python files containing the test cases, that is sample test cases, which got already automated, right? So if you look at this one of the Python files, that is test_search.py, here we have 3 test cases which got automated. And if you observe some statements here, they got repeated. You see, in the first test case, there's 3 lines. The same 3 lines got repeated in the second test case, and the same 3 lines got repeated in the third test case. That means you are duplicating this particular steps across this multiple tests under this Python file. To overcome that, we are going to create a fixture method. I'll just create that is def. I'll just name this as setup. For now, I'll just name that as a setup method. Okay, and under the setup, I'll put this code. I'll cut from here and paste it here and like this. Similarly, once you move this 3 lines there, from the remaining test case also remove the duplicate steps. Okay, we can remove the duplicate steps from here also. From all the test cases, we have to remove the duplicate steps. That's fine. Now we have to provide a fixture. Okay, that is a marker here. So how to do that? For that, I have to write down @Pytest dot fixture. Like this, I have to write. You can check here. So how to use that and all, we can check it here. Not this one, sorry. This one, third one, use fixtures. Expand this. You see, this is how we have to write @Pytest dot fixture. Same way we have written, right? We have converted this into a fixture. So that's one thing we have done. Then, okay. Then the next thing here is, after converting this, there's a problem, that is this driver errors are coming because this driver is created in this setup method and it cannot be accessible in this other test methods. What I have to do is, I have to make this driver global. Global driver I have to say. You see the errors are gone. Okay, once you make this driver global and use it here, you see you can access it in any method. That's fine. That problem is resolved. The next problem is, there's one more duplicate statement inside this test methods, that is driver.quit. At the end, you see everywhere driver.quit is there. So this driver.quit need to run after every test method. Okay. Before every test method, this setup code need to run. Whatever the code I have moved here, right? This is setup code that need to run before every test method, right? The browser need to launch, the browser need to get maximized, application URL should be opened before you perform any test here. So this is a setup code, but driver.quit should happen after the test execution completes. So to separate this setup code from the exit code or closure code, we have to use a keyword known as yield keyword and followed by this driver.quit. So this is duplicated across multiple tests. So I'll just put that after the yield keyword. Okay. Here also the yield keyword, and you can remove that. It's not required. This is also yield keyword that is not required. Okay, done. So yield driver.pitch. Fine. So, and I can change this name to setup and tear down kind of name. Okay, it's a better name, setup and tear down, and it's a fixture. And this setup and tear down code is not going to run for every test here. The reason behind that is we have to do one more thing. That is, we have to provide this name of this fixture method here. Okay, we have to specify this name here. Just provide the double quote and provide the name. I think we should have to give it directly. We should not give the double quote there. Just directly specify the name of the fixture method here like this. Okay, let's confirm that from here. The last one. Okay, so let's see. Okay, give the name of the fixture in the test method. That's fine. We have to give the name. And once it's taken right, this fixture setup code, which is coming before the yield keyword, will run before every test. That is there here. And tear down code will run after every test. Similarly, if you go to test register also, we have here 1, 2, 3, and 4 tests, and they have some duplicate code as usual, right? This is a duplicate setup code. This is a duplicated tear down code in all the tests. So here also, let's create a fixture that is def setup and tear down the colon, and here at the beginning write down @Pytest dot fixture, and here write down this code. Okay, remove from here. And here write down the yield keyword. And after the yield keyword, write down driver.pitch. The repeated or duplicated setup and tear down code I moved into this fixture here. And here I have to make this driver global, otherwise error will be there. Okay. So once I make this driver global, whatever the driver that is, if I make global, right, the errors will be gone. Now from this method also, I'll remove this duplicated code because it's now part of the fixture. which will run before every test and after every test. Okay? The setup code will run before every test. Tear down code will run after every test. Remove this part and remove this driver.fit. Done. Here also, remove this part, remove this driver.fit. That's it. We are done. We are good. Okay, so next we go to the last Python file, that is test login.py file. Here also we have some setup code which is duplicated across multiple test methods, and same time tear down code which is also duplicated across multiple test methods in this file. Simply def setup and tear down. I'll write down. And there's one thing that we were missing in the test register, that is we have to copy this setup and tear down in every test method, otherwise it is not going to run. Okay, the setup and tear down, name of that fixture I have to provide here in every test method. Fine. In the test login also the same thing. Here I'll just write down @pytest dot fixture. That's it. Come back here and put the setup code here. Here did we provide the yield keyword? Yes. And here also make this driver global driver. And put the yield keyword here by IELD, followed by the tear down code driver.pitch. Paste it here. Now this part you remove. Remove this driver.pitch. This part also you remove. Where else? Here driver.pitch you can remove. And here setup code you remove. Duplicated setup code you can remove from here, from the last test method. And here duplicated tear down code you can remove. So we have successfully created this picture method in each and every Python file, and let's see whether it is working fine or not first. Go to the terminal and I'll clear this stuff out and run it. Pytest test presenter. If it is working fine, that means fixtures are working fine. So there is a problem. So something is working, something is not working. Maybe have to stop it. Let me stop it. I have stopped it and see what is the problem in this login. We have to provide this name of the fixture here, otherwise it's not going to work out. That's why we are getting the errors here. When you say control C, it will stop. So just copy this name of this fixture here. That is what is missing. Every test method we have to provide the name of the fixture, otherwise it's not going to work. Done. Now let's run it again. Pytest presenter. All the 11 items are running. Let's wait to see whether they are working fine or not. After creating the fixtures to remove the duplication of setup and tear down code across multiple test methods inside the Python files, by creating the fixtures at the Python file level, is it working or not? Let's see. All the tests are running one by one. First login test got run. Now restart tests are running. Let's wait for all the restart tests to run. Almost there, 72%. Yeah, 11 out of 11 tests got run successfully. The fixture thing is working fine. But still, we are duplicating these fixture methods across multiple Python files. The same fixture method which is there in the test search is also repeated in this, okay, in this test register, and same fixture method with the same code is repeated in the test login. You see, as part of the framework creation, right, the one of the rule is like you should not have the duplicate code. Either it's part of the test or across the multiple files you have the same duplicated code you are repeatedly writing. That's one of the bad thing. Okay. So to go with a framework, right, we have to reduce the duplicated code here and there and make it more reusable as much as possible. So what we are going to do is how to reduce this duplicated code instead of creating this fixture, same fixture method in every Python file. What we can do is we can create a common fixture that can be accessible by all these Python files. Okay. So by doing that, this duplication problem across the multiple Python files will go away. Okay. At the Python file level, it's not duplicated anymore, but across the Python files, it's still duplicated. So to overcome that, we can create the fixture. We can move that particular fixture from the individual Python files into the conf.test.py file. Okay. So how to do that? For that, here under the test, I'll create a Python file. I just name that as conf.test.py file. Just create with this name, just create the Python file. Press enter. See, conf.test.py file got created. Now I'll move this fixture from here to here. Import this Pytest and import this WebDriver from Selenium. That's it. That's good. Now you can remove this stuff. Unnecessary imports also you can remove. It's not required anymore. Now this one is already done. So here I'll remove this fixture because now we have more a centralized location like conf.test.py file. Here also I'll remove that. Okay. But the problem here is once you move that fixture code into a centralized file like conf.test.py file like this, you're getting some errors with the driver. How to overcome that problem? How to resolve that problem? How to make this fixture method accessible by all these Python files? For that, we have to follow some process. Okay, we have to follow some process. Let me explain that process. So first, we have to put this test methods of this test search under a class. How to do that? Class space. You can give some name. Let's say test search. Test search and put a colon. The name of the class is test search. And you just indented it properly. There are 4 test methods here, and you can also make this part of it. Just press tab here. Now they are indented properly. And the next thing here is what is the next thing? You don't need to have 2 lines. If these test methods are part of a class, only 1 line is enough. Just remove that single line. These warnings will go away at least. Done. Just you can reduce this 1 line. 2 lines gap is not required. Inside a class, only 1 line gap between the methods is enough. And unnecessary imports you can remove. Okay, 1, 2, that's fine. This part is done. Now let's move on to the test search is done. Nah? Here also test search also do on the class. Say test search. Give the name of the class and make this test methods part of the class. Just put tab. Indentation will be done. And reduce the number of line gaps between these methods. Like this. Okay, done. That's good. This one is done. This one is done. Here also unnecessary imports you can remove. Okay. So make this part of the class test register. Just give the indentation so that these methods belong to the class. Okay. By providing that, these methods will now belong to the class. And reduce the number of gaps between these test methods to 1. From 2 to 1. Now here also, it's already done, already moved. Now that's it. You're good. Now what we can do is, in order to get this part, you can remove this individual names given here. This not no more required. You can remove the name of the fixtures from here. And here also remove the name of the fixture, because now fixture is part of the centralized file, Pytest file. You don't have to mention that here anymore. Remove these parts from everywhere. Then next is go to the test login. Here also remove the names of the fixture from this individual test methods. Okay, done. Now the thing here is, now all these test methods are the part of the class. If there are any test methods created, the first parameter of this test methods inside the class should have the keyword self. First parameter in every method inside a class should have this parameter as self. Otherwise, you'll get this error. The moment you provide self, the errors are being gone off. You see, and I provide self here, the errors are being gone off. Right? Here also go to the register and here add self here. Error will be gone. Here also error is there and add self. Error will be gone. Add self. In Python, if there are any methods inside a class, they should have the self as the first keyword or parameter. Every method inside the class should have the self as their first parameter. Self, 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 and self. And this is also self. That's it. This part is also done. Now what next? Still, you are not getting this driver accessible. The reason behind that is the driver is created here in a separate Python file, and that should be passed to this test methods which are in a separate Python file. To get that, what we have to do here is we have to follow some steps. First of all, to use this fixture inside this for this particular test methods inside the class, before this class, you have to write some code. That is, you have to mention this pytest.mark.use fixtures. Okay, this decorator you have to use. Okay, how to use that? @pytest.mark.use. So it's not coming. So just over the mouse on Pytest and import it. You say dot use fixtures. Okay, and inside that, provide circular bracket in double quote. You mention the name of the fixture here. Okay, this is one thing. Copy this same thing, and in for every class of every Python file, you just have to mention that and import this Pytest. Here also mention that, give that gap and import this Pytest. This step is also done. Okay, to use this particular fixture, which is a centralized location confidence.py file, we have to use this decorator before every class. Okay, that's enough. This is also done. The next thing is we have to use something known as a request fixture. This after this step, to resolve the errors and all, to pass this driver from this centralized location to this individual Python files, we have to use a request fixture. Okay, let's use a request fixture. Just add that we have to add that request. Here, just add that request fixture, and it no need to be global anymore. Remove that. Okay, then here, after launching the application, after opening the application URL in the browser, here just mention request dot CLS, that is class. CLS stands for class. At the class level, you are using the fixture, right? So I have to say request dot class dot driver is equal to this driver in the fixture you have to assign. Okay. So now this driver will be passed to the classes which are using the fixture automatically. And once it is passed, now to use that, here all these things that are at the class level. Now the driver is at the class level. To use the driver which belong to the class, we have to use a keyword known as self keyword. See, before every driver, you mention self. Then the driver which is now allocated to every class which is using the fixture at the class level can be accessible. You see, everywhere you just add self before that, errors and all. Self dot driver you can access. Okay. All these concepts I covered as part of the Pytest series in these sessions, right? You see, as part of this Pytest, I already covered these concepts, how to resolve these errors and all. Okay, I'm repeating that as part of the framework anyhow. So here all the errors are gone in this file. Yes, they are gone. Now let's go to the test register. Here also, right, self dot driver. Everywhere the error is there. Just add the self keyword here. Self. Self. Here also generate email timestamp. Here just add self dot. Okay. And here also self dot. Wherever you are getting errors, just add the self keyword. That's enough to resolve the problems. Here also, while calling this method inside the class, you have to call with the help of self keyword. Self dot driver. So let's add self keyword everywhere. I'm just pasting it so that I don't have to type every time. Done. In this test also, let's add self dot driver everywhere. This is also done. So I think this is fine now. Here, let's add. Everywhere you see an error, just add that self keyword. It will be overcome. Any more errors here? Done. That's good. So all the errors are gone. I think these are the steps we have to take care here. We have added self keyword. Now this part is done. Using fixtures part is done. Now let's run this and see whether it is working fine or not. But here there is a okay one. There is a problem with this. Okay. Using the self keyword, I'm calling this, right? That's fine. Mm, okay. So this is done. Let's run and see whether it is working fine or not. Okay. I'll go to the terminal and say clear and say simply Pytest and see whether all the 11 tests are running or not. If it is working fine, then we are good. First test got just now executed and it got passed. The second test is running. All the 11 tests, if they are run, means we are good with fixtures. Okay. We have centralized the fixture in the confidence.py file. So all the Python files can access the centralized fixtures. And all the tests, before every test in all the Python files, the setup code from the contest file is running. Fixture in the contest file is running, and tear down code is running after every test methods in every Python file get executed. So 11 out of 11 tests should pass now. Let's wait for the restart test to run. Now restart tests are login tests already completed. Now restart tests are running. It's going well so far. The register tests are working fine so far. Don't have to do much. So there are 4 tests in the register test, and everything should work fine for us. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like this is the last test, the register. That also got passed. Now such tests are running. There are 3 such tests, and everything should get passed. Let's see. First one got passed. The last but one is running now. It also got passed. And the last one is also done. You see, 11 out of 11 tests got passed. It's working fine, right? The fixtures we have successfully implemented in this session as part of creating the hybrid framework. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session where we are going to continue upgrading this framework to the next level. So that's all. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the hybrid framework where we are going to implement the page object model, and also we are going to read the data from the configuration files. So why we have to implement this page object model and why we have to read the data from the configuration files in our automation framework, I'm going to cover in this session. So at a high level, so why we have to implement this page object model is to remove the hard-coded locators from the automation scripts. Okay, instead of writing the locators directly in the individual automation scripts of several functionalities and all, okay, we are going to centralize them in some page classes as part of the page object model. Once they are centralized, right, the maintenance will be reduced. If tomorrow a particular element's locator gets changed, we don't have to go to each and every automation script and modify the locator there. Rather, we can go to the centralized page class, and in that page class at one location you just update, all the automation script will access that updated value from this page object model classes. Okay, page classes. That's the advantage. We are removing the hard coding of the locators from the individual automation scripts with the help of the page object model. That's a major advantage of the page object model. And apart from that, we are going to read the data from the configuration files. Okay, the data is also hard coded. For example, URL of the application, the browser name are hard coded in this automation scripts. Rather than hard coding them, okay, we are going to read them from this configuration file, which is at a centralized location, so that if tomorrow you have to run your automation scripts on Firefox browser or some other browser other than Chrome browser, you don't have to go to individual automation scripts and update the browser name in each and every automation script. Rather, you can simply go to this configuration file and update the browser name there. Or if tomorrow the client changes the URL, okay, the URL that you have to perform or run your automation scripts changes, then you don't have to go to each and every automation script and update the URL that is being used in the automation scripts. Rather, instead of hard coding in automation scripts, since we have centralized them in the configuration file and all these automation scripts are accessing from the configuration file, now simply updating that particular update changed URL in the configuration file will make the job easy. Okay, so that all the automation scripts will access the updated URL from this configuration or centralized configuration file. That is the advantage, to remove the hard coding of the things like data and locators. We have to implement this page object model and read from the configuration files. Okay, for page object model, we'll remove the hard coding of the locators. Configuration file will remove the hard coding of the data from the automation scripts. So let's implement that, and we'll take the by implementing this, our framework will go to the next level. So let's get started here. First, we'll go with the configuration file. Okay, reading from configuration file. This the code for reading the data from the configuration file will create under the utilities. First of all, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. Here we have some automation scripts for login, register, search, and all. So what I will do here is I'll right click on this project and select new, and I'll create a package. I'll just name this package as utilities package. Okay, utilities package. Under this utilities package, I'll create a class. I'll just name this as class as read configurations. Okay, read configurations. Okay, or reading configurations or read configurations, whatever it is. Press enter the Python file with the name read config. You can give anything, but it's better to give a proper name. And here, let's write some method. Let's create a function or method here. Okay. So I'll simply say def space read underscore configuration, read configuration. Okay. Yes, provide a colon here, and how to create that and all is just mentioned here. How to read from the configuration files, you can see here. You have to write this code. This is what we have to write. First, I have to say config. I already covered this, okay? How to read from the configuration files as part of the previous section, that is utilities section. Utilities section I already covered here. You can go and watch my previous sessions where I already covered how to read from the configuration files. This part is already covered, but I am covering it again. So here we have to create an object for the config reader. Okay, and import this config reader. So it's not coming config. Sorry, it's not config reader. Sorry, it's config parser. Okay, parser. I was mistakenly announced it as config reader, but it's config parser, guys. Okay, hover the mouse on this config parser and import this config parser. Okay, import this config parser. And here I'll simply say config is equal to. This is all from Python, guys. Okay, this class and everything is coming from Python. So once you create an object for the config parser, and you'll get this object reference, and using that object reference, I'll simply say read. And here, what is the configuration file in which the hard-coded data is available? For example, if I go to this test, and if I go to this conf test and all, here we have this browser name as Chrome, and here we have the URL. These two are hard-coded here. The browser is hard-coded and the URL is hard-coded. Instead of hard-coding that, what I will do here is I'll just right-click on this project and create a package known as configurations package. I'll just name that as configurations package. Under that, I'll create a file. I'll just create a file. I'll just name that file as config.ini file. Okay, here you can see here we have to create a file known as config.ini file. Press enter. Under the configuration, the config.ini file got created. As you can see here, it got opened. In this config.ini file we just now created, you can provide some category here for this hard-coded data removed, and we are centralizing here in the config.ini file. We are removing the hard-coded data from this code and moving that to the config.ini file, and we can categorize it here. I'll simply say I'll categorize under basic info here. Here I'll mention browser is equal to Chrome. I'll mention that as Chrome. And the other one, I'll give the URL, I'll copy this URL. And here I'll mention the URL as URL is equal to, give the URL. Okay, browser is there, URL is there. Under the basic info category, how to read from the configuration files, I already covered in the previous sessions I mentioned, right? Yeah, under utilities, you can watch this session if you want more details. But for now, I'm using that. After doing that, what I have to do is here I'll go to the read configurations. I'll complete this function. I'll simply say config.read of. Here I need to mention the name of this file. That is under double quotes, give the name of the file and extension where the configuration data is available. Data is available. Config.ini file we are reading. After that, we have to read this data from this. If you give this browser category name and browser, right, you'll get this value. Okay, like that. How to do that? For that, I'll say config.get. We have to say, okay, get command we have to use config.get. Here we have to pass two things. One is category name you have to pass. Okay, you have to pass the category. And the second thing we have to pass is the key. What is the category? Category is basic info under the config.ini file that you are reading. And from that config.ini file, get the data, that is browser name data, under the category as basic info and a browser as Chrome, like that. Okay, key is here we have to provide the key. Here, parameterize it, category, comma, key. You will get this from outside. Whoever is calling this function, right, they'll pass the category and key from which the value to be retrieved, and here we'll return it. Okay, we'll return it. The value that is retrieved, that is if I pass, if I call this function and pass the category ID as basic info and key as browser, right, it will get you which value, Chrome value will be retrieved and it will be returned by this function. Now, how to use this function, which is there under this read configurations Python file under utilities package. For that, we can go to the conf-test.py file, and here I'll first would like to get the browser name. So how to get that browser name? So for that, I'll simply say, just say read configurations. Okay, over the mouse on the read configurations, import it from this utilities package and say dot, and you'll get this read configuration. And now we have to pass the category name, comma, key name. You see, both key and category we have to pass. Okay, first we have to pass the category name, and next we have to pass the key, and it will return you some string. So what is a category? That is, category is nothing but this basic info is a category. Basic info is a category, and key is nothing but this browser is a key. Just pass the browser here, and it is going to return you, and this one is going to return you the string, that is the string value, that is nothing but the value, that is Chrome will be returned. So here I have to write some logic to utilize that. I'll simply say browser is equal to, okay, it will be the Chrome browser will be stored here, because in the config.ini file for this category and this configuration name, key name, we have the Chrome as a value. So here we'll get the browser as Chrome. Now here I'll write the code if browser dot equals, if it is Chrome, then write the logic here. Then you have to say driver is equal to webdriver dot Chrome. Okay, if browser, if browser dot the retrieved browser from the configuration file is Firefox, in that case we have to write webdriver dot Firefox like this. Now if browser dot equals, if it is Edge, then driver is equal to webdriver dot Edge. We have to write like this. Okay. Then else, other than any of these browser names, if you get any other browser name, you have to simply print it out. Provide a valid browser name. Provide a valid browser name from this list. That is Chrome or Firefox or Edge. Okay, like this you will write. Now, so here we got the driver, and I need to make this driver. You see, local variable driver might be referenced before assignment. Here I'll create a global driver, so it will not be any problem now. You see, the errors are gone. Global driver undefined at the module level. That's okay. So you can remove that over the mouse and okay. Something is there, none or something we have to give, I guess. To remember, none. I don't remember that. That's okay. Global variable driver is undefined at the module level. Let's find it out what we have to provide. Some key I have to give, guys. Okay, let's see. Let's find out what you can do, what keyword you can give there. Okay. Fine, we'll do one thing. By default, we'll assign that as a WebDriver dot Chrome. Let's see if it is taking or not. I think we cannot do that here. The driver is equal to Chrome. Still, it is not happening, right? Okay. Or we'll write down driver is equal to WebDriver dot Chrome. Maybe this may be another solution. I think this is fine. Multiple spaces before operator, done. Now it looks good. What we have done is like we'll definitely change the browser here. If it is Chrome also, if it has to be changed to Firefox, it will be changed. That's okay. I'm just removing that warning message, nothing much. Okay. By default, it is Chrome, but if in case we got the browser name as other than Chrome, right, we'll assign something. Okay, like that. So this is the logic I have written, but here I have removed the hard coding of the browser. I am reading the browser, the name of the browser from this configuration file. So browser is no more hard coded here. And apart from that, we have to remove the hard coding of this URL. So what I'll do is I'll just remove this, and here I'll write down. Okay, I'll get the URL. So here I'll get the URL. How to get the URL? URL is equal to read configurations dot read configuration of same basic info, and the key value will change. Key will change. Here instead of browser, we have to pass URL, right? That's nothing but the URL, right? This URL key we have to pass. We are passing. Okay. App URL or something I'll give app URL. I'll pass this application URL in this get command. That's it. We have removed the hard coding of the URL from the scripts. Now, whenever you have to update the URL, just come to the config.ini file and see there. Whenever you have to run your scripts on different browser, can come here and update the automations, run the automation scripts. Okay. Now let's see whether here I'll change this to Firefox and see whether my scripts are running on Firefox browser on this particular application URL or not. For that, I'll go to this terminal, and here I'll just simply say Pytest and see whether scripts are running or not. Okay. Pytest, press enter. All the scripts should now run in. Okay, there is a problem. No section basic info. There's a problem. Basic info is the one I have given there. Na? Basic info given. Basic info I given. Why this is giving me the problem? No section error is coming somehow. Error at setup of test search for a valid world. Okay. Confidence.py file, 9th line. That 9th line is nothing but this particular configuration of basic info. Basic info should go here into the category and key should go here. That's okay. But what is the problem that is happening? The section is already there. Okay. Let's see what is the problem. No section, basic info it is saying. Let's run it again and see. It just updated, right? Let's see. Still, if you are getting the error, we can't do anything. Let me check and see what's going wrong. Okay, I got the problem. The problem here is very simple. Here, earlier I provided in the here in the read configurations, I provided the config.ini file, but this config.ini file is not directly under the project. So this is the wrong path. Okay, we are reading the configurations from a wrong path. This file is not directly available under the project. Under the configurations package, we have this. So change this. Okay, earlier I have not done this. Now I am doing the configurations slash. This is the path of the config.ini file. I cannot directly give config.ini file in this read command. I have to give the path, complete path. I have to give under the project from where the path is starting configuration slash config.ini file. Okay. Now it will work. Let's run this. Go to the terminal, CLS, Pytest, just simply say it should work now. Okay. We gave the correct path. All the level and items are running and they should be running on which browser? Firefox browser. Let's see on which browser they are running. This looks like a Chrome browser still. Okay, it's launched. I think there's one more mistake here. I'll say Control C. I'll just stop this. I have one more mistake here. That is, I mentioned this driver kind of stuff, right? If I remove this, what's the problem we were getting earlier? So I'll do one thing. To specify none in Python to a variable. Can null value verify using none actually, and we can check the value of the variable by identifying. So let's see whether here we can write down driver is equal to none. I think this is working fine. When I mentioned driver is equal to none, it is working fine. I should not be making it global. Rather, I have to say driver is equal to none. It should work. So now it should work. Instead of writing webdriver.com, it is launching the unnecessary browser instance it's launching. So it's better to change the code to driver is equal none. Now here I'll write down CLS and run Pytest. It should run now without any problems. It should run the scripts on Firefox browser because in the config.ini file I mentioned the Firefox browser. You say Firefox browser is launching. Okay, the scripts are running. Let's wait until all the scripts are running on the Firefox browser. All the scripts will now run in Firefox because here browser name I mentioned as Firefox. 1 or 2 scripts will make it run and I'll forcibly stop it. Second script is running, you can see. The scripts are now running on which browser? Firefox browser. Okay. Second script is running. I'll just say Control C. Just to stop it, you have to say Control C. Okay. Still running. It's not stopping. Yeah, it stopped. That's okay. For example, we can also check by changing the browser name to Edge whether scripts are running on Edge browser or not. Let's see this. Test. Now the script should run in Edge browser. Okay. Will not run all the scripts, but let's see that the scripts are running in Edge browser or not. You see, this is Edge browser. Getting the ping option and all this Edge browser. The scripts are now running on which browser? Edge browser. So simply going to the config.ini file and changing the browser name will make it happen, right? So here I'll say Control C. Again say Control C or something. Until it stops, just press Control C. Okay, fine. Now the scripts got stopped. This is how we can do. Again, if you mention Chrome, your scripts will run in the Chrome browser. Okay. So this is the advantage of removing the hard coding from the individual scripts and moving this hard coded data by centralizing that in the config.ini file and reading this data with the help of this read configuration code, which is there under the utilities. Okay. This part is done. Now let's implement the page object model. Okay. Now let's implement the page object model. So shall we implement this page object model in the next session? That will be good, I guess, rather than implementing it here in the same where, I have only removed the hard-coded data. And in the next session, we are going to implement the page object model, okay? So I'll just implement this in the next session. Just simply say page object model. Page object model. Here, I'll remove this and simply implement the page object model in the next session. So in this session, we have implemented how to read the data from the remove the centralized data from the configuration files, and we have achieved it. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session where we are going to implement the page object model to remove the hard coding of the locators in the individual scripts, hard coding of locators in the individual scripts that I will cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the hybrid framework where we are going to implement this page object model. What is the advantage of implementing this page object model in our framework? The simple advantage we get is we are going to remove the hard coding of locators in the individual automation scripts. Instead of hard coding or directly providing the locators in automation scripts, we are going to centralize them in the page classes by implementing this page object model. Okay. So tomorrow, if any particular locators of a particular element change, then we don't have to go to each and every individual automation script using that locator and update there. Rather, we can go to the centralized page classes which got implemented with the help of this page object model. And there at the centralized location, we are going to update the locator so that all the automation scripts can access the updated locator from the centralized place. That will reduce the amount of maintenance. So less maintenance will happen by centralizing the locators and moving them from the individual automation scripts to this page object model classes. So let's get started. So I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. I'll go to the individual tests. Let's say test search, I'll go first. And you can see here, there are a lot of locators which are hard coded here. For example, this name locator is hard coded. This XPath expression is hard coded. This link text is hard coded, right? Many other, you see, all these locators for each and every element, not only in this test search, but also in other tests also, we have the same thing. Okay. These locators are hard coded in this, okay, in this automation scripts. Rather, we are going to centralize them in the page classes. For that, we have to implement the page object model. So how to implement that? I'll right click on this project and select new and create a package known as pages or page objects, whatever you want to write here. You can mention, I'll simply say pages. You can also say page objects also, that's fine. Under the pages, I'll create a page. So which page I have to create and all, I'll tell you based on the requirement. I'll tell you guys. Okay. So here in the search box field, so the script is starting here in the conf test. First, we are going to open the browser. After opening the browser, we are going to open the application URL. After opening the application URL, here we are entering HP, that is, which is nothing but a valid product name into the search box field. Okay. So let's say I will open this application here. And after launching this application URL in the browser, here in the search box field, we are going to enter the HP. So that HP is where the search box field is everywhere, no matter which page you go. For example, if you go to the register page, let's say you have navigated to this page, still you have the search box field. Okay, no matter which page you go. For example, if you go to the returns page, there also on the top, search box field is there. What I will do instead is, I'll just fix this search box field to the home page. Okay. Since it's there in all the pages, I'll stick this search box field to one of the page, that is home page. So the search box field is on the home page. So what I will do now is, since the search box field is on the home page, I'll just right click on this pages package and create a Python file. I'll just name that file as home page. That's it, home page. Okay, just create that. Once you create this home page, now create a class. Just name this class as home page. Under this class, create a constructor. Okay, constructor in Python is nothing but init, right? Def __ init __. You see, you have to add the self keyword. Under the class, it may be a function, method, constructor, doesn't matter. The first parameter by default should be self. For all the constructors and methods created under the classes should have self. Now, comma, whenever the constructor is called, when the constructor will be called automatically when the object is created for this class, as you already have seen in the Python tutorial in this same series on the top. You see in the top, in the beginning of this Selenium Python, I covered Python for Selenium. There you already got the knowledge. So constructor will be automatically called when you create an object for this class. But here we are expecting the driver to be passed. Okay, by creating an object, the empty constructor cannot be called. Rather, you have to pass this driver along with during the object creation statement. You have to pass the driver. I'll show you in a while. Here I'll write down self.driver is equal to driver. Whatever the driver that is coming, I'm passing to this particular class level driver I'm creating and assigning that to there. Okay, this is the first step we have to do. After creating the constructor in this home page, we are going to repeat this for every page class anyhow. For now, only home page we are creating. Here, what is the first locator that we have to remove the hard coding and centralize in this respective page class? So here, what we are going to do, I'm going to explain in detail first. So in the page object model, what we are going to do, I'm going to cover. After that, I'll cover the things here. Let's say these are your automation scripts, right? So in this automation scripts, there are several elements that for which you are using the locators and all. And these elements may be on different pages and all, that's fine. Now, let's assume that these are your automation scripts. Let's say test register, test search, test login, test something, okay? Now, if you put all the locators in a single file, what is the problem? You're centralizing the locators here, but all these locators are part of a single centralized file. Now, home page related locators are part of the same file. Register page related locators are part of the same file. Login related locators are part of the same file. Other page related locators are part of the same file. And now, if you have hundreds or thousands of locators part of the centralized file. Tomorrow, if any particular element locator changes, that particular locator can I find out easily from this single file? Only one locator changed, but here there are 1,000 locators. Is it easy to find that particular locator here? No, right? There are thousands of locators or hundreds of locators, and to find that particular locator which I have to update, this is not easy. It will take some time though. I can find it, but it will take some time. I have to go one by one locator out of all the locators. Okay. This is not a correct approach because you're putting all the locators for all the automation scripts in a single centralized place. That is making the things difficult because though it is centralized, but there are a lot of locators here and you are getting confused, or it is taking time to find the respective locator and update that. Okay. You may get confused also in this process. Instead of going with this approach, what we can do is we can go with another approach where we can find these locators easily and update them, even though they are centralized. That is, let's say these are the automation scripts, and there are a lot of locators created for a lot of elements in this automation scripts like this. Okay, for every automation script, there are some locators of the web elements that are there in part of this automation scripts, let's assume. Now, let's remove the hard coding of these locators from this individual scripts and centralize. Instead of centralizing them in a single file, what we can do is we can categorize them according to the page classes. For example, home page. Okay, for example, home page. The locators which are related to the home page will put there here. Only the locators which belong to the home page will centralize in the home page, not all the locators. Another page will create another centralized file. Let's say login page. Okay, these for login page. Let's all the elements on the login page like email, password, login button, those will go into forgot password and all will go into the login page, let's assume. Okay. This file also, some locators from this file also will go and fall here if they are belonging to the login page. Like that, instead of centralizing them in a single file, we will create a lot of files, centralized files according to the pages. Now, tomorrow, if a particular locator, for example, tomorrow, this login button locator changes, I know that this login button is part of which page, login page. So here I'll go to the, instead of going for all the pages, all the centralized pages and getting confused, I'll directly go to the login page. And in the login page, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some locators got there. Out of the 6 locators, it's very easy for me to find out the locator that is related to the login page and update here, right? This is a purpose. Okay, we are removing the hard coding of the locators. At same time, if you put all these locators centralized in a single file, that will make the things clumsy and will become very difficult to find out the respective locator that need to be updated tomorrow. Rather, if you put this locator organized in multiple centralized files according to the page classes, now we can easily find out them, right? That's the advantage of the page object model. So instead of putting them in a single centralized file, we are going to create many page classes under this pages package. For example, home page. All the locators all the locators of the elements which are on the home page, we can create here. So what I will do here is, so I'm on the home page, right? The search box field is on the home page. Let's say it's on every page, but I'll stick that to home page for now. I'll inspect this search box field. I'll create a locator for that. Here we have the name locator. I'll copy this name and here I'll write down. I'll create that variable kind of stuff. That is, I'll just name that as a search box field. Search box field, and it is a name locator. So I'll say name so that I can understand it is which type of locator. Such like that I'll create. So I need to, here what I have to do is I just provided search box field in the script. Okay. Now what I have to do in the search box field, I have to enter the product name into the search box field. For this particular locator, I'll create a function def enter product into search box field. Like this, I'll create a function. And inside this function, I'll write down. Here I have to write self.driver. Instead of driver, I have to use self.driver because it is inside the class. Self-driver.find element by dot import this by from Selenium by dot, that is name locator, right? Because this is name, so I have to give name, comma. Now copy this locator here. So copy this logo. Here I have to say self dot, otherwise it's not going to work. Okay. Self dot dot. Have to do what on this? I have to enter the product into the search box field. Dot send hits. Now here I have to pass some product name. Okay, product name or whatever it is. Just give some parameter name and pass it here. That's it. So this is done. Okay, like this for every locator, you are going to create an actionable method where the code for performing the operation on that field will be there. And generally, what we do is in real time is first we will clear the text box field as a it's not required, but people do that. Self dot driver dot find element. Same thing they will use. Same thing will give. Here different commands I will do. That is dot click. I will say dot click. And after clicking, what I want to do, I want to clear. Second thing, it's not directly as a best practice. Not enter directly. Rather, you have to click first into the text box field that you want to enter the text, and after that you have to clear. Dot clear. Right. Just try the commands here. They are not working there. So dot working fine. Okay. Dot click. Dot clear. Can get the commands from here if you want. Selenium WebDriver commands. Expand this, you'll get all the commands. So whatever the operations you want to, you can get it from here. Click command, dot click. For typing, we have send underscore keys. For clearing, we have dot clear command, okay, that we have just now used. Like that you can do. Now next, in the home page, we have written this code. To enter that, as a best practice, we can click inside the field. After that, clear. If any text is there, we can clear that. After that, we can type, okay? Instead of directly typing, we are going to do that. Now, this is one method I created, so which is going to, how to call this and all. To call this here, let's go to the test search and instead of writing the code like this, I'm going to create an object for the home page. Home page, create an object. Over the mouse and import this home page from pages package. And after that, here it cannot be empty. You should pass something. You have to pass a driver here. Okay, you have to pass a driver. So how to pass a driver? You have to say self dot driver. You have to pass, and it will return you the object reference of home page. Okay. So this will when you create an object for the home page, automatically constructor of this home page will be passed and the password driver will be assigned here. And with the help of this, with the help of this object reference, we can do a lot of things like home page dot enter product into the search box field. Which product? This HP product. Okay, copy this HP here and paste it here. That's it. This line is no more required. Okay, like this, we'll write the code. Now the locators are centralized and the hard coding of the locators is now removed for this particular element. You see? So the locator is now centralized in this home page. The locator is centralized. Tomorrow, if this locator value changes, come and update this thing for the search box field. Okay. You know in which page the search box field will be there. In the home page, come to that home page and update the locator there like that. So let's do the same thing for the other things. After typing HP into the search box field, what I have to do, I have to click on the search button. Already the locator is there. You see this XPath is there, right? This part. So what I will do is I'll copy this XPath expression. I'll copy this XPath expression for that search button. I'll come back. Search button is also there on the home page only. So here I'll create search button. That is an XPath expression. I'll say XPath is equal to and give that XPath expression. Now for this XPath expression, create a command. What we are going to do with this button, you're going to click on the button. So I'll write the code like this. Step. Click on search button. And here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Now give this XPath expression here and say dot click. So here, right self keyboard. So after doing that, so we can come to this and write down home page dot, click on search button. That's it. You don't have to write this code now. This particular XPath expression is centralized and hard coding is removed, as you can see. Now the next thing here also we have a locator. So after you click on the search button, what will happen? The search results, you'll get this product. So this is the element, but this element is not there on the home page, right? This element is not there on the home page. So where it is available? It's on search page. This search page on which this element is appearing. So to to remove the hard coding of this locator of this element, we have to create another page here. Instead of home page, we have to create right click new Python file and just create. Whenever you need something, you just create. Okay. Don't create everything in advance. According to your need and all, you create that. Okay. Now say class search page, and here create a constructor def underscore underscore init, and here pass the driver and say self dot driver is equal to driver. Same steps. Now here create the locator for this element. I'll say valid HP product underscore link text is equal to link underscore text if you want. That's also fine. Link text is equal to what? The link text is nothing but here already in the script we have the link text. This is a link text. Copy this and paste it here. And now create a method for this element. So def what you are doing in the script actually with that element, we are verifying whether this particular element is displayed on the page or not. So display status, I can create something like this of product, display status of product. And I'll write down here this driver dot find element, find underscore element, then by dot import this by. And here we have to add the self keyword. Don't forget to do that. Self dot center self dot driver dot find element by dot, that is link text, right? So the element is link text locator, link text, and comma, put this link text here. And say here also add self keyword. Anything from the class you are using means you have to use self keyword. Okay. This driver, this variable, this functions, everything you have to add self keyword. Well accessible. Dot what is displayed, is underscore displayed, you have to write. This will return either true or false. And here I'll add the return keyword. Whenever you call this function, it's going to return either true or false based on the element is available on the page or not. Okay. Now here I'll write down, instead of writing this, I'll simply write down, I have to create an object for the search page. Before doing that, I have to create an object for the search page. Search page, and I have to pass the self dot driver here and import the search page from pages package and write down search underscore page is equal to as object reference. Now here write down search page dot display status of product. Okay, display status of here I have to write something properly. HP product. Okay, display status as HP product or valid product, display status of valid product, you can say otherwise, and display status of valid product. Okay. So HP you are entering, and when you are entering HP, automatically this product should come where this valid product should come. That's fine. Okay. Display valid HP product link text. Valid HP product, or instead of writing that, you can simply say valid product. Okay. Display status of valid product. It will either return true or false. That's it. You see, I converted this into the page object model. Okay. We have implemented the page object model for this particular test now. Similarly, we have to implement for the other tests. So we'll keep going like the same. So here what I'm going to do next is again entering Honda. For entering Honda, again the same code. Here first you have to create an object for the home page and enter product into the search box field. Click on the search button. This all the things are same. Right here instead of HP you give Honda here. Okay, give the Honda here. Pass instead of HP, pass the Honda and click on the search button. After clicking on this part is not required anymore. You have already done. Now here you have to verify driver.find element by XPath and this locator also is hard coded. You have to remove that. Okay, you have to get that particular text. So whenever you enter Honda here, which is part of the home page, and click on the search button, and you'll get the search results. In the search results, you have this message. So this message is on the search page. So what we have to do to verify that this XPath expression should be part of the search page. So go to the search page and here create. Now you can also copy this XPath expression if you want. Copy this XPath expression of that section, paragraph section. So I'll say, what is that actually? No product message XPath is equal to, okay? And give that XPath expression of that no product message XPath. Now here for this XPath expression, you have to create a function. Let's create the function here. Def, write down def. Here what we are expecting. Here we are retrieving the text and comparing that here. So this part we have to put that in the page class. Okay, this part retrieving the text is something we have to do. For that, retrieve no product message. Okay, retrieve no product message from the search page. So here I'll simply say self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath and give this XPath expression here. Simply say self dot XPath expression and say dot text command. Now return it. Now return this. Okay, return this text. Whatever the text that is retrieved will be returned. Okay. So whenever you call this, it will retrieve the text that no product message text. So now what I'm going to do is instead of writing this part, I'll just remove this and instead of that, I'll simply write down. It's on the search page, so I have to create an object for the search page like the same way here. And here I'll say search page dot retrieve no product message. It will return you the text and that you are comparing with expected text. That's it. Here we have removed the hard coding of all the locators from the test with the help of the page object model. And the other one, the last one here, almost copy paste, copy these two things, click on the search button till clicking on the search button. And we should not be entering anything. So don't pass anything here. Okay. Now these lines are not required. After that, this is the same thing on the search page. Once you click on the search button, you will be taken to the search page. You see, for example, if I don't enter anything and click on the search button, I'll be still taken the same search page where this message is there. And I'll simply write down search page, create an object for the search page and simply get the text in the same fashion. This is the same thing, okay, which is same thing. Just write down, copy paste the same thing. We don't have to do much. Done. Now you see we have implemented page object model for all the three tests inside the search page, search Python file. Okay, this is done. Now let's go to the next one. Search is over. Let's close this stuff, close all this stuff. And now let's go to the next one. Search is done. Let's go to the login now. Let's implement the page object model for this login page scripts also. So for that, let's see, after opening the application URL in the browser, you have to click on the My Account. So after opening this application URL in the browser, you have to click on My Account. My Account is part of every page. No matter which page you go, My Account header will be there. So I'll stick that to the home page. So I'll simply go to this home page, which is already created. Under the home page, I'll create My Account, okay, drop menu, underscore, So what is the locator? We have used this xpath expression. I'll copy this locator and here I'll write down xpath is equal to paste it. That's it. Now for this xpath expression, you have to create a function or method. I'll simply, what I have to do on this my account drop in, you have to click on that. Click on my account drop menu. And after that, write down self.driver.find element by dot xpath, comma, give this xpath here, self.xpath. Okay, now say dot, I have to do click. To click on that, I have to click on it. That's it. This is also done. This is also done. Now here, go here and you can do that. Create an object for the home page. Pass the driver here. Import this home page from pages package and it will return you the object reference. Home page is equal to, now write down home page dot, what is that? I have to click on my account drop menu. That's it. You don't have to write this line. The hard coding of the locator has been removed from the script. And after I click on this my account, again, I'll get this option. This login option is also part of every page. So I'll stick that to one of the page, say home page. I have to click on this login option. The login option is a link text here. You can see that clearly login option is a link text. Copy that. It's also part of the same home page and login option, and that is link text is equal to paste it and here create a function to click on that def select login option, you can say otherwise select login option. And here write down self.driver.find element by dot link text, comma, give this link text self dot link text and say dot click. We are simply clicking on the login option. Now come back here and instead of hard coding the locator here, we'll simply say home page dot click on or select login option. You don't need to write this code anymore. You can replace that. Now what next? After clicking on this login option, you will be taken to the login page. Now this email address and password field are not part of the home page. Rather, they are part of the login page. So to remove the hard coding of these locators from that individual scripts, I have to create here, right click and create a new Python file and name that as login page. And here create the class, that is class login page. And here create the constructor def underscore init. And here you pass a driver and simply says self.driver is equal to driver is done. Now go back here. Now create an object for the login page because this element is on the login page. Login page, pass a self.driver here, import this login page from pages package and simply it will return you one object reference like login page. You can give this name, you can give any name here. I'll give login page. And now this element has an ID, copy this ID. For the email address, we have an ID. So in the login page, write down, this is email, right? Email address. Email address field underscore ID is equal to give that ID here. And for this, create a function method that is enter email address. Enter email address. Here, before entering anything, right, first we'll click inside the as part of best practice, we'll click. If anything is there, we'll clear. And after that, we'll enter. For that, what we have to do, self.driver.find underscore element by dot import this by from Selenium. And after that, by dot ID, because that is ID, right? By dot ID located. So ID, comma, give this email address field ID. Simply say self dot and say dot click. Use the click command. Copy the same thing, paste it here. After clicking, you have to clear dot clear. After clearing, you have to say dot send keys. Send keys. What you have to enter here? You have to enter. You have to pass email address. Email address text or something. You just write down and pass it here. That's it. It is done. So here I'll write the code now. Login page dot uh, enter email address. For that, I have to pass email address text. What is that? This is the email address text. I have to pass it. That's it. Okay. Now this part is done. Now we have to enter the password. Password also has an ID. Password field is also part of the same login page. We'll copy this locator, go to the login page and create here password field underscore ID is equal to and give that. And for that locator, I'll create this actionable function or method. Enter password. I'll say password underscore text as a parameter, and I'll copy paste these 3 lines. And here by.id is same, but here instead of email address field ID, I'll say password field ID. Paste it. Okay, that's it. Here instead of entering the email address, we are entering the password text. So the function method is created, and now you can call it. Simply say login page dot enter password, and you have to pass this password. This is the password you have to pass. Now remove this line. You are removing the hard coding of the locators as part of the scripts. Now the next thing is this login button. This XPath expression of the login button. So you see, after entering the email password, you have the login button. The XPath expression is there. Copy that. That login button is part of the same login page. I'll simply say login button XPath is equal to give that. And here for this button, I'll create a method. I'll just name that as def. Click on login button. I'll simply say self dot login button dot sorry. I have to click on the login button, right? I'll copy this. Here instead of ID, I have to use by.xpath because it's an XPath. I have to simply say self dot and say dot click. That's it. It's button button. Now good. Come back here and say login page dot click on login button. Login page dot click on login button. That's it. It's done. Now here we have to see whether this edit your account information option is being displayed or not. After I enter a valid email address, valid password, and click on the login button, I should get logged in. To verify that, I have to see whether this option is displayed. Edit your account information option is displayed, but this option doesn't belong to the login page. It will belong to the account page. It belongs to the account page here. So for that, to verify that, I have to first create account page. Account page. In the account page, I create the class account page. Under that, I'll create the constructor. And I have to pass the driver here. Self.driver is equal to driver. After that, so here we have this as a link text. Copy this link text. This belongs to edit your account information option, which is on the account page. Edit your account information option underscore. What is that actually? That is nothing but the link text. So I'll give link underscore text here. Link underscore text is equal to give that link text. For this, create a method display status of edit your account information option. Now I'll write down self.driver.find underscore element by dot import this by from Selenium and say by.link text, comma, give this self dot by.link self dot edit URL and is displayed outright. Is displayed command outright, and I have to return that. Return. Okay, whenever you call this, it will return either true or false. So here, instead of writing this, I'll simply write down on which page, that is account page. I have to first create an object for the account page. Account page self dot driver. Import this account page from pages package and simply write down account underscore page. Now here write down account page dot display status of edit your account information option. Okay, that's it. Now let's move on to the next test. That is here. So here also we have to click on the same my account, click on the login button, and we have to enter this random email address which is generated with timestamp always. So what I will do here is simple. I'll mostly copy paste this one. Till select the login option. This is the thing. So you can remove these two lines. After that, I'll be navigated to the login page where I have to enter the email address, password, and click on the login button. You'll copy these lines. Instead of passing this email, I'll pass this one. I'll call this function and pass the timestamp generated new email. And here we have to pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as a password, the same password. So I don't have to change anything. I have to click on the login button. Till here you can read. This is expected warning message. When you give invalid email address and click on the login button, what will happen? You will get the warning message on which page? Will not go to the login page. Rather, you'll get the warning message on the same login page, right? For example, you are giving some email and some password, click on the login button, you will get the warning message on the same login page. Here we have the hard-coded locator for that warning message. Copy that, and it's coming on the login page. Go to the login page here and say no match, no match, or otherwise you will simply say warning message underscore xpath. I guess xpath is equal to give that xpath expression of that warning message. Warning message xpath. And for this, you have to write the def. We have to retrieve the text from this element, okay, to get that warning message. Retrieve warning message, okay, retrieve warning message. And for that, I'll write down self.driver.find element by dot xpath. Use this xpath. Simply write down self dot and say dot text and return it. Whenever you is calling this method, you just return that back. Go to that test login here instead of writing this dot text and all. So that is on which page? Login page only, right? Simply I'll say login page dot retrieve warning message. That's it. Don't have to do anything. Dot contains, it's verified here. Now here this one test. So here we have to enter these three things. So I'll copy till here. From home page, we have to click on the my account. After that, we have to click on the login. We have to enter this email address. Instead of this email address, we'll enter this email address. After that, this part is done. After that, we have to enter the invalid password. So for entering this invalid password, we have this enter password and copy this invalid password here. Then this will be done. Then we have to click on the login button. This will click on the login button. With invalid also, you will get the same warning message. So this one you can remove the login button thing. And here, instead of this part, we can retrieve the warning message using the same way. call this. That's it. It will be done. Now here also, test login without entering any credentials. Copy all this stuff. I think everything you can copy if you want. Here, don't enter anything. Don't enter any email address. Don't enter any password. Click on the login button and you should get the same warning message, right? No match for email address. This part you can remove now. Okay. Okay, that's fine. This part is done. So what next? All these methods, all these test methods inside this got converted into the page object model now. Now the last one that is left out, I'll close all this stuff. That is test register. Okay, all the tests under this test register, we have to convert that into the page object model. Let me do that now. What I will do here is from here I have to start. Again, clicking on my account is already done. In this login itself, we have done. So I'll use the same thing. I don't have to do it again. Not here. This one, test login. This part is already there now. Clicking on my account drop menu is already there. Go here and write on that. Okay. Import this home page from pages package. Done. So this part is already done. Then we have to select the register option, which is coming on the home page. So open the home page where we only created for login option, but not for register option. I'll simply write down register option underscore link underscore text is equal to, in the script, what is there? Register link text is there. Copy that and paste it here. That's it. Now here for this, we have to create a function or method. Select register option. Okay. Select register option. And here, while selecting the register option, you will write this, copy this, most probably it will be same. Here, instead of self.login option dot text, you have to say self.register option link text. Okay, dot click, that's it. Now you have to call this from here, that is home page dot select register option. That's it. This line is not required anymore. Once you select the register option, what will happen here? My account and select, for example, register option, you will be taken to the register account page. And we have to fill these details like first name, last name, which are on the register account page or register page, whatever it is. So this to remove the hard coding of these locators on the register page, I have to here under the pages, I'll create a Python file known as register page or register account page. Anything you feel convenient, you can create. And here create the class register page. And under this, create the constructor def underscore init, pass the driver, and simply say self dot driver is equal to driver. The constructor is done. Now here, what I have to do next is this input first name, that is first name field. Here we have the first name field, right? I'll create that. Here I'll say first name field underscore ID. Most probably it has an ID. So here we have the ID. Copy this ID of the first name field and paste it here. For this particular thing, create a function or method that is enter first name. That's it. Simple. Okay. Enter first name and you have to pass the text here. First name text as a parameter. Calling this method, you have to pass that first name that you have to enter into the first name field. Here I'll write down self dot driver dot find underscore element by dot for the mouse on by and import this from Selenium and simply say by dot ID, that is comma, copy this self dot and say dot. First we have to click, then clear and then enter. So copy this and write down, instead of dot click you write dot clear. And after that you have to say dot click dot clear dot send keys. Pass this first name field. Right? Done. What next then? You can call this. Now here you need to create an object for that which page, that is the register page. Register page self dot driver you pass and import this register page from pages package and simply write down register underscore page as object reference. Now copy this register page and paste it here and say dot enter first name and enter this, pass this first name here. Done. Okay, register page, go to the register page and here I'm passing the driver, right? So creating an object, why it's giving me some, it says, let's find it out, unexpected argument. It's saying, we'll do one thing, register page. I think this is fine. I'll remove this line once. Write down register page of. Here I'm importing the register page from pages.register page, and that is also fine. Underscore page is equal to. Is there any mistake I have done? Because it's not asking me to pass a driver here. Self.driver is called driver and all. What's going wrong here? Copy this, otherwise class. Okay. Looks like I did something there. There's a mistake, some small mistake. Int have written init actually. That is a problem. Okay, it's init. The small mistake. Okay. So test register and here now I have to pass self.driver here, otherwise it will not accept now. Register page dot enter first name. This is done. Now we have to enter the last name. Again, ID is there. Copy this ID. Go to the register page and create this element. Last name field underscore ID is equal to give that. And here copy paste this one. It will be almost same. Just to save time, I'm doing that. Enter last name. And here last name text. Copy this last name text here. And here instead of self dot first name field, you just write down last name field, last name field, last name field. That's it. It got converted now. Now go back here and write down register page dot enter last name and give this last name here. Done. Then the next thing is generate email timestamp. We have to enter that into the email field. Okay, here we have first name, last name, email. This is ID of that email field. Go here and write down email field underscore ID is equal to give that ID, and for this copy paste the same thing and enter email text. Then copy this email text here and here copy this email field ID and here self dot email field ID, self dot last name, email field ID, self dot email field ID. That's it. You're going to enter the email here and that you have to call register page dot enter email and you have to pass this. Whatever you are passing in this command, you have to pass the same thing. Okay, right? Copy this and paste it here. That's it. Now you can remove this line. You have removed the hard coding of that locator. Now telephone field, copy this again, go here. The same steps you have to repeat. Telephone field underscore ID is equal to give that and create def enter telephone and say telephone underscore text. And here Copy paste these 3 lines. Just to save time, I'm copy pasting. Instead of typing again and again, we can copy paste. So here, telephone text, you pass it here. And now copy this telephone field ID. Copy this telephone field ID and paste it here. Telephone field, telephone field, telephone field ID. Okay, done. Now here say register page dot enter telephone. And what telephone you have to pass? Whatever the telephone you are entering here, that you have to pass here. That's it. This is also done. Then we have to enter the password confirm field. Okay, all this stuff is there. Let's complete that. Copy this. Go here and so next one after telephone, we have the password. Password underscore field underscore ID is equal to give that ID. And come back here and write down, copy paste this and enter password. That is password text. Now here, pass this password text here. Now go back here, password field ID. Copy paste. That's it. Repeat, nothing much. Now here, write down register page dot enter password and pass this password there. Done. After passing the password, you can remove this. Now we have confirm password. We have to enter. Copy this part. Come back to that. And here, write down confirm password field ID is equal to give that ID. And now create the function. Copy the same function or method. And here, enter password confirm. You can say same password text will be there that you'll be passing anyhow. And copy this confirm password field ID, confirm password field ID, like that. Okay, done. 3 things are done. Now next, what is the next one? Here, go back here and write down register page dot enter password confirm and pass this password there. Done. This part is also done. Now we have to select that agree checkbox field, which has a name locator. Go back, it's on the register page. Go back here and write down agree agree field underscore name. Give that, and I have to click on that. Select that. Select agree checkbox field. Okay. Select agree checkbox field. And here I'll write down self dot driver dot find element. Write down by dot for the browser on this by dot name locator, comma, give this self dot and say dot click. Click on that agree checkbox field. Register page dot select agree checkbox field. This is also done. And after selecting this checkbox field, I have to click on the continue button, which is also there here. It's an XPath expression. Copy this. Go to the register page. Continue button underscore XPath is equal to, and we have to click on that. So here, write on def, click on continue button. And here, copy this. Mostly we have to click right. So let's copy this, paste it here, and write down by.xpath and give this XPath expression here. Copy this, and write down self dot paste dot click. That's it. Now come back here and write down register page dot click on continue button. This is not required anymore. Once you do that, your account should get created. So here, let's create one random. Select this privacy policy and click on the continue button. Account should get created, and we have to verify this message is coming on the page or not. But this message is on which page? Account success page. So to remove this hard coding of that text path expression of the element which is on the account success page, we have to create that page. New Python file account success page. Now create the same thing, class account success page. Now def init, pass the driver, self dot driver is called driver. Then what is that? We have to do this XPath expression you copy, which is on the account success page. This is a account creation message. Account creation message underscore XPath is equal to give that. Now create that def retrieve account creation message. Okay, here write down how to retrieve that. Driver self dot driver dot self dot driver dot find element by dot import this by from Selenium dot XPath comma give this XPath expression here self dot give that and say dot text and return this. Whoever is calling this method, it will return this particular text. Done. So this part you have to remove. Before removing, you just create an object for that account success page. Account success, pass the set dot driver here and import this account success from pages. It's not coming. ACCOUNTSUCCESS page. You have to write page here. Okay. Import this now from pages package and write down here account success page is equal to, now write down account success page. This part you remove and write account success dot retrieve account creation message and say it should be equal to the expected text, expected heading text. That's it. It is done. One of the tests is completed. Now the next one, most of the things will be repeated now. My account register option already there here. You just copy paste. Select the register option till there. So this part is done. Then enter first name, last name, all fields, right? Mostly it will be same. Register page till clicking on the continue button. Just paste it here. One more element is required here. I'm going to show you. First, you have to enter the email address Arun, and this part is done. Motor is done. This is done. Now we have to enter the email with Amazon. That is also done. Then this telephone number we have to enter. That is also done. Then this password confirm. These two are also done. Here there is one more thing after entering the password and confirm password. Here we have to do one more thing. That is we have to select the yes radio button. You have to select the yes radio button. This is the XPath expression of that yes radio button. Go to this register page, you can see that this is a yes radio button we have to select. For that, we are going to copy this XPath expression, and that is all that is there on the register page. So here write down yes radio button XPath is equal to give that XPath expression of the yes radio button. What we have to do, we have to click on that. We have to select that otherwise. Def select yes radio button, and here write down this line, copy this line otherwise, and here by dot XPath, and instead of that self dot, you just write this XPath expression and say dot click. That's it. Now go to this and write down here register page dot select yes radio button. That's it. So this is also done. Selecting the agree checkbox field, it is also there. No need to write again. And we have to click on the continue button. We can remove this part. Once that is done, your account has been created should come, and the same thing, account success page dot retrieve message dot equals. Okay, the same line you can copy paste here. Till here you can put that. And you have to create an object for this here. So copy this line and create an object before using that. Done. Next one. You see, click on my account register page, first name, last name, email, telephone, password. So with duplicate email ID, this is the only thing that has to change. Most of the things are same. Copy everything. Till clicking on the continue button, you copy everything and paste it here. So you can keep removing. So clicking on the register option, right? We have clicked on the register option. Enter Arun Motori. These two lines are there. We can remove these two lines. And we have to enter this email address. An existing email address we have to enter. That you can pass it here. Instead of this, you pass the existing email address. So this is also done. Then we have to enter the telephone number. That is also there. We have to enter the password, confirm password. Done. Yes radio button, done. Agree, select agree checkbox field, done. Then click on continue button, done. After that, we have to verify. And this warning message is going to come on the same register page. Go to the register page, copy the XPath expression of this warning message thing element and register page. See what is there. First name, last name, nothing is there for warning message. Warning message, duplicate email warning, right? Duplicate email warning underscore, that is XPath, I guess. It's called XPath expression. We have to retrieve this warning message. How to retrieve that? For that, I'll write down def retrieve duplicate email warning. Okay, and how to retrieve that? Self dot driver dot find element y dot XPath. Give the XPath expression. Give the XPath expression from here. Copy this self dot, type self dot, give that XPath and set dot text and return this. So now go here and till here you can remove. Same on the same register page it is there. So here you can clear and say register page dot retrieve duplicate email warning dot contains. That's it. It is done. Now this one, just register without entering any fields. The last test that we have to convert into the page object model thing. And after that, we are going to run the scripts to see whether everything is working fine or not. After converting into the page object model, whether all the scripts in all the page classes, Python files are running fine or not. My account, register, first name, last name, email, everything is there here. Copy everything from here until you click on the continue button and paste it here. And here, let's see, let's compare. Clicking on the register option is already there. You see, clicking on the register option. After that, we have to enter the email, first name. We should not be entering anything. So remove this. And this part is done. Last name, email, telephone, password, confirm password. We should not, and then click on, we should not enter anything and click on the continue button. So I'll do one thing. I'll just clear all this stuff. Clear this email address also. I'm not going to enter anything into the mandatory fields anyhow. Telephone number also I'm not going to enter. Password also I'm not going to enter. Password confirm also I'm not going to enter. And this one is not required. You can remove that. And you don't have to select the checkbox field. So remove this. And then finally you have to click on the continue button. So after you click on the continue button, you have to verify this. Expect privacy policy warning message. All these assertions we have to verify, and these warnings are going to come on the same register page. You don't enter anything and click on continue button, or the warning messages will come. These warning messages, you see, privacy policy or whatever the warning message that are coming or part of the same register account page. So I'll copy this XPath expression of this privacy policy warning message and go to the register page here. And here I'll write down privacy policy warning underscore XPath is equal to give that XPath expression. And now here, copy this function. It looks similarly same. Just we have to update the things. Retrieve privacy policy warning. And here instead of self dot something, you have to write self dot privacy policy warning XPath dot text. That's it. Now go to the text register, and here instead of writing like this dot text and all, you write down register page dot retrieve privacy policy warning. That's it. This part is done. Now let's go to the next warning. Here, that is XPath expression of the first name warning, first name field warning. We'll copy the XPath expression of the first name field warning. This is the first name field. Copy this. Go to the register page and write down first name warning XPath. It's called XPath expression. And copy this. Paste it here. Just to reduce the time in doing this copy pasting. First name warning, and here you have to modify this. So copy this first name warning XPath and paste it here. That's it. Go back to this. I'll remove all the unnecessary stuff and go to this register page, test register, and here write down there is that here. First name thing. This is the first name. Clear all this stuff. Dot text will be there until that you can remove. And write down register page dot retrieve first name warning. That's it. Now similarly last name warning will be there. You'll get the XPath expression of the last name warning. Copy this XPath expression of the last name warning. Come back here. Write down last name warning XPath is equal to copy this method and write down instead of first name you say last name, and here you have to modify this last name warning XPath. Done. Come back here and remove this part. Register page dot retrieve last name warning. That's it. Now the next one, email warning. This is XPath expression of the email warning, email warning. Then come back here. Email warning underscore XPath is equal to give that email warning XPath. Copy this, paste it. Email warning, I'll say. Go to the top, copy this email warning XPath and paste it here. That's it. I'll get the text. And now here, from here to here, you just remove. And in place of that, write register page dot retrieve email warning. That's it, done. Now after the telephone warning, this is XPath expression for telephone warning element. Copy this, go back here. So we are left with few more warnings. Telephone warning XPath is equal to give that telephone warning XPath. Then copy this, paste it here, retrieve telephone warning, and copy this and paste it here. That's it. Come back here and write down register page dot retrieve telephone warning. That's it. Now, final one more warning is there. We have to remove the hard coding of this warning, that is password warning. Copy this password warning thing, warning expired, and here write down the last element for this session, I guess. Password warning expired is equal to. Now go here, create this, copy this, paste it here, then write down password warning, come back to the top, copy this, and give that here. That's it. Now you'll get the password warning message, and you just remove this part till dot text, and in place of that you write down register page dot retrieve password warning. Retrieve password warning. That's it. We have successfully done everything. We have completely converted the scripts in every Python file like test register, test login, test search into the page object model, and see whether this is working fine or not. After removing the hard coding of the locators and centralizing them into the respective page classes here, are the scripts running properly or not? We have to see. For that, I'll close everything and go to the terminal here. I'll go to the terminal, and in the terminal, I'll just say CLS and Pytest in press enter. All the 11 tests should run without any problem. And if that is so, then we are good. So the scripts are running in the Chrome browser. Let's see whether all the scripts will be running or not. The login scripts are running. The first one is passed. Total 11 should pass. We have successfully implemented the page object model in this session. Let's see whether everything is working fine or not. Total 11 out of 11 tests should run without any mistakes. If any mistakes, we'll resolve them. Okay. If some scripts are running, most of the scripts will definitely run. But let's see. If any mistakes, we have to figure out what is the problem and then, have to solve that or fix that. So let's see which test is running now. This is so same login without any credential test is running. So with this, all the login tests completed. Now register related tests are running now. Let's see if any problems in the test register Python file after implementing the page object model. Looks like it's also good, working fine. The first test got executed successfully from the register functionality. Now the second test from the register, there are 4 tests actually in the register. Second test is going to run now. Completed, successfully passed. The third test. Let's see the third test, whether it's working fine or not. The duplicate email address is also done. Fourth test, without entering any fields in the register page, we are trying to create an account. The fourth test that's going to run now. Let's see. Done. Now the search related test should run. First one is completed. Second test is also done. Third test is running from the search functionality. The last one, I guess. Search without entering any product name. It's also done. So total 11 out of 11 tests got passed. That proves that our implementation of the page object model in this framework has been successfully done. So this is how we have to implement the page object model in our Selenium Python hybrid framework. So what's the next one? In the next session, I'll try to optimize something in the same page object model. I'm going to optimize. Okay, how to optimize the things. Okay, till now we have not optimized. We have gone roughly with the page object model, but we can improve the page object model by writing some optimized code, by reducing the number of lines. I'll show you the ways of reducing the number of lines. Whatever the code we have implemented for page object model, right? That code can be optimized by reducing the number of lines that I'm going to cover in the next session. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the hybrid framework where we are going to optimize the page object model that we have implemented in the previous session. In the previous session, we have implemented the page object model design pattern that we are going to optimize in this session. So let's get started. In the previous session, I just did mention that page object model is a design pattern. It's not a framework. Rather, it is a design pattern. If some people will ask you, is page object model a framework? You have to mention that page object model is not a framework. Rather, it is a design pattern. Okay, just be aware of that. And now, what do I mean by optimizing this page object model that I have implemented in the previous session? Optimizing means I would like to reduce the number of lines of code. In the previous session where I have implemented this page object model, I have generally written and have written more lines of code. So in this session, I'm going to show you how to reduce that number of lines. Okay, there is a way to reduce the number of lines to optimize this implementation of the page object model that I'm going to cover in this session. Okay, so let's get started with the practical demonstration of optimizing this page object model. And there is one more thing, guys. In the previous session, I mentioned that the advantage of using this page object model is to remove the hard coding of the locators from the individual automation scripts and moving them to a centralized location, centralized page classes. That was a major advantage I mentioned. But there is one more advantage. The other advantage we have is the readability, guys. Okay, if you open any of this page class, okay, if you open any of this automation script or test having some automation scripts, right? You can clearly see, you can understand this. You see, you can read this. The readability got increased. Earlier, we have written driver.find element. That is not readable. But here you can clearly see what's happening. Homepage dot enter product into search box field. You see, it's all English, right? The readability got increased. You know that on the homepage, you are entering this HP product into the search box field. And at least it is readable. Click on search button. You know that you're going to click on the search button. Okay, here you are checking the display status of the valid product in the search page. So the test automation script is now readable, more readable than the previous where we have written driver.find element and all those stuff. Here it's kind of more English and more readable. Okay, that is another advantage we get by implementing the page object model. Though this advantage is not the major one, is another advantage you can say, additional advantage you got. Apart from removing the hard coding of locators from this individual automation scripts, you're also gaining the advantage of code readability. I mean, more readability of the code. Okay, code readability got increased, you can see. So that's what is the advantage. Now let me optimize this page object model by reducing the number of lines of code. I'll start from here in the test search.py. So how to reduce this lines of code here? I'll give you one idea. Here, you already know that when you click on the search button, you will be taken to the which page? Search page. So is it required to write this line explicitly here, or I can make this line part of this method itself? So if I make this particular line part of this method itself, it's going to be good. How to make that? You see, where is this particular method created on the home page? Okay, let's go to the home page here. Let's go to the home page. In the home page, when I click on search button, this is the method. In this, what I will write here is I'll write something like this. Okay, I'm going to return the search page. I know that when I click on this search button, I'll be taken to which page? Search page. So I'm creating an object for the search page here itself. And I'm passing self.driver here. And I'm going to import this. I'm going to import this search page here from the pages package. Okay, done. So if this particular method is going to return you the object of this search page, then why we have to create that object here? There's no need of writing this line, right? Remove this line. Now you already know that this click on search button is going to return an object of which page? Search page. You see, returning the object of the search page. So you can directly write search underscore page. One line got already reduced. You can see that one line got already reduced. I have reduced the number of lines of code here. And apart from that, if you go here also, once you click on the search button, you don't have to write this extra line anymore. because this click on search button, we have created something like return the object of the search page we created. So directly you just create the object reference search page is equal to done. And what about this one here also? You're writing a separate line for creating an object that is not required. When you call this form method, it is going to return you the object of the search page, for which you are going to create an object reference like the search page. By this method, you're going to reduce the number of lines of code. Okay, this is one of the way. And so all the three tests, we have reduced the lines here for a while. And now let's go to the another test and close all this stuff. That is another page, another functionality page. I mean, that is this. After test search, I'll go to test login otherwise. So here test login has 1, 2, 3, 4 tests are there. So I'll reduce the number of lines here. Okay, so here, once you click on my account drop down and once you select the login option, you know that you'll be taken to the login page, right? On the home page, when you click on the my account drop down and click on the login option, you'll be definitely taken to the login page. So what I will do is I'll reduce this line here from here and I'll make this part of this method, which is in the home page. Select login option. So open the home page and in that select login option is there. There's select login option. Here I'll write down return login page self dot driver. That's it. Hover the mouse on this and import this login page from pages package. Done. Now go here and you know that select login option is going to return you the object of this login page. When you hover, you can clear this login page. So just write down login underscore page is equal to, okay, you don't have to write this line anymore, remove that. Okay, so one line got reduced. And here, once you click on the login button, you know that you'll be taken to account page. Okay, once you provide valid credentials and click on this login button, you'll be taken to which page? Account page. So what I'll do is I'll reduce this line also from here. I'll go to click on login button, which is on login page. Click on login button. This is the one, click on login button. Here I'll say account page, right? Account page, return account page of self.driver and hover the mouse on the account page and import this from pages package. By doing that, now you can come here and you know that this particular method is going to return the object of this account page. So directly you can say, sorry, account underscore page is equal to, and you don't have to write the separate line anymore. Okay. Now, what about this one? Home page, select login option is going to take you to the login page. So directly right here, login underscore page is equal to, and you don't need this line to be written. And once you click on the login button, you are still on the login page. You don't have to do anything here. And what about this one? Select login option will take you to the login page. Okay, the object of the login page here, login underscore page. And you can remove this line. So you are still on the login page, no need to do much. So here, home page, select login option will take you to the login page. So directly give login page is equal to, because this method is going to give you the object of the login page. You don't have to write this here. And you are still on the login page, no need to do much. So this is also done. The test under the login. Okay, login also done. Login.py file is also done. Let's go to the register. And here, let's see what we can do. When you select the register option, after selecting my account drop menu and select the register option, you know that you'll be taken to the register page. So where is this select register option? Is there on the home page? Go to the home page and select register option. Where is that select? This is the one. It should return you an object of which page? Let's see. What is the page? Register page, right? So where is that register page? This is a register page. Register page of self.driver. Over the mouse on this register page and import this from pages. And now come back here and write down. It's going to return you the object of the register page now. Register page is equal to, and remove this line. And after that, once you enter all the proper details, mandatory fields, and once you click on the continue button on the register page, you know that you'll be taken to the account success page. So where is this method where we have to return the object of this account success page? That is on the register page. Click on continue button on register page. Go to the register page and click on continue button. Where is that? Click on continue button. So here you return what is that page? Account success page. Account success page self.driver. Now hover the mouse on this and import this from pages. Done. Okay, this is also done. Come back here and it's going to return you an object of the account success page, account core success underscore page is equal to, okay. Now use this account success page here. You don't have to create an object anyhow. You have reduced the number of lines already. Now let's go to the next one with all the fields. Here also select register option will take you to the register page. So here register underscore page is equal to, you write down, and you don't need this object creation statement here. Once you click on the continue button, you know that you'll be taken to the account page. For the mouse, returning the object of the account success page. Account underscore success underscore page is equal to okay. You don't have to create an object for the account success page. Done. Once you select the register option, it should return you an object of the register page. Register underscore page is equal to, done. You don't have to create an object here. And once you enter all these details, you'll be still there on the register page only here. You don't have to do much. And here also, select register option will return you an object of the register page. Register underscore page is equal to, you don't have to create this line. You can remove this line. You have reduced one line already. And you are still on the register page, so don't have to do much. So like this, we have already reduced or optimized the page object model code by reducing the number of lines. Let's see whether the tests are still running or not after doing this. I'll say is Pytest. I'll just run Pytest and all the tests should run. 11 out of 11 tests should run without any problem after optimizing this code. We still have to optimize the code. This is not done yet. Okay, the first step is completed in optimizing the code. Let's see whether after optimizing this first step of the first way of optimizing, are the tests running or not. Let's see that first. Okay. So total 11 out of 11 tests should run. Then we can move on to the next level of optimizing the code for page object model. So there is another level for optimizing the code in the page object model that I'm going to cover in the same session, guys. Okay, let's wait until all the tests run. After that, I'm going to cover that. So first of all, which tests are running here? Register, I think login related tests are running here. Let's wait for all the login tests to run and complete. Then after that, register will start, and after that, search will start. So the test is completed in the login. Going for the fourth test, you have to check each and everything because there is a major optimization code we have done. So we have to make sure that each and every test is running and there are no problems. That's the reason we have to run all the tests every time. So let's see. So now register related tests are running. Let's see whether the register tests are properly running or not. Okay, one is done. Second one, I guess. There are 4 tests in the register and everything should work fine. Most probably they will be working fine because first one is running means second also will run properly. Most probably. With all the fields, we are going to create an account here. Now third test will run where we'll try to register with a duplicate email address. Let's see whether this test will pass or fail. So our optimization of the first level of optimization is working fine, guys. All the tests are running properly without any problems or errors. Now the fourth test is running. The last test in the register. And there are 3 more tests in such functionality that need to run after this test. Let's wait for that. Total 11 tests in that. Okay. Already 8 tests have already been run. Now search related tests, 3 more tests are there. They should complete. So first search test is running where search for a valid product will run now. Okay, done. Now second search test is going to run. Done. Third one. The last one, guys. It also got run. Everything got passed, guys. Everything got passed. You see 11 out of 11 got passed. That means optimization is successful. Now let's optimize to the next level. So let's now optimize to the next level. How? So I'll show you. So what we can do here is let's go to one of the test search, let's say. And here, let's see what we can do. Test search for a valid product. Okay. Home page, enter product into the search box field. Click on the search button. Okay, instead of writing these two lines, right, what we can do is we can write something like this. Okay, we can simply write search for a product or something. Okay, search for a product kind of method we can create in this home page. Go to the home page. Instead of creating separate methods for each and every element here, I can create some this kind of methods. Def. Okay, I'll simply say search for a product, for a product, comma, and here we have to get the product name. The product name I'll give here. Just say observe guys what I'm trying to do. So when I do this, search for a product name, I'll just call this internally. I'll call this. How to call this method internally? I'll call this. First, I have to enter the product into the search box field. To search for a product, I have to say self dot enter product into the search box field. I have to pass. Have to pass what? I have to pass the product name here. Let's pass the same product name here. After that, to search for a product, I have to click on the search button, right? Already have created a method for clicking on the search button. So I'll simply say self dot click on search button. Done. That's it, guys. This is one method I created. So I don't have to call these two methods separately. Enter product in the search box field and click on search button. I don't have to do. Instead, I can call the single method and I can reduce the number of lines of code here. So instead of writing these two lines, what I can do, I can reduce this two lines with a single line. How? I'll simply say home page dot search for a product. And here I'll pass this product name and the search for a product. Okay. Just see here, it's not going to return anything, but it has to return that. So how to do that? How to return that? Here I'll mention return. Once you click on the search button, what you have to return? You have to return an object of the search page. Search page of self.driver. Okay. Now with this, you can see that now this method is going to return an object of the search page. Simply say search underscore page is equal to, and you don't have to write these two lines anymore. You see, like this, we can reduce the number of lines. Okay. Here also, search for a product, right? So here I'll write down, instead of writing these two lines here, I'll write down, already I created this method. So I can call this method any number of times. Homepage dot search for a product, and I'll pass the invalid product here. And this method is going to return you an object of the search page that I'll get here. Search underscore page. Okay, I'm storing this into the object reference, and these lines are not required anymore. You see, the number of lines already got reduced everywhere. Now, what about this one? Here also, these two lines can be reduced. How? Search without entering any product. So homepage dot search for a product, and here don't just pass empty thing, and this method is going to return an object of the search page. Just write down search underscore page is equal to, and these two lines are not required anymore. We have reduced the two lines into one line. Okay, with this process now in this test underscore search. This is done, guys. This is done. Let's see whether all the tests in the test underscore search is working or not after reducing the lines. So here itself I'll run CLS Pytest under which package we have this test package. Under the test package test underscore search.py. Just run it. All the three tests should run. If they are running means that the optimization is successful for the test search. Like that for every Python file we are going to do that. For now we are only running the search tests. Only three tests are there, they should run. If they are running means everything is fine. You see it got executed and it's working fine. The pun test got run successfully. Second test is running now. Second test is running. search for an invalid product. That also got passed. Now third one, search without entering any product name. Search without entering any product is running now. The third test is running. Let's see whether it is working fine or not. Let the page load. After that, it will search for a search without entering any product. Everything got passed. It's working fine. Optimization is working fine. Let's apply the same optimization to other functionalities. That is test login will go. Next, we'll go with the test login. Here, what we can do is, in order to log in, what we have to do, I'll write some code here. So go to the home page, then click on My Account drop menu, select login option. Okay, so here I can write some code for navigating to the login page. Okay, instead of writing these 2 lines, I will say navigate to login page. You can reduce these 2 lines to 1 line, right? By writing that code. So homepage dot click on My Account drop down and select login option will navigate you to the login page. So let's go to the home page. In that I'll write a method. I'll create a method which will navigate you to the login page. Instead of writing the 2 line, like where you select the My Account drop menu and then you select the log. This instead of having these 2 methods, I'll convert that into a single method saying def. Okay. Navigate and simply convert this into navigate to login page like this. Okay. And here I'll write down. First I have to call this method self dot click on. Sorry, not this one. Self dot click on My Account drop menu. Then I will say self dot select login option, and the select login option is going to return an object of this login page. So I'm just simply say return here. Okay. So in the previous way or thing also we have to do the same thing. That is on the home page. Here click on search button is going to return the search page, right? I don't have to write this many lines. I can remove this. Okay, the best way. Here also we are reducing the lines. So now we have written a method navigate to login page. Since anyhow when you call this method it's going to return the object of the login page, the same object I'm returning from this page. Okay, from this method also. So simply go to the login page and instead of writing these 2 lines for navigating to the login page, here write down homepage dot navigate to login page. Okay, do I have to pass anything? No, you don't have to pass anything, and it's going to return you the object of the login page. Login underscore page is equal to like this. You don't have to write these 2 lines anymore. You converted those 2 lines into a single line. Now the next lines, navigate to the login page. After navigating, what you have to do? You have to enter in the login page. You have to enter email address, password, and click on the login button. Okay, so here instead of writing these 3 lines, I can write down login with given credentials or something. Okay, login with given credentials. So here on the login page, you go to the login page and so here enter email address, enter password, and click on the instead of writing these 3 methods. Okay, let the 3 methods be there. I'll use these 3 methods inside a single method. So to reduce the number of lines, def login with credentials, or else login. Okay, simply say login to application. Okay, login to application or something you can write, whatever the name you want to give, right? You can write it here. Some people will write do login, whatever it is, fine. In order to log in, what we have to enter the email address. I'll say self dot enter email address. Okay, so the email address I need to pass the same email address text I'll say here and I'll pass it here. Okay, that will go here again. And after that, self dot enter password. Here I have to pass the password. That is the password text. You just put a comma here and pass the password here. And then I have to click on which button? Login button. I'll simply say self dot click on login button. This method is going to return you an object of the account page. I'm going to say return here. Okay. Now come back here and write on, instead of writing these 3 lines, what you can write is you can simply say login page dot login to application. And to this you have to pass the email text. You have to pass the email and you have to pass the password. That's it. You have to pass the email and password. Okay. Now remove this. Now this method is going to return you the object of the account page. Simply say account underscore page is equal to, that's it. It's done. You see number of lines got reduced. 3 lines got reduced to 1 line now. Okay, in this example. Now here also navigate to login page, write down home page dot navigate to login page. Remove these 2 lines. It's going to return you an object of the login page. So write down login underscore page is equal to. Now here, what about this one? Again, you have to call that method login page dot login to application. You have to pass this email address. This is the email address you have to pass, comma. You have to pass this as a password. That's it. Now these 3 lines are not required. Right? These 3 lines are not required. Okay, we have reduced the number of lines. Now, what about this one? So again, navigate to login page. Okay, here instead of writing this, simply say home page dot navigate to login page, which will return you the login page here, and remove these 2 lines. And here simply say login page dot login to application. Copy this, give this email address here, give this password here, and that's it. You don't have it will click on the login button anyhow inside the method, and it's going to return you an object of login. That's okay. Log into the application. Okay, that's fine. We don't need account page object, so we don't have to use it. Okay. Now here, what about this one? Again, navigate to login page, home page dot navigate to login page, which will return you object of the login page. Login underscore page is equal to, these 2 lines are not required. Then write down login page dot login to application. Here, you should not enter any email. So the empty email, empty password you will try to enter. And anyhow, it will click on the login button. That's it. That's it. We are done with this test related to the login page. Also, we are done with. Okay. Now, finally, we need to be done with the search. Let's go to the search. Now, search is done. Sorry, search register. Let's go to the register. Here we have to ideate which methods we can create to reduce the number of lines. Is a navigate to register page is there here. So, which we have to create in the home page. Go to the home page. So to navigate to the register page, we have to click on my account drop menu, and then we have to select the register option. Here I'll create. Here we have to create a method def navigate to register, navigate to register page. Like this, we'll create this method. And here, in order to navigate to register page, we have to first click on the my account drop menu, self dot, click on my account drop menu. And after that, we have to select the register option. Select self dot select register option. And this select register option method is going to return an object of register page. So here I'll simply add return whatever the object that is coming from this method, I'm returning from this method. Now come back here and here write down home page dot navigate to register page. This method is going to return an object of the register page. So just write down register underscore page is equal to, okay. Now these 2 lines are not required. Now once you are on the register page, here you will write this all these lines. You can reduce, okay, till clicking on the continue button. Let's say register with mandatory fields or something. Okay, register with mandatory fields you can mention. Register page dot register with mandatory fields. Okay, so how to do that? So on the register page, go to the register page and create a method here to enter whatever the things you want to enter. Okay, so here at the end or somewhere. Okay, so maybe here. Here I'll write down def register with register with, or else register I'll write. I just have to ideate what I have to provide and all. Okay. So in one of the method, we are selecting the radio button, that is S radio button here, which is not being selected here. I'll pass some Boolean value for that or something. Okay. If it is, if I have to select this S radio button, I have to pass S or something. And if I don't have to select, I have to pass some other thing, like say no or something. Okay. So, and if you don't want to do anything, you can, whatever the details. Okay. So I'll simply do one thing instead of creating multiple methods here for each and every test. I'll simply say register an account like this. And here I'll write down to register an account. What we have to do first, we have to enter the first name. I'll call this self dot enter first name. Okay, what is the first name I have to pass? Here is the first name, whatever the first name, that first name text I have to give this here, comma, is a parameter, and same first name text I have to pass while calling this method. Now self dot enter last name here, comma, last underscore name underscore text. I'll pass this to this method calling statement. Okay. Now after entering the first name, last name, you have to enter the email address. Enter email, uh, email text. I will say here, comma, email underscore text. So I'll write down here email underscore text. Whatever the email I'll receive here, I'll pass that to this method. Okay. Self dot. After that, entering the email address, what we have to enter telephone. Enter telephone. Okay. Telephone text like this. This telephone text I'll add as a parameter here. After entering the telephone, we have to enter the password. Enter password. What is the password? Whatever the password text I'll receive here. Password. Password text. That's a password text. And pass that here. After that, self dot enter password confirm. It's a password underscore confirm underscore text. Copy this and paste it here as a parameter. Whatever I'll receive from here, I'll pass that there. After entering the password, then just go here and see on the application. On the register page, what are all the things you have to enter into the register page for registering first name, last name, email, telephone, password, password confirm. And sometimes we don't select this newsletter option. Sometimes we'll select. Whenever you have to select this newsletter option, you have to pass yes. Otherwise, you have to pass no. So for that, what I'll do is this method I'll call only when I'll pass yes here. Okay. I'll say yes or no. Okay. Yes or no. Some parameter yes or no, I'm just naming it. If yes or no dot equals, if it is equal to yes, then what I'll do, if it is equal to yes, then I'll call this method. Okay. I'll call this method self dot select yes radio button. Otherwise, I'm not going to call. If only yes is passed here, yes is passed, then this option will be selected. Otherwise, the option will not be selected. Okay, that's the code I'm writing. Then what else? So if S is passed, this will be selected. Otherwise, nothing will be selected, and by default, no will be there. Now I have to select the privacy policy. Then self dot select agree checkbox field, which is nothing but privacy policy. After that, I need to click on the continue button. And here also for selecting the, it's better that, okay, for selecting the checkbox field, I have to pass privacy policy. Okay. So here I'll write down the code. If privacy policy dot equals select, then only select. Otherwise, if you don't pass select, then this is not going to get selected. Okay. I'm just making this more reusable and all. Okay, for all the tests. That is the reason I'm writing this code. So after that, I need to click on the continue button no matter what. To click on the continue button, I have to say self dot, click on continue button. That's it. You see all this code is available here for registering an account, and this click on continue button is going to return object of the account success page. Simply write return here so that whatever the object that is being written by this method also will return the same object when it is being called. Now come back here and write down the code. Here simply say register page dot register an account, and here we have to pass in this particular method. We have to pass lot of lines will be reduced, guys. You can see that. First I have to pass the first name, comma. Then we have to pass the last name, comma. Then we have to pass the email address. That is this one, comma. After passing the email address, what else we have to pass? We have to pass the telephone number. After passing the telephone number, we have to pass a password. After passing the password, we have to pass the confirm password. After passing the confirm password, we have to say whether we have to select that yes radio button or not. So I'll say no here because I don't want to select, because only mandatory fields need to be selected. That newsletter is not mandatory. And here we have to say whether we have to select this checkbox field, agree checkbox field. If I have to select. Otherwise, you say don't select. Select, you just pass. If it is select, then Then what else we have to say? We have to pass comma. Then we have to no need to pass anything else. This much is enough. This much is enough. That's it. Now you can reduce all these lines. Till continue button you can remove. And this method is going to return you an object of the account success page. Account underscore success underscore page is equal to done. You see how many lines got reduced? Lot of lines got reduced, right? Lot of lines already got reduced here. So here also we can do the same thing. Navigate to the register page. Write down home page dot navigate register page. Remove these two lines. This method is going to return you an object of the register page. Register underscore page is equal to, and here we have to enter register page dot register an account. Here I have to pass all these values. Arun, first name, last name, email address, email address, telephone, then password, password confirm, we have to select the radio button. So I have to pass yes this time. Earlier I passed no. This time I'll pass yes so that this radio button will get selected. Then we have to pass select for the checkbox field to be selected. After the checkbox field got selected, I have to click on the continue button. That's it, right? That's it. Okay, we are done. And all these lines are not required anymore. These lines, you see how many lines got getting reduced? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Total 9 lines got reduced. 9 lines got reduced with a single line, replaced with single line. So 8 lines got reduced almost. So this method register an account is going to, that's not required because that's required account success page. You need to get an object of the account success page here that is being returned by this. So account underscore success underscore page is equal to done. You see, this much simple the method became. How optimized the code has become. You can see that. Here also navigate to the register page, home page dot navigate to register page. It's going to return you an object of the register page. Okay, done. These two lines you can reduce. And after that, say register page dot register an account. Here you have to pass this email address, this password, this last name, this duplicate email address for which account already exists. And after that, you have to pass this telephone, After that, you have to pass this password. After this, you have to pass password confirm. And after that, you have to select this radio button. So just pass S here. That will be selecting the S radio button. After that, you have to select the checkbox field. For that, you have to pass select. So all good, and it will be clicking on continue button. It reduces lines, and this method is going to return you, but we don't return you an object of the account success page, but we don't have to use it anywhere. So we don't have to create that object reference, because here account success page object reference is not really required in this particular test. Now here again, home page dot navigate register page, and it's going to return you the register page object. I'm going to refer that using the register page object reference. Done. And here register page dot register an account, and here the first name is this one, comma, this is the last name empty. You are not going to enter any last name. Then you are not going to enter any email. You are not going to enter any telephone. Then you are not going to enter any password. You are not going to enter any confirm password or password confirm. Then after that, you are not going to select any radio button, say no, and then you are not going to select the checkbox field, that is a privacy policy. Okay, say don't, let's say no, otherwise select or, okay, no, you just pass no. Apart from select whatever you want to pass, you can pass. I'm just passing no. And now these lines are not required anymore. That's it. We have reduced the number of lines here already. Okay, and the method looks even bigger. I mean, the even after reducing the lines, still a lot of lines are there here. Okay, here what I can do, I can see like I have to verify all these assertions. So is there any way I can reduce these lines? I'm just thinking. Okay, so retrieve privacy policy warning and all. So I'll go to all these are on the register page. I have to go to the register page, and here I have to mention something like this. So here I'm retrieving all these warnings, right? Retrieve privacy policy warning, first name warning, last name warning, okay, email warning, telephone warning. Can I make it more better or something like that? I'm just thinking def, I'll simply say verify warning or something. I'll simply write down verify all warnings, okay, like this I'll write down. And so here, so a lot of warning messages are there. This expected warnings I'll pass to that method, okay. So here I'll create something, comma, expected privacy policy. Just to reduce the lines, I'm writing this code, warning, okay. Then what is the next warning we have? I can write that here. I can copy expected first name warning message, comma. Then I have to pass, what else? We have to pass expected last name warning message. I have to pass. Then I can reduce if I don't want to give the entire names. Expected privacy policy. Okay, let it be there. So it will be more readable if it is there. Then expected email warning message. Give that here, comma. Then what else we have? Expected telephone warning message. Give that, say, comma. Anything else is there? Expected password warning message. Even that also you give here. That's fine. Now write this code. Now here you are retrieving the privacy policy. It will return you the actual privacy policy warning. Okay. Self dot retrieve privacy policy warning. This is going to retrieve the warning message. Okay. What it is returning, you see, retrieve privacy. It is returning you the warning message. Here you can write down actual. Here you can write down is equal to, and you just rename this to, instead of expected, you write down actual. Okay. That's done. Similarly, what you have to do, you have to call the first name warning now. Self dot retrieve first name warning, and here write down, copy this is equal to, and change this expected to actual. Okay. Then self dot retrieve last name warning. Here I'll write down expected last name warning is equal to, and I'll change this to actual last name warning. Okay. So there is a way for everything, guys, to reduce the lines, right? You can ideate and reduce the lines. This is the way. So then expected email warning message is there. Self dot retrieve email warning. Here write down is equal to, and say replace expected with actual. Done. What are the other warnings we have apart from the email warnings? We have telephone warning and password warning. Just come here and say self dot retrieve telephone warning after email telephone warning. Here write down is equal to, and change is expected to actual. Okay. Then what else we have? The last one, password warning message. Here I'll write down self dot retrieve what is the last one? Password warning. Paste it here is equal to, and change is expected to actual. Now we have the expected warnings and actual warnings. I have to compare that. Okay. So I'll write down if warning. Okay, I have to write the code, whatever the code that is written here. I have to write contains. Okay, here dot contains. The first one is contains. If expected privacy policy warning dot contains dot underscore contains actual privacy warning. Okay. How to write this logic? You can write this logic like this. So contains, then I'll just set some flag here. That is some Boolean value. Say status is equal to, I'll say false. I'll by default set it to false. Here I'll say status is equal to true. Okay. If it's contains means true. And then another if statement I'll write down. All this code belong to this method, guys. Okay. If expected first name warning dot equals actual first name warning message, then again status okay, or else I'll do one thing. I'll write down something here. Just make this complex, a bit logic complex. If this is true, then only it will go and check this one. Okay. Here I'll at the high level, I'll say status is equal to false. And the status will become true only when all these conditions pass. Like that, I'm going to write the logic. Okay. Once all the conditions pass only, I'll just say true. Then what is the next one? Expected last name warning. dot underscore equals actual last name warning. If this is also true, then we'll go inside. If what is the next one? Email, expected email warning dot underscore equals actual email warning. Then again we'll go inside. I can write in a single statement, but it will become very lengthy, guys. That's why I'm choosing this approach. Then I'll write down if expected telephone warning dot underscore equals actual telephone warning. Okay. And finally, if last one, there may be a better way of writing the code, but I'm mostly focusing on my way, and I'm mostly focusing on reducing the number of lines, but you can write in a better way. Okay. If you don't want to waste your time, but you can improvise this code if you want. Okay. But this is what I'm writing for now. Okay. Then only I'll set the status to true. And here at the end, I'll simply say return status. That's it. Okay. So status will be true only when all these things match. So when you call this verify all warnings, you don't have to write this many lines of code. Simply you can say assert. You can remove this one also. You can simply write down assert register page dot verify all warnings. That's it. If it is returning true means the test will pass. See how simplified we have made the test into. So like this in real time, you may come across different situations and you have to ideate by yourself and optimize the code. Okay. This is not a compulsory step, but if you do so, it will look good. The code will look good and you'll not see lengthy tests in your scripts and all. Okay. Let's run the test and see if every test is running fine or not. All the 11 out of 11 tests should run. Then only the things got optimized, we can confirm. So the second level of optimization is also done. We are done with the optimization of the page object model. So we can now go to the next part of the framework. Okay. Page object model implementation is done, guys. Okay. We can go to the next level now. Okay. What at all we can improvise in this framework, we can do in the next sessions. A lot of things are there in this framework. Okay. That we have to implement, that I'm going to cover in the upcoming sessions. This framework is not yet done, guys. So, but we have come to a good place, you can say. Okay. In the framework, we have already come to the good place, and we have to integrate this framework with lot of stuff to make it more advanced. In the upcoming sessions, I'll do that. So let's wait for all the tests to run. So I have followed a different process while explaining this framework, guys. Most of the instructors will explain you directly, but I don't want to do that. Rather, I would like to, figure out the problems and solve one by one to improvise the framework. Okay, people will directly write the page object model before you. Okay, but here I started with the writing in a plain manner. Okay, and then I have implemented the framework things one by one. So this way of learning, right, you will be more confident. Okay, you'll get more confidence in the frameworks because you know why you are writing like that and like this. Okay, why you are implementing the page object models. Okay, why you are creating all these packages, utilities, everything you will know now. Instead of directly creating a framework on the fly, right? This is a way to explain. You can directly write the framework. Okay, if you are already confident enough, but if you're not confident and if you're in the learning state, then this way of learning the framework is more better. So where you, based on your requirements, you are going to upgrade your framework, okay, and implement the things. Instead of putting everything in a single place and confusing you, if I explain to you the framework like this, you will get more confidence. That's the reason I am following this process. I know that this is taking time because a lot of tests are there and all, but But this way of, one of the tests got failed. This way of learning is very good test. Okay. This way of learning is very good for beginners and people who are not confident and all. They will gain a lot of confidence in framework creation by this approach. So one of the tests got failed. We have to figure out the reason why it got failed. So such tests are running. Only that failed test we are going to run. We are not going to run all the tests after fixing that. Don't worry. So let all the tests run and see which test is failing, and we'll work on that particular test. So out of 11, one got failed, and that test is nothing but this particular test. Okay, same type error. Okay, I got it. So guys, we have done one mistake there. Remember, go to the register, and here we have to give all the warnings, right? That I forgot to pass here. Okay. I don't know whether that will come or not. All the warning messages I have removed, right? Yeah, we got the warning messages. Let's do it now. I have to pass this expected warning messages. I didn't pass that. Okay. That's why the tests are failing. Now write down the code. Yeah, just write down here. Register page dot verify all warnings. And this you have to pass all the arguments that you are not passing. First, privacy policy warning message you pass. Put a comma. And after that, you pass this expected first name warning. Expected first name warning you pass next. Then put a comma. And then you pass expected last name. Okay. Then put a comma and then pass. After that, expected last name, expected email address warning you pass. Then expected telephone warning you have to pass. I was not passing earlier. I forgot to pass. While calling that method, right, you have to pass all the expected warning messages. Then only it will verify with the actual warning message, password warning message. Okay, the last one. Now pass it from here as the last argument. Done. That's it. Here, say assert and remove all this stuff till the end. Now it should work. Let's run only only this test register.py file. Let's run. Let's not run all the tests. Pytest under the test package. One of the tests from this test register was failing, so I am running only this test register.py. Press enter. Only 4 tests will run. If all the 4 tests are passing, means the issue got fixed. First test is running. It got passed. Now the second test will run. Second test is running. Register with all fields also got passed. Try to register with duplicate email. You should get a warning message saying duplicate email address, email account already exists, kind of thing. The third test is running now, which were passing earlier also. Now the last test need to pass. Okay, earlier when the previous run, the last test was failing in the register test. That should pass. Now, if it is passing, means we are good. See, not entering anything and warning messages. Still, it got failed. We have to figure out the reason why it got failed. Attribute error. Okay. Okay, there is a problem. Expected privacy policy in the register page. We have written some code, but it was wrongly written. Here I have to write underscore underscore. Okay, this was a mistake, a small mistake. So issues will come, guys. You have to figure out and fix them by yourself. Okay, so everyone will do the mistakes. Okay, it's not a big deal. So again, let's run this test. Let's run the same test again. Just press upper arrow. We'll go with the previous command and run it. Press enter. Let's say whether all these tests. Say we have to continue running them until all the tests will pass, right? There's no other way. The first one got passed. 4 out of 4 tests should pass this time. I fixed the remaining issue also. Let's see what will happen. Second test is running. It got passed. Third test. Passed. Now fourth test. Fourth test is running. And if it is passing means everything is fine. All the tests, remaining tests got passed and this one is left out. Let's see. Now it got passed. Then it says that everything is passing and we have successfully optimized the code. Now, if you observe that, if you observe this test, you see how simplified they are, right? Less number of lines. All the tests have less number of lines now. And here, test login also open and see, you see they have less number of lines now, right? All the things have less number of lines. We can still optimize. I don't want to go there. We can still optimize. So display status of AD or account information option and all. Okay. So log into the application. There is a way to optimize, but I don't want to go there. But this much is enough. We are good. Okay, we are good. This much of optimization is still good. So with this, we are done with this session where we have successfully optimized the page object model design pattern implementation in this hybrid framework creation. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the hybrid framework where we are going to create some reusable methods in this page object model. So let's get started with a practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID. The previous session, already we have implemented this page object model and we have optimized the code by reducing the number of lines of code. Still, there is a possibility of reducing the number of lines of code by creating some reusable methods in the page object model. So here we have this page object model page classes like account page dot py, account success page dot py, home page dot py, login page dot, all the page classes are there, right? So we can still reduce this code in this individual page classes, okay, by creating some reusable methods. So how to do that and all, I'll cover now. So what I will do here is I'll go to one of the page class, let's say home page. I'll open this home page. So in the home page, you see a lot of methods are there and we have these lines of code available here. So we can reduce the lines a bit. Okay. So I'll show you how. So I'll create a parent class for this home page. So here homepage.py is there, right? I'll create under the pages, I'll create a Python file with the name base page. Going to the parent page for all these page classes. Okay. Create this base page. Now here create the class base page like this. Now here create a constructor that is def underscore init self, and you pass a driver here as usual that whatever we have done in the individual page classes, individual pages Python files, same thing we are writing down here. Self dot driver is equal to driver. Okay, there's a first step. Now go to the individual page classes, and here also we have the same constructor. Instead of writing this constructor like this, instead of using the constructor like this, what we can do is, so when a particular driver is being passed, we'll not say self dot driver is called driver. Rather, we'll say super dot, okay, super dot. I have to call this init. And here to this init, I have to pass the driver like this, okay? So this constructor is going to invoke the constructor in the parent class and pass the driver, okay? So that's what. But I have to make this home page a child class. I have to make this home page a child class of this base page. For that, I have to say base page. Okay, import this base page from pages. Done. Now home page is a child of the base page, and the constructor, when the constructor of the home page is being called, it's actually passing the driver to the super class constructor. The parent class constructor is being called, where driver is being passed to the parent class constructor here, and driver is getting assigned. Now next one. So driver is being shared with the parent class, okay, from the child class. That part is done. Now remaining things are here. Let's go with the first method we have, where enter product into the search box field. So what I will do is I'll create a reusable method in the base page for typing into the fields. Okay, here I'll say def type. Simply I'll say type, and whatever the text that need to be typed, I have to pass it here. And here I'll write like this. Now, and also we have to pass the locator. Okay, we have to pass the locator. Which locator? For example, if we have to type into this search box field, we have to pass this search box field to this method. Okay, while calling the method. So now, how to write the code? The first problem here is, you see, the different locator types are there. Here, name locator. You see, it's ending with name. It's ending with XPath. It's ending with XPath. It's ending with link text. It's ending with link text, like that. Okay, different type of locators are there. Based on that, I have to create this kind of statement, driver.find element. Whether I have to provide by.name, or because we are passing the locator here, but which type of locator, based on that, we have to write driver.find element, something like that. Okay. So I'll write down something here like if locator dot ends with underscore XPath. If it ends with XPath, so is this method valid in Python? Let's see. In Python, we have this method ends with. I'll just go to ChatGPT. Let's go here. We can try ChatGPT. And let's find out so that we can get Python ends with. Let's see. Then what is there in Python? Ends with the method is not there in Python, it seems. Okay, there are different ways. Okay, we'll do one thing. Locator dot contains we can use. Contains other if ends with is not there, we can use contains. Contains XPath. Underscore XPath is there. If it contains XPath, then here I'll write down driver dot find. I have to say self dot driver dot find underscore element. Here I have to say by dot XPath. I have to say, okay, by dot XPath, and I have to import this by, comma, the locator. If the locator, this particular locator that we are passing from here, if the name of the locator is locator name starts with ends with a underscore or contains underscore, right? Then we are going to set driver dot find element kind of stuff. Okay. Then so fine. Here I'll say element. I'll say element is equal to none. And here I'll say element is equal to like that. I'll say. Now elif other locators. For example, here it should not be XPath, it can be ID. If it is ID, we can write down dot ID. Okay. And if elif locator dot contains, it contains name. In that case, the same element is equal to, we'll create the element in such a way that driver.find element, instead of by dot ID, we'll write by dot name. Okay, we'll optimize the code in a while. First method we are creating, first reusable method to reduce the number of lines in this home page we are creating for now. This type method can be called at multiple places. Okay, I'll just explain that later. Then elif locator dot contains, it contains ID name class underscore name. If it contains class name, then driver dot find element by dot class name. Elif, if not, locator dot contains, if it contains underscore link underscore text, link text, then here I'll say dot by dot link text. Okay. Elif locator dot contains text path. Then here we have to say by dot text path. Finally, elif locator dot contains, it contains underscore CSS, then dot CSS. CSS select. Okay, dots underscore CSS means CSS select. Like this, we can create, and element will be created based on the locator type, right? The element will be created. Now we have to perform operations on this element. How to perform the operations on the element? Element dot. Here you can see what are the steps. First, we have to click on the element, right? First, we have to click on, in order to type, we have to first click on the element. Then we have to clear any existing text in the element. Dot clear. And then element dot send keys. Send underscore keys of, we have to pass this particular text, whatever the text that is received by while calling this method, we have to pass. So this is the type method. Okay. When you call the type method, it's going to enter the text into the required locator specified text element on the page. Now, instead of writing these 3 lines, what we can do here is, when you say enter product into the search box field, you simply write down. You can, because this home page is a child class of the base page, you can directly call this method, that is self dot, where is that type, right? Let's see. I'll write down here, I'll write down type of, to that I have to pass. First, what I have to pass here, just see here. First, I have to pass the text. Text is nothing but this product name I have to pass, comma, the locator. What is the locator? The search box field name is the locator. Okay. Locator. 2 things I have to pass. Self dot. You just write self dot for this. That will be done. Remaining no errors. No need to worry much. That's it. You see, you got rid of 3 lines now. Simply 1 line is enough. Okay. And this will call the parent class this particular method. We are going to reduce these lines here also later. But for now, let's go with that process. Now, the next one is clicking. It is a different action. Here, we are entering the text. Here, the next function of this homepage.python file, we are clicking on a particular element. So for that, here, def click. Click on element. Okay. Click on element or some name, different name you can give instead of normal click, right? You just click. Or element click, or you can say element click, etc. You can write. Then here what we have to do, here we only have to pass the locator, no need to pass the text. Only locator need to be received, and the same code will be repeated. Element is equal to, this code is repeated, right? This code is repeated. Now after that, what I have to do, I have to just click on the element dot. We can write a better code here. instead of directly clicking on the element, right? First we'll say element dot is displayed. First we'll check whether the element is displayed on the page. After that we'll say element dot. After that we'll click on the element. Okay, it's not required also, not compulsory. Okay, element dot click is enough. So this is how. But here, if you see in these two methods, the code is repeated. This part is repeated. This part and this part are repeated. So instead of repeating this in every method like this, I'll create another reusable method here, def return element or get element. Simply say get element. And here we have to pass the locator. Locator need to be passed. And based on the locator type, element need to be returned. Okay. Here like this. Okay. Element is equal to 9 and all. Finally, I'll say return element. That's it. When you call this method, it's going to return you the element. Okay. With the particular find element thing, it will generate that element and return the element. So here, instead of writing this again and again, clear all this stuff and simply say self dot get element and pass the locator. Now, when you pass the locator, it will return you the element. That element on that element, you're going to perform the operation. Element is equal to. Now you can perform the operation. Okay, here also the same thing. Instead of writing all this code here, simply remove that and say self dot get element and pass the locator. And this method will return you the element. Okay, it will generate an element and give it back to you based on the locator type you passed, and you can perform the operation. You see, these methods now look simple, right? This kind of reusable method we have created so that its duty is to generate the elements, create the elements and return back, and that elements we are using in these methods. Now, element click is now ready. Come back here and simply say element underscore click off. That's the method, right? Element click. And you have to pass the locator. What is the locator? Self dot. This is the locator. The problem unresolved reference element. I think it's not locating this. Maybe parent class we have, but type is, what is this type then? Let's see what is the type. Already is coming into element. Here also I'll just give a different name. Instead of type, I'll say type into element. Okay, now here I'm not able to get it. That means if I write self dot, will it come? Yeah, error is gone. So I have to write self dot. Now it's inheriting from the parent class. This method it's inheriting from the parent class. You don't have to write these lines of code. That's it. So again, click is coming. You don't have to write again one more function. Already function is created here, the base page, parent page. So here you don't have to do much. You have to simply call that self dot element click, and you have to pass this locator. That's it. Very simple now, right? This part can be removed. And what about this one? If there are multiple lines, then that will be reduced. Simply a single line in place of multiple lines will be created. Some cases it may not do much difference if a particular method only has single line, right? It doesn't make much difference in the reducing number of lines. But if a particular method has multiple lines, then it will do the difference for sure. So here also click is select login option is also nothing but click only. So I'll simply say self dot element click off. I have to pass this locator. That's it. And then here navigate to login page. For that I have to click on my account drop menu. Already it is there. So this is we are clicking on my account drop menu. This is being called. So you don't have to do much here. Then what about this one? Here we are clicking on an element. If you see any element here, you just write down. Okay. Self dot click on my self dot element click, and you have to pass this locator to that so that it will click on the element. remove this part. Then click on my account drop menu, enter product. This cannot be replaced. Okay, fine. So this part is done. Now we'll go into another after home page. We'll go to the, let's say, search page and see what we can do here. Here also I'll make the search page a child class of the base page. That's the first step we have to do. Over the mouse on base page and import it from here. And after that, the driver that is received to this child class constructor, right? We have to pass to the super dot. We have to call the parent class constructor and pass the same driver there. Okay, like this. Now the next one. Okay, here, what is there? Display status of valid product. So here we are writing is displayed. Check whether the element is displayed or not. So for that, we'll go to base page. Where is the base page? Here is, we have the base page. In the base page, we'll create one more method, that is check display status of element. Okay, like this you can create, and you have to pass the locator here of the element for which whether it is displayed on the page or not. And we have to get this element created. So for that, I'll write down self.get element, and I'll pass this locator. Based on the locator, element will be created using driver.find elements from this method and return back. We'll get a final element. On that element, we'll check return element dot is underscore displayed. Like this, I'll write. Okay, it will either return true or false. So check display status of element, and in the search page, instead of writing like this, instead of writing driver.find element here, we'll simply say Control Z. Here I'll write down return self dot check display status of element. Check display status of element. We have to pass the locator of the element. That is, this is the locator. Self dot valid HP product link text is the locator. And so here, so it will check the display status and return either true or false. Okay, so this you can remove now. Now similarly, we have this retrieve no product message. This for retrieving the text. Till now we don't have any reusable method in the parent page class for retrieving the text. So I'll create that now. Def retrieve element text. Retrieve element text. So I have to pass the locator here. And here, first we have to get the element created with the help of this locator. For that, I'll say self.get element, and I have to pass this locator, and it will return you the element. Element is equal to, and now we have to return element.text. That's it. It has to retrieve the text and return that, whoever is calling. Okay, retrieve element text. Now here, instead of writing this, we can write down return self.retrieve element text, and we have to pass this locator. That's it. Here all driver.find element, all those things will be done in the base page. So this part is also done. Search page is completed, home page is completed. Now let's move on to the other pages. Search and home and search are completed. Let's go to login page now. And in the login page, also I'll make this login page a child class of the base page. Import this from pages package. And here, instead of writing self.driver, and simply call the super constructor and pass this driver. This self.driver thing will happen in the super constructor. Okay, that is in the constructor of the parent class. This self.driver is called driver will be done. That self.driver we are inheriting here and using from the parent class. Okay. Now anyhow, enter email address is there. Instead of entering email address, already we have created a method, right? Simply write down self.type into element, and to this we have to pass text that we need to type, that is email address text, comma, we have to pass the locator. That locator is nothing but this ID locator, and all the three steps I am replacing with a single step. You see, This is how we are reducing the number of lines of code. These 3 lines are getting reduced with a single line. Okay, the task will be done. This is the power of the reusability. Here also enter password is there. There are 3 lines here. Instead of 3 lines, what we can do? Self dot type to element and pass the text that you need to enter into the element, comma the locator of the element into which the text need to be entered. That's it. We are simplifying the framework. We are reducing the number of lines of code. Okay. When you go across multiple tests, right, this will be more useful. Okay. The reusable methods I created in the base page will reduce the number of lines when multiple tests got created. Okay. Then click on login button. Also, we have the same thing. Self dot. Click on, sorry, not this one. Self dot. What is that? Element click. This is the one. Element click. And here we have to pass the locator. Perform the click operation. Done. Then what next? Here, log into application. It's calling the method, so you don't have to do much. Here, it retrieving the text. You know how to retrieve the text, right? Return self dot retrieve element text, and to that you have to pass self dot warning locator. You have to pass. That's it. Okay, it will retrieve the text and return. That's it. Login page is also done. Login page methods. We have reduced the number of lines of code. And once login, we'll get to the account page. So in account page, there is we'll make this account page a child class of the base page. For every page class, we have to make it a child class of the base page. And here we have to call the super class constructor and pass a driver. And after that, here display status of edit. But display status already be created. So return self dot check display status of element, and we have to pass this element. It will check and let us know. Okay, done. This part is also done. Then account page is done. Then what else is left out? For register and account success page is there. I'll go to the register page now. And let's see how much of code we can reduce here. Here enter first name is there. For that, I'll simply write down self dot type. So before saying self dot type, we have to make this child class of the base page. Otherwise, things will not happen. These are the steps we should not forget. Hover the mouse and import this base page and pages. And here we have to call the super class constructor and pass a driver there, and it will be initial self dot driver equal driver will be done in the base page here. Okay. And the same self dot driver will be inherited here, and we can take help of it. Self dot, we can inherit the methods, that is type into element, and which text we have to type first name text into which element, the element having this particular locator. Now remove all these 3 lines. Very good. Then you see 1 line, 3 lines got reduced with 1 line. So here also enter self dot type into element, and we have to pass last name text, comma, this is the element. This is the locator of the element that to which you have to type the text. Done. You see all the methods are getting simplified. Number of lines of code is getting reduced under these methods. Now here also self dot type into element, email text we have to type, comma, we have to give self dot this one. Remove this part. Done. Then next what? Here write down self dot type into element telephone text, comma, pass the locator. Copy this, paste it here. Done. Remove these lines. Then what next? Here also enter password self dot type into element. Password text need to be entered into the element, and into which locator element is the locator of the element. Write down that here. Remove these 3 lines. Now here enter password confirm self dot type into element password text, comma, this is the locator of the element. So this is the power of the reusable methods that we have created in the parent class, base page class. Here select means click. So for clicking, we have click, element click is there, and we have to pass the locator. That's it. The code looks very simplified, right? You don't have to write this much lengthy code. Even not only number of lines, but also it looks very simple. Okay, then next, click on continue button. The same thing. Self dot element click and pass the locator of the element and clear this out. Then select S radio button. Select self dot element click. Copy this and paste it here. Remove these lines. Self dot S radio button. Self dot element click. Self dot S radio button. Then what else we have here? Register an account. We are calling this other methods. That's okay. Enter first name, enter last name, and all. We don't have to change much here. Here we are calling the other methods. So, but here we are retrieving the text. Here we are retrieving the text. So, how to change this? We can say return self dot retrieve element text, and to that we have to pass the locator. Locator we have to pass. What is the locator? This self dot. This one. This locator we have to pass. It will retrieve the text. And here also write down return self dot retrieve element text, and you have to pass this locator. Here also same thing, return self dot retrieve element text and pass this locator. Then we have here return self dot retrieve element text and pass this locator. Here also return self dot retrieve element text. This is the locator. What else is there here? Okay, this part is done. Here we are return self dot retrieve element text, and we have to pass the locator. So return self dot retrieve element text and pass this locator again. Then verify all warnings. Okay, this is okay. We can't do much here. Only driver dot find element stuff we will move into the base page. Okay. The other logic will keep it here. Okay. Then what next we have? Register page is done. Then we'll go to the account success page, the final page. We have all pages are completed. Last page is left. And here also we'll make this a child class of a base page class. Hold the mouse, import some pages, and here we'll write down super. We'll call the super constructor and pass the driver there. And that inherited driver we'll use here. And here we have to retrieve the text. So return self dot retrieve element text and pass this element. That's it. It will return the text. We are good. Now let's run the script and see even after creating the reusable methods in the base page, and we have reduced the number of lines code in the individual page classes. The things are still working fine or not. We have to see. For that, let's run the script. Simply say CLS and say Pytest. So in real time, while working on multiple tests, right, this kind of lot of reusable methods we have to keep on creating. Okay, we'll come across different things that for which we have to create. It's failing actually. It's not working. See what's happening. Again failing. So there is some mistake here for sure. All the tests are failing. Why they are failing, we have to find it out. So let them run. Let all the tests run and see why they are failing. Maybe that driver thing is not being passed or something. I'm just guessing. Let's see. Not doing anything else also. All the tests are failing here. So we have to find out the reason behind why it is failing. Let the test run and at the end we'll come to know the reason behind that. Meanwhile, we can see if there is a problem. Almost there. Let's wait. Last test is running. We can find out the problem. We can fix the problem, why they are failing and all. See, total 11 tests got failed. Non-type object has no attribute click. Attribute error. Non-type object has no attribute click. That means it's not happening. Okay. Base page, attribute error, element dot click. Element is returned right. Self dot get element and okay. Okay. Um, so what is the error and all? Search for a product, enter product in product name, touch box field where we have given the command. Let's see. Pytest. All this got failed, and here it is saying home page. Home page is the dot driver login page. Okay. I'm just thinking something is going wrong here. That is mm, let me investigate that. So I have figured out the problem. So what is the problem? I'll let you know. So here we have made some small mistake. That's why it's not working. If you go to the base page and here you're calling this method self.getElement and you're passing this locator. But what is being passed as a locator here from the home page? If you see here, we are passing self.searchbox field name, for example, and this is the name is not being passed, the value of this particular name. Okay. I'm just thinking that this part is getting passed, but this part is getting passed. So when search will go here from here to here, okay, it will come here. Get element of search means the search will not contain ID. That search value will not contain any name, last name, link text, nothing will be there. But the name of this attribute will have this underscore name underscore xpath, but I am passing this value, which will not contain underscore underscore xpath and also so on. So what I have to do here is I have to do some modifications so that this has to work means I have to do some modifications here. When I say type into text, apart from the locator, instead of saying locator, right? Locator underscore name I have to pass, locator underscore value I have to pass. Locator name and locator value, both I have to pass. Okay. So here when I say get element, I would say locator name, locator value, both I have to pass. When get element is being called, it's locator name, comma, locator value. And in this, I have to verify with locator name, not value. Okay, here locator value contains here saying, but locator value like XPath expression will not contain underscore XPath, right? That's the problem we are facing. So once it is done, we'll give the locator value here. Okay. So we have to pass two things. One is locator name, another one is locator value to resolve this problem. Here also locator name, locator value. Here get element of locator name, comma, locator value. Both the things we have to pass going ahead. Locator underscore name, locator underscore value. And here we are going to pass the locator name, comma, locator value. So for every method, we have to change this. Okay. So everywhere we have to pass not only the name of the locator, but also name of the locator will end with underscore, underscore and all. So, but locator value is there. Let's see how it goes. Locator underscore name, comma, locator underscore value. Here also locator underscore name, comma, locator underscore value. And locator name, locator value are there. No problem here. So all the methods so far got converted. And while calling this also, we should not only pass the locate, this will pass the locator value. For example, here you are passing only the locator value, but we have to also pass, we have to also pass the locator name. How to pass the locator name? In double quotes, give that locator name, comma. This is a locator name, this is a locator value. Similarly, search box field name is there. So now here also you're passing search button XPath. You can copy this just to be make it simple. You copy this in double quotes. You provide that, put a comma, that will be fine. This part you copy, provide double quotes, put a comma, and inside that paste. And here also copy this. Everywhere you just copy and paste. So along with the locator value, you have to pass the locator name. Then only the things are going to work. So small mistake, but you see this kind of, I have spent a lot of time. I have stopped the recording, right? If you have observed, I have to figure out what's going wrong. I have to run the scripts multiple times and figure out like, okay, I was not passing the locator name, rather locator attribute name, rather I was passing only the value, because of which things are not happening. It's not able to end with underscore link text and all those stuff. Okay. So here, wherever you are passing, copy that, double quote, comma, paste it. Anywhere else we have that. Click on drop. Okay. Enter product and search box. So that's fine. This is done. Home page is done. Let's go to the search page. We have to change for everything. Here also, when you are passing the locator value, also pass the locator name. Okay. Then is also locator name and locator value. Locator name, this is a locator value. So home search is done. Then home and search are done. Then we have to go for login. Copy this. Double quotes here. Comma. Paste. Copy. Double quote. Comma. Paste. Copy. Double quote. Paste. Enter email address, enter password. That's fine. Okay. Copy this. Double quote, comma, paste it. This is also done. There's nothing but login page is done. And we'll go for account page now. The account page, copy this part, provide double quote here, paste it. Done. What else is left out? Home is done, search is done, login is done, account page is done. Then register page. Let's go to the register page. In the register page, we have to do a lot of things. Copy this, paste it here. It's a repetitive process. Since we have made a mistake, there is no other way now. Have to copy paste to resolve this everywhere. Come on. Copy, double quote, comma, copy, paste, copy, comma, paste with this, comma, paste it, copy this, double quotes, paste it, then copy the paste it, copy this, paste it, then where else? All this you are not doing anything, that's okay. Wherever you find self-taught kind of stuff, you just put that. Mm, okay, that's it, I guess, in this file. Let's move on to another file. After register, we have account success page. Here also only one element is there. We pass the name of the attribute and the value of the attribute. Okay, that is value is path expression and name is something which is ending with xpath and all. Now let's see. Along with the locator value, this time locator name is also being passed. Locator name, locator value, locator name, locator value, locator name, locator value, locator name, locator value. So here we are passing the locator value. Here we are passing the locator name. All places. So here locator name dot contains. Okay, the name we are checking and the value we are passing. Okay, based on the name we are passing the value like that. Okay, so I think it should work now most probably. Let's run this and find it out. Pytest -v-s press enter. If the scripts are running means if it is working fine, the fix is working fine. So for the best, yeah, working fine. You see, the tests are working fine. That was a problem. Small mistake I have done where I was passing the locator value and checking whether it is ending with xpath. That is not correct, right? I have to also pass the locator values name, okay, which either ends with xpath, css. That thing also I have to pass along with the locator value. So by doing this small change to the framework, the fix has been done. So let's wait for all the tests to run. All the tests are running one by one. Let's see. Let's wait and see whether all the 11 out of 11 tests are passing. If that is so, we are done. Okay, one got failed. We have to find out why it got failed. Maybe mostly the same problem will be there. Somewhere we have missed out. Test register without entering any fields. Okay, that got failed. Only that test we'll try to run and see. So remaining all tests are mostly running. So total out of 11 tests, one got failed. And why it got failed? No such element exception. Unable to locate the element. CSS selector. Okay. No method. Selector is equal to name. Name is equal to input first name. This part is not working. No such element exception is coming here. Okay. Let's see what is the problem with this. Test register without entering any fields, and that is there here. Test register without entering fields. Home page, navigate to register page. After that, register an account. This was working fine earlier. All these warning messages and everything is fine. But where exactly the problem is coming, we'll see. Self and verify all warnings. Retrieve first name warning. Here, while retrieving the first name warning, in retrieve element in the base page, locator underscore name, locator underscore value, get element. Get element by dot name, locator value. Okay. Well, let's go to the base page and see what's going on. Retrieve element text, locator name, locator value, get element, locator name, locator value, where we are calling that the register page, retrieve policy warning and all, first name warning here. Let's find out what's the problem is. Retrieve this one, first name warning. Here we are passing. What we are passing here? First name warning underscore XPath. First name warning underscore XPath. That is correct only, right? So that is going here. And when this is being called first name warning, okay. I'm simply calling this method, right? Verify all warnings. Register page. Register page dot verify all warnings. This is being called in that retrieval and okay, base page in get element by dot name, locator value. Okay. Let me investigate this. Okay, I understood the problem. The problem here is the first name has underscore name, because of which it's not considering this as XPath, rather it is considered as underscore name. So the problem here is go to the base page and instead of contains, write down ends with, then it's going to work. Okay. So you see there is a possibility this kind of errors will come because contains means in their first name underscore name is there. Okay, that's a problem. It's getting confused. So better to use ends with here instead of contains, and we have to run all the tests to see whether this ends with is working with all the tests or not. Let's anyhow I figured out the problem, but we have to see whether it is working fine or not. Pytest presenter. Here this time instead of contains we are using ends with. If it is working fine, we are good. Okay, tests are running. Should not be using contains. We have to use ends with in the logic. So a lot of fixes were there. 2 fixes I have done already. So the tests are running. The login tests are running. Let's wait for all the tests to run. This time, let's hope that all the tests will pass, including the last time failed test. So we are optimizing the framework by doing a lot of stuff. We are reducing the number of lines of code. Repeated code, we are putting that into the reusable methods everywhere possible in the framework. Okay, so this is a continuation of the page object model implementation from the last. This is the third session of the page object model where we are optimizing the code by reducing the number of lines wherever possible by creating some reusable methods. All the tests work, then we are done. So let's see. Now such tests are running. Restart test got passed. The fix has been done. It's working fine. So mostly the such test also will pass now without any problem. Last 2 more tests to run. Last but 1 test is running now. So almost done. You see, this time everything got passed. So now we are good, right? Now we are good. We have done all the fixes to this framework as part of the implementation in this session. Okay, we have created reusable methods at the page object model, page class level to reduce the number of lines of code, and it is working fine now. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session where we are going to continue creating the framework further and make it more advanced. So that's all. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of hybrid framework where I am going to show you how to optimize the fixtures. So let's get started. In one of the previous session, we have created the fixtures and those fixtures we are going to optimize by reducing the number of lines of code related to fixtures in our automation framework. So let's get started with this practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have this current framework. Okay, so far developed framework is available here. So in this so far developed framework where the fixtures are used, let me show you. I'll open this test. I'll open this test search first of all. And here you can see before this class, you have mentioned use fixture, setup and tear down. Okay, this fixture is created where in the conf test. Okay. So where is the conf test? Here is a conf test. You can see here is the one of the fixture. You can have any number of fixtures in this conf test. But till now we were only using one fixture here, and that the name of the fixture, okay, setup and out down, is used in this individual test Python file by mentioning this, okay, decorator that is used fixtures, and here we have mentioned the name of the fixture from the conf test, okay. So this particular test inside this Python file are using this particular fixture. Similarly, if you go for another one, the same line is repeated here. You see, if you go to the test login also, here also we are using the same fixture. Here also using the fixture is mentioned. Now, if you go to the test register also, here also it is mentioned, okay? Using the fixture is mentioned. In all, okay, it may be multiple fixtures also, okay? You can put a comma here and specify multiple fixtures in this use fixtures. But here, what's happening here is this line is being written in all the Python files, okay? Here it is written in the test search.python file, it is there. The test login.python file, it is there. In the test register.python file is there. Tomorrow, if you have 100 Python files, this line will be written in each and every, okay, each and every Python file, okay, 100 times, right? So to overcome this, we can do one thing, that is here under the test, create to optimize this, okay, to reduce this line to be written in every Python file. What we can do is we can create a new Python file and name that as base test, press enter. In the base test, create class, say base test colon, and here write pass. Okay, you don't have to write any code here. Just for sample, I'm creating this. Okay, just for the sake, we are creating this class. And on the top of this class, we'll mention this fixture name. Okay, this decorator along with the fixture name we are going to mention here in the base test. Hover the mouse on this and import this from Pytest. Now everything is fine, right? Now the fixture is now used at the base test. I will make this base test a parent of all these individual Python files which have the test methods. First, I'll go to the test search and I'll remove this part. It's not required anymore. So when it is not required, when I make this particular test search a child of this base test, here I'll make this test search a child of the base test like this. Okay, hover the mouse on this and import this. Done. You don't have to mention the decorator of using the fixtures and all here. Okay, in every Python file, you don't have to mention anymore. Now you went to the test login here also. Make this particular class a child class of base test class. So that use fixtures kind of thing is inherited here. Okay, it's applicable for all the tests because these are the child classes of the base test. Okay, only in the base test we'll mention that use fixture, and all the tests, all the test Python files which are inheriting this base test are automatically using. Okay, you don't have to explicitly specify like this. Okay, you can remove this specification and make this class a child class of base test, and it's done. So this is how we can optimize the fixtures in the individual test Python files having the test methods, and you don't have to mention that decorator saying mark.use fixtures in every Python file. Rather, just specify in one of the parent class say base test like this, and make this base test a parent of this all these files. What will happen? Automatically, it will be inherited. This will be automatically used in all the Python files, okay? Even though it's not mentioned, because that is the child class of this parent class. Now let's run and see whether it is working fine after moving that decorator, this particular use fixtures decorator into the base test and making this base test parent of all these Python files and removing this use fixture from all the Python files, whether all the tests are working fine or not. Let's see. So for that, I'll simply say Pytest and press enter. Let's see whether any tests are running properly or not. If even one test runs also, it's fine. That proves that that things are working fine. Okay. So you see, test login test has run. First login test has run. Let's see whether all the tests are running or not. If all the 11 out of 11 tests run means that means that optimization of the fixture is successfully done. So in this session, I mainly wanted to teach that. Okay, show you that how to optimize that fixture code and fixture decorator line. Instead of specifying that in individual Python files, we can move that into the one parent class kind of thing, parent Python file, the way I have shown in the session. Okay. And now the scripts are working fine. You see, without any problem, the scripts are working fine. In real time, you may have multiple fixtures in the conf.test.py file. And in that case, tomorrow, if I use any other fixture, right? I'll simply go to that base test and specify the fixture, okay? Instead of going to the individual Python files in the upcoming sessions, if required. So the register tests are running now. Let's wait for all the tests to complete. So now let's see, such tests are running. Still register tests are running, not such tests. I think they are done now. 4 out of 4 completed. Now remaining 3 such tests will run. Looks like everything is passing. So whatever the changes we are done are successful. We have successfully optimized the fixtures in the framework. Think it's done. So 11 out of 11 tests got passed and things are working fine. So guys, that's all for this session where I have shown you how to optimize the fixtures in the so far created hybrid framework. And by optimizing the fixtures, we have taken this hybrid framework to the next level. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of hybrid framework where I'm going to show you how to move the duplicate methods to base test. So let's get started. The previous session, we have created this base test to optimize these fixtures and all, right? Now we are going to move the duplicate methods in individual Python test files into this base test in order to remove the duplication of these methods across multiple Python files. Let me show you practically so that you can understand more. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have this so far created hybrid framework here. And here, if I open this test login, here we have a method that is to generate the email with timestamp. Whenever you call this method, right, it will return you an email with some timestamp. A new fresh email it will give you because of the timestamp. It is always new. Okay. And same method is also created in restart test. Okay. If I open this restart test restart.py, here also we have the same method. Okay. So we have duplicated this method across multiple Python files, right? In test login, we have the same method. In test register also, it got duplicated. Instead of duplicating across multiple Python test files and all, what we can do is we can move this. Okay. We can cut from here, can remove this from here or cut from here and go to the base test, which we have created to optimize the fixtures in the previous session. And here in place of the pass, remove that pass and paste the method. Now hover the mouse on date time and import this from datetime.datetime. Okay, done. You see, now the method is moved here, and once it is moved here, you can remove from elsewhere. You see, test login already it has removed. Now in the test register also you can remove. You don't have to duplicate it across multiple test Python files. Rather, you can put in a centralized or higher level place where all these Python files can access because of the inheritance and all. This is the best place. Already this test login is inheriting the base test. Test register is also is a child class of the base test. So if you move that particular method here, all these Python files can access. Okay, not only this Python files and upcoming Python files also, if they are inheriting the base test, they can easily access this. That's it, guys. You don't have to do much. Let's see whether the tests are running in one of the. I will run one of the tests in the Python file, that is test login test. I'll run to see whether after moving that reusable method into the base test, whether the test in the test login are running or not. Okay. I'll go to the terminal. I'll simply say clear and say Pytest and press. Oh, sorry, I should not be doing that. The control. Sorry. Let's see. I'll stop it forcibly. Okay, now let me run it again. I have to run only the test in that test login. For that, we should not be just typing Pytest, but also along with that Pytest, we have to say Pytest space. You have to give the name of the package under with this Python file is available. That is test package. Test package under the test package, we have this test underscore login dot py. Okay, only the test from this test login dot py file will run. There is only 4 tests. If they are running fine means that is good. Okay, if all the tests in the test login are working fine means that is good. Uh, the method is now successfully moved into the base test. Instead of duplicating in multiple Python files, we can move such methods into the base test. Not only this method, if tomorrow, if any other, if there is a requirement of creating some methods across multiple Python files or in single Python file, right, just move that into the base test and use it from there. Okay, it's better to use it from there. Rather than using such kind of methods in individual Python files, you can keep moving that kind of methods to the top level or to the parent base test and access from there. Let's see whether all the tests in the test login.python file are running. If it is working fine, if they are running fine means and they're passing means things are good. So last test is running. Done. You see, all the tests got passed. 4 out of 4 tests got passed, and we have successfully moved that method, which is across multiple Python files, by removing that and moving into the single place, that is base test, parent class base test here. Okay. Similar to this method, you can come across another methods also. You can move here. Okay. So to avoid the duplication, you can do this. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of the hybrid framework, where we are going to implement the data-driven testing in this so far created framework. First of all, what is mean by hybrid framework? Hybrid framework is a combination of different frameworks. Okay, that's why the word hybrid came. We can implement multiple type of frameworks in a single framework to become a hybrid framework. For example, you can implement data-driven framework in the same framework. You can implement page object model design pattern in the same framework, and many other stuff in the same framework you can implement. That's why the name came as hybrid framework. So let's implement that data-driven testing or data-driven framework into this existing framework, so that this normal framework will now become a hybrid framework. So let's implement data-driven testing as part of this session. So let's get started with this practical demonstration. For that, I'll simply switch to this PyCharm IDE, where we have the so far created framework. The project containing the so far created framework is there here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go step by step. First, I'll right click on the project and create a new directory, that is folder. I'll just name that as Excel files. Okay. As part of this data driven testing, I'm going to read the data from the Excel files. So that's the reason here under this project, I created Excel files folder. Under the Excel files folder, I am going to paste one Excel file that is already or readily available with me. This is the Excel file, which is already available. So let me take you through this Excel file. The name of the Excel file is tutorialsninja.xlsx. The application name I gave here for the name of the Excel file. Can you give anything? That's okay. Open the Excel file. In the Excel file, to clearly observe this Excel file, just let it open. So in that Excel file, you see there is a sheet, that is login test sheet. In that login test sheet, there are a set of multiple sets of data related to the usernames and passwords. So before I started recording this session, right, I created this email address and passwords. Okay, I registered the account on this email address and password for 3 different users. Okay, and then I provided this valid credentials here under this login test sheet. Under the username, these are the valid email addresses, and these are the valid passwords under the password column. Okay, so if you try to log in with this combination of email address and password, right, on this particular Tutorials Ninja application, you will be able to log in. So Fine. This is Excel file I created and made ready. I'll copy this Excel file and paste it onto the Excel files here. Say okay. Now, the next step, what I want to do is, in order to read the data from the Excel files, we have to install one package. The name of the package is OpenPyExcel. Okay, in one of the previous sessions, I demonstrated this for you. Okay, here you see reading the data from the Excel files as part of utilities section. I covered this already. You can watch the previous sessions regarding this to understand. Okay, first, in order to read the data from the Excel files in this projects and all, we have to first install OpenPyExcel package. Okay, how to install that? Go to the terminal. Just click on the terminal, and here say pip install space open by Excel. Press enter. This package, which is required for reading the data from the Excel files, is now installed. You can again select this project just to double check. Select the project, click on settings. And after clicking on settings, you'll get the settings dialog. Then just select this project here. And under the project, select the interpreter. And here, it may be there already. Okay, OpenPyExcel is already there. If it has not come, okay, due to some XY reason, if this is not has not come, you can click on this plus and say OpenPyExcel and select this. These are the multiple ways of installing. Okay, if things are not working from terminal, you can do it from this okay dialog. Once it is installed here, then say okay. Now it's successfully installed. So now the second step is done. First, Excel file is ready. The Excel file from which we want to read the test data is ready. Second step, installing that OpenPyExcel is also done. Now what's the next step is, here we have created some utilities, okay, in the project. Some utility methods we have created as part of this session. In one of the previous session, I already covered this, guys, okay. The usable utility methods for performing different operations with Excel file already created. So I'll open that previous project as part of the previous sessions. I have done that. I'll simply say file, open, and here is utilities. Okay, this is the current project, and apart from that, we have this utilities demo project that I created earlier to demonstrate that. I'll open that in new window. And if I close this in the project here under utilities, I created this Excel reader. Okay, I'll again create the same Excel reader in the same project. Okay, right click. Under the utilities, I'll right click and say create a utilities Python file, that is Excel reader or Excel reader utils or whatever the name you want to give. I'll simply say Excel or I'll simply say Excel utils otherwise. Okay, utils. When I say Excel utils here, and here, what are the methods I have to create? Reusable methods. Already I have created them as part of the previous sessions under this project. I'll open that. So I'm not going to demonstrate how I created this. If you have to know that, you have to go to this particular session as part of this utilities. Okay, in one of the previous sessions when I created utilities in the project, multiple type of utilities. In that particular session, I covered that. I'm now simply copy pasting. Okay, as this is already covered as part of the previous sessions, I'm just simply copy pasting this into my current project here. That's it, done. So these are the 4 methods, and apart from these methods, we also have created one more method in the next session. In one of the previous sessions only under utilities last session, that is performing data-driven testing by reading the data from the Excel file. Okay, here the code and everything is there, but we are not going to do anything from here. Rather, we'll again open another project that I have created in the previous sessions. Open, and here we have this data-driven. I'll open that in new window. And here is the method that I was talking about under Excel reader utils. I created this. Copy all this stuff. Otherwise, copy this part. This method, reusable method I'm talking about, and into the current project, I'll just paste that. Okay. So yes. So these are few methods. Okay. For example, if you want to get how many rows are there in that particular given sheet. Okay. So this method you can use. Okay. If you want to know how many columns are there. Okay. All these methods I already demonstrated and explained as part of the previous sessions. Okay. You can go and watch the previous sessions for that. Get cell data. If you give the sheet name, row number, and column number, right, and from the particular sheet, the cell data which is there at that particular row number and column number will be retrieved and given to you. and set cell data. If you want to write back into the Excel files, you can call this method. And finally, to implement the data-driven testing, okay? I already explained about data-driven testing as part of this session. What is data-driven testing and all I covered as part of the previous session. Okay, you can go and, okay, if you have not gone through that, you can go back and, just go through that session and come back here. Fine. Here, when I call this method, it's going to return you a list of list. Okay, it is a list of list where the child list items. Okay, the child list will contain the data. If I have three sets of data in this final list, there will be three child lists. Okay, this is a higher level list, parent list. You can say in the parent list, some child list will be created depending on how many sets of data are there. For example, in this case, in this login test and all sheet and all, we have three sets of usernames and passwords. So in this parent list, three lists will be there as elements. In that, three sets of data will be there, right? In the first child list, one set of data will be, second child list, second set of data, third child list, third set of data. All this child list will be part of this or children of this parent list, like, okay? So this is going to return you a list of lists, okay? List of lists. So how to use this in our project and all, I'll cover that now. I'll go to one of the tests now. Let's say login page. Okay, in this login page, okay, not login page, sorry guys, okay. Have to go to login, test login, okay. In this, we have one of the tests here. The first test login with valid credentials is there. I'm going to parameterize this one. Okay, to implement the data-driven testing, we have to add a decorator here saying @Pytest dot mark dot parameterize. This one we have to add. After that, we have to provide some double quote. In the double quote, you have to specify the parameters. For example, here I need this email address and password, two parameters. Okay, I'll say email address, comma, password, I'll say. And from where I'll get this multiple sets of data for this email and password. For that, I have to put a comma here and call this Excel utils, okay? Simply from Excel utils, we can call that method for data-driven testing. Hold the mouse on this Excel utils and import this from utilities package. And now say Excel utils dot. So I'll simply say Excel utils dot. Where is that one? 1 minute. Let me check in the Excel utils. That is get data from Excel is the name of that particular method for data-driven testing. Get data from Excel. And here, what are the two things I have to pass? I have to pass the path followed by the sheet. Okay, path of the Excel file. Path means path of the Excel file as a first argument I have to pass. Next one is sheet name I have to pass. Okay, sheet name in that Excel file from where I want to retrieve the multiple sets of data. First, let me give the path. How to give the path in double quote. And after that, also give some double quote. Okay, comma double quote. In the first double quote, give the path of this Excel file. Under the project, directly under the project, under the Excel files folder, we have this tutorials ninja.xlsx file. Okay, this is a path of the Excel file, and followed by what we have to give next, the sheet name under which in this Excel file there will be multiple sheets, right? What is the sheet name from which I want to retrieve the multiple sets of data that we have to give here? Let's go and find out what is the sheet name. This is the sheet name, guys. Okay, let's go inside that. Mostly login test. I remember it is a sheet name is login test. Yeah, login test. Give the same sheet name here. Login test. That's it. You don't have to do much. Already these methods were implemented as part of the previous sessions. We just copy pasted these methods in Excel utils. So the data will be coming and will be, since this method is now parameterized, so multiple sets of data will be coming, and since there are three sets of data in this Excel file, okay, three sets of usernames and passwords are there. This particular method is going to be executed how many times? 3 times. Earlier, when I have run this test, right, that is all this complete with Pytest, if I run test login, this test search together, right, 11 tests were there, but this time it will not be 11 and plus extra 2 will be there. Okay, since there are 3 means already 1 is covered, so 2. So that is 11 plus 2, 13. 13 tests will run. It will show that terminal will show you 13 tests. Okay. Now let's run this and see whether that is happening or not. Okay, here also there is a problem. We have not still completed. You see, we have read the data from this, and the email address is going here, password is going here. We have to use that in this code, right? How to use that? Here I'll mention the same email address. Whatever the email address you mentioned here as a parameter, you create it, comma, whatever the password you mentioned in this decorator, right? That password you mentioned here. And this email address you have to pass here. And this password you have to pass here. Instead of providing that, you can provide like this. Okay. Now come to the terminal. This time it is going to work. Okay. So I'll simply say Pytest. Let me run everything. So just press enter. That's it. So here 13 items. You see, instead of 11, it is coming 13, means the first test is running 3 times. Instead of 1 time, the first test is going to run 3 times. Okay, that proves. So just observe that if all the tests are working, just see here from the Excel if it is reading or not. You see, sample 2 that is coming from the Excel file only. Okay, whatever the data I have seen on the login page is coming from the Excel file only. It is working fine. We have successfully implemented the data-driven testing or data-driven framework in this existing framework. Okay. So with this, we have taken the framework to the next level. Not only we have to read the data from the Excel files for a data-driven testing purpose, but also we can read the data from the Excel files for other purpose also. Like I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you the other place where you can read the data from the Excel files into the test methods. Okay. Sometimes we can store our test data in our Excel files, and instead of data-driven testing also, we don't have to read the data from the Excel files only for the data-driven testing. We can also read the data from the Excel files for storing the test data in the Excel files. From that Excel files, we can read the data. Okay, it's not only the data-driven testing purpose, but also for reading the data from the Excel files also, we can use this approach. Let's see how we can use or read the data from the Excel files into our tests. Okay, so instead of hard coding this data in our individual test methods, right? We can store this data into the test related data in our Excel files, and from there we can read also. Okay. So let this complete, let this particular thing complete. After that, we'll try to remove the hard coded data from our individual test and move the data into the Excel files. And from there, let's read into this project and all. Okay. Let's see. Anyhow, data driven part is done. Okay. We have successfully implemented the data driven thing. And now our framework can be officially called as hybrid framework. Okay. A lot of things can be implemented in a single framework, like page object model design pattern, data driven thing if required, keyword driven thing, and all those stuff can be implemented in a single framework, and that will become a hybrid framework. Okay. If a framework is a combination of different stuff, like different type of frameworks and all, it is nothing but a hybrid framework in simple words. In real time, we use this framework only. Okay. In real time, we use coming to the page object model with data driven thing, right? This is a framework that is generally used in real time. People don't, most of the cases, people don't use a separate data driven framework or something like that. People generally use hybrid frameworks. Okay. In real time, hybrid frameworks are generally required. You see, 13 tests got passed. Only 11 tests were there, but 13 is coming because one test was running 3 times. That's why 13 is coming here. Okay. That's the proof. Now, as I was telling you, right, for example, I was telling you something, let's say, I'll take one test and modify that here. So what I'll do here, I'll go to one of the tests, that is a register test, let's say. In the register test, we have to pass some data. That is first name we have to pass, last name. Then we have to pass this telephone number, this password, confirm password, like that we have to pass. So what if instead of hard coding this particular data here, what if I can read this particular data from the Excel files? Is that possible? Yes, that is possible for sure. Okay, this particular thing is possible. How to do that? I'll simply show you. I'll right click on this Excel file in this project and say open in Explorer. And once I go to the project location having that Excel file, I'll open this Excel file in my machine like this. And in the Excel file, I'll create one more sheet here. I'll just simply say register test. Okay, like this, some register test I'll say. In the register test, I'll just create a column like, first name, then I'll say last name. So in most of the cases here, right, let me close this other projects. Okay. You see, first name, last name are hard coded here, but this cannot be called as hard coded because this particular method is generating dynamically generating a email with the timestamp, that is a fresh email it's creating. So we cannot store this kind of stuff in the Excel file, but this is static, so this can be stored. So here I'll put Arun as a first name, Motori as a second name. And after that, I'll be providing this telephone number. I'll say telephone. I'll just provide the telephone number. Done. Then what else? Password. I'll store this password here. Password. Confirm password. Okay. Or we'll do one thing. I'll just not provide this password, confirm password. For now, for sample, let me not dig deep into this. I'll just show you how to not use how to read this data from the Excel file. That's the main intention. For now, I'll just go with these 3 items. That is enough. I'll show you how to store your data in the Excel files and read the data from these Excel files into this test methods. That's the main intention. Okay. Okay. Switch. Fine. Okay. We have this data and we have to read this instead of hard coding this kind of data in the test methods, right? I would like to read the data from this Excel file. So what I will do for that is here have to clearly mention, okay, that is Excel utils. For getting Arun, I'll write this Excel utils dot over the mouse on Excel utils and import this and say Excel utils dot get cell data. This is the one, get cell data. And here what I have to pass to get this data, first name, to get this first name from the Excel sheet, I have to give path of the Excel file. I think that is a path, right? Let's see. Get cell data, right? Path of the Excel file. Then sheet name I have to give, that is register test, and row number I have to give, column number. Let's give all the stuff. Okay, so that's why I'm not implementing this with everything. So, okay. So where is that? Register test. Where is the register test? I'll close this part. Test register. Here we have the data. First, we have to give the path. Give the double quote here, and give the path first. That is Excel file slash tutorials ninja dot xls x. Okay, this is the first thing, comma. Lines too long. That's okay. If you have that too long line, you can press enter. Is that gone? No. Center. Control Z. Okay. So here we are giving. I'm just taking that to new line so that you know. So here get cell data. Put comma. Next thing we have to give is what is the next item? Sheet name. What is sheet name? Register test. Register test, comma. Then we have to give row number. What is the row number we have? In the register test, we have the row number as 1, 2, second row. Second row, we have to give that as second row. And in the second row, first column. First column. That's it. Done. This part is done. Similarly, For this also, let's move that in new line. Here also, we have to give the same way. Excel utils dot register test here for password, right? This is last name, sorry. Last name is second row, second column. Here instead of 2 1, we have to give 2 2. And this is the email address. You are not going to get that, okay, from there. I think this will be enough. I'll remove this telephone also for just sample. I'm just giving the first name. I'm reading the first name and last name from the Excel files. Okay. So let's not implement for everywhere. That will take a lot of time. I'm going to show you for sample. Okay. Apart from using this Excel files for reading the data, for data driven testing only, not only that, okay, in the login, test login, right, we have implemented this data driven test. Not only for that, we can also store our test data in the Excel files, the way I'm showing here. For example, here in this example, I've stored the first name and last name in the Excel sheet. Okay, from there I'm getting. Okay, for that purpose, not only data driven purpose, for reading the data from the Excel files also we can use. Okay, it's not compulsory, but we can store our test data in the Excel file, and from the Excel files we can read here. You can get here. Okay, done. Now let's see whether this email address and password are coming from the Excel files or not. Okay, I'll not run everything. I'll run only the register test here. CLS, Pytest, test underscore test, register, just to save time. I'm going to run only the test from the register test, and if the tests are working fine, then we are good. Mainly the first test need to work, where we are getting the data. Okay, you see, Arun and Motori are coming from the Excel files. Okay, here we have not hard coded. We got them from the Excel files. So we got them from the Excel files. So it's working fine. So this is how we can, implement a data-driven testing and reading the data from the Excel files in our existing framework. And now the framework is hybrid now because of implementing this data-driven thing and all. It has become hybrid framework now. So with this, we have taken our framework to the next level. In a step-by-step manner, in the sessions, if you observe, right, we have built the framework in such a way that we went step by step. After one thing, then we went to the another one. Okay. So hope this framework creation is kind of easy for you. So these are the steps we have followed for coming till here. Okay. We'll try to implement few more things in this framework. This is not the end of the framework. Okay. So major things we covered, but there are a few more things that I'll be covering in the upcoming and next sessions. Okay. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating hybrid framework. In fact, this is the last session of this hybrid framework series. So far, these are the different topics I covered for implementing, that is creating and building the hybrid framework. In this session, we are going to finalize this framework where the final topic in this hybrid framework creation is generating a report that is a good looking and advanced report, that is Allure report. Okay, we'll integrate or configure Allure report in this framework so that this series will be completed. This framework, hybrid framework related part will be completed with this session. So let me show you how to generate Allure reports in this particular hybrid framework by configuring them. So with the practical demonstration. So let me switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have this project containing the so far created hybrid framework. Now in this framework, I'm going to integrate or configure these Allure reports to generate them. How to do that? So how to do that is already covered as part of the previous sessions. We just are going to follow the same steps. If you remember in the previous sessions before coming here to this framework and all, I covered this Allure reports in this Pytest series. Expand this and you'll get the topic here. You can watch the previous sessions if you want. So how to generate the Allure reports. There is step-by-step process to generate the Allure reports. It's not direct way. So we have to have some softwares installed in our machine and all those stuff for that. And after that only we can generate the Allure reports in the projects. So let me expand that. The first step is we have to install Java in our machine. Okay. So as part of this previous session, already have installed Java. Let's confirm whether Java is already there in our machine or not. So for that, I'll just simply type here control panel and I'll go to the control panel. Here I'll say uninstall a program. I'll get the list of programs which are already installed in this machine. I just select a J and you will get the software, just Java Development Kit, JDK. Okay, Java Development Kit. So Allure requires Java to be installed. So if you find that Java in the control panel means Java is already there in our machine. So we don't have to install again. Okay, this part is already there. So without Java, Allure reports cannot be generated. So we have to make sure Java is already there in our machine or not. Second step is we have to install Node.js. As the session is already done and Node.js is already there in our machine, we can confirm by typing here Node. And if you get this Node.js or something, you just select, just type Node space JS. If you get this app, there is Node.js app means, if you're getting this app means Node.js is already there in your machine, okay? So without Node.js, we cannot generate the Allure reports, okay? So then after the Java is there, after the Node.js software is installed in our machine, then we have to install Allure, okay? So how to install the Allure? In the command prompt, you have to run this command and install. I'm not going to show you because Allure is already installed in our machine as part of the previous session. So let me confirm whether Allure is still there in my machine. It's still there in my machine. And to confirm whether Allure is already installed in my machine, I'll just open the command prompt. I'll just type CMD and press enter. The command prompt will launch. And here I'll type the command, same command, that is ALLURE space hyphen version. And when I press enter, if I get the version, that means that Allure is already installed in my machine, okay? So this proves that the resultant version in the command prompt proves that Allure is already installed in our machine. And after that, we have to add this Allure to the system path. How to add and all I covered already in the previous session. Just to see that whether this path is still there in my system path and all, here in the search, I'll write edit system. I'll get this option, edit the system environment variables. You select that, go to the advanced tab, click on environment variables, go to the system variables. Here find the path, select the path and click on edit and just find out whether this path is already there or not, okay? So the path related to the Allure reports, okay? You see, C users, app, roaming, NPM, node modules, Allure command, and this is already there, you see, /bin. So this is the path I am already talking about. Since we already configured this Allure, installed Allure in the previous sessions, it is there in my machine, okay? This part is confirmed. Then without this, right, you cannot generate the Allure reports, okay? Without these steps, you cannot generate Allure. Make sure that you already have all this stuff. Now we have to go to the PowerShell and see whether, okay, whether this execution policy, if I run this command, I should get, instead of restricted mode, I should get this mode, that is remote signed mode, okay? We should not get restricted mode, we should get remote signed mode, okay? If this get execution policy set to the remote signed mode, then we can generate the Allure reports, okay? So how to do that, to see whether this policy is set to the remote signed or not, for that, just type PowerShell here, just to confirm whether it is there or not. So you can either open in admin, because this here we are only checking it, we are not going to change it. So just type PowerShell here and open this PowerShell and just run that command, that is get execution policy command, get hyphen execution policy and press enter. When you press enter, if you get remote signed as a result, that means it's properly set for the Allure reports, okay? You say remote signed is coming. If restricted is coming means it's not properly set. We have to set it by opening this PowerShell in, by opening this PowerShell in admin mode, we have to set it again, okay? But now there's no need to set it because in the previous session, we already have set that to the remote signed mode. So after enabling, after setting this means, it has enabled the PowerShell scripts, that means. And now we have to see whether this command is working or not, okay? Open the command prompt, type CMD and open the command prompt and simply type Allure. If everything is fine, we'll get some options and all the stuff here. And you see this kind of things, okay? All these different options we'll get, okay? Options, commands and all we'll get from Allure, okay? Just run this command and if you get this output means that's good. Everything is fine here in this step also. The final one is after all these prerequisites are done, then we can generate the Allure report. How to generate the Allure report? We have to install Allure. This particular package we have to install in our project, okay? So Allure Pytest. How to do that from the terminal or from the PyCharm ID options, we can do that. So let's do that immediately. Allure hyphen Pytest, okay? Just go here and open this terminal and type Allure hyphen, you have to install like this, right? Pip space install space allure-pytest. Okay, and press enter. This is the first thing. Okay, pip install allure-pytest. So it will be installed. This is one way. Or you can also select the project and click on file, go to the settings and select this project, the current project you select here, and go to the Python interpreter. After this loads, click here. It may be there. Let's see whether Allure PyTest is already there. If it is not there, you can click on the place and say Allure-PyTest here. Select this and install. Okay. This is another way of installing. If something is not working, you can install here and check that again. Okay. So after it is installed, the package Allure PyTest has been installed successfully. Say okay. So once that is installed, then now we can run this. Okay. So we can run this instead of in the PyTest, instead of simply going to the terminal and giving that PyTest kind of command here and running, all the tests in this project will run, right? PyTest tests will run, right? So along with that PyTest, also add this attribute known as -allure dir is equal to double quotes give dot slash reports. This folder will be automatically created. Okay. So here give -allure dir Allure directory where you want to generate this Allure reports in this project. I want to generate that double quotes give dot under the project. Let's say under the reports folder. You can give any name for this folder. I'm just giving reports here. So at this before running this command, the reports folder is not there in this project. Okay, but after I run the command, the reports folder will be created. Okay, press enter. The PyTest test will run. Let's wait. So 13 tests will run one by one. The tests are running. You can see that, right? Let one of the tests run. After that, I'll pass the recording and resume on once all the tests complete. You see, one of the tests completed, I'll pass the recording. So as you can see, after running the test, we have this reports folder automatically created. But under this reports folder, we don't generally get the direct Allure report. Instead, we get some JSON files. Okay, these are the different JSON files. So how to use the JSON files to generate the Allure report? For that, we have to go with another step. That is, we have to right click on this project. After that, say open in and say Explorer. And you will get this project location. Open the project location, select this and set CMD. The command prompt will launch. Here in the command prompt, you have to type this command, whatever the last command. The final step, we have to run in the command line. That is Allure space, serve space, and path of the reports. So Allure space, serve space, give the path of the reports dot slash reports folder. Just press enter. You see, this command is going to generate the Allure report for you and launch it automatically in the browser. Okay. Generating report to temp directory and all. In a while, you will get the Allure report generated. You see, 13 out of 13 tests got run and 100% pass. And you can click on this and you'll get, you see, all the tests information you will get. So you can just see here. One is a data-driven test with different sets of data. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Okay. Then we have test register related tests are also there. And test search related, everything is passing here. Okay. Every test is passing. So this report, Allure report got generated, but this is not completed. This task is not completed. It's not just about generating the Allure reports, but what we have to do is we also have to take the screenshots for the failed tests. Here, all the tests in this particular framework are working fine and they are getting passed. So what I'll do is I'll open one of the tests here. That is, I'll open, let's say, search related test. I'll open the test search here. And in this one of the test, I'll go and you see test search without entering any product. Expected text, I'll change it a bit. When I change the expected text, but only this part will come in the actual text and this comparison will fail and the test will fail. Okay. Remaining all tests will pass except this one. Test search without entering any product is going to fail. We are intentionally failing. Now for this particular, only for this particular test, we have to take the screenshot. How to take the screenshot only for the failed test. So that I'm going to cover now. Taking screenshot only on failure. How that is possible? Expand this. Here we have an GitHub URL. All these things are already covered as part of the previous sessions, but I'm just using this framework now. I have copied that GitHub link. I'll open that in the browser here. Let's go to that page where we have the solution for generating the screenshots only for the failed test. Scroll down. until you see some code which I'm going to show now. So we have to keep scrolling until we find that. You see, this is a code. This is a code. So I'll copy this. I'll copy this part. This part I copied, and I'll go to this conf test.py file. Where is that conf test.py file? Here on here, I'll paste that. Okay. Just give some two spaces. That's it. Now this part is done. This is good. Now one more thing I need to. After this, now you just copy this part and come back here and here just give some two spaces and paste it. Okay. Now this part is no more yield underscore fixture is the old code. So say dot fixture. Say dot fixture. And after that, remove some code here. Like for example, this one you can remove. Messages related stuff you can remove. And even this part also you can remove. Keep this one. And this part you can remove. Only this much. Okay. And here you need to write the code related to taking of the screenshots. Okay. So you don't have to break your head. Just copy paste this code and remove the code, unnecessary code. And here we have to write the code for taking the screenshot. That is already there here as part of the previous sessions I covered. How to attach the screenshots in the Allure report. Click on the place and you will get this line here. Okay. This part is also covered as part of the previous sessions. You just need this line, Allure dot attach of all these things. Okay. I'll just paste that here. Pour the mouse on the Allure. Import this Allure. Done. And after that, what is that? Okay. Driver. So here, remove that self. Self is not required, but driver is not accessible. So here in the below fixture, here is the driver. I'm going to make the driver global. Driver, I'll simply say global driver. Yeah, let's see. Now it's accessible. Name is equal to, you can give any name, like let's say failed underscore test or some, just give some name for the screenshot. Whatever the test that will fail at, that will get this name. And attachment type, pour the mouse on the attachment type and import this from the same. This much you have to do. That's it. Okay. Now run the scripts and you will see that you can delete this reports folder so that it will generate again. And this time when the reports folder will get generated, it will take a screenshot for the failed test. Okay. A PNG file will be there in that reports folder once it is generated and for the failed test. And for remaining tests, no screenshot will be taken, only for the failed test that we are intentionally failing the test such that last test. For that only screenshot will be taken, and in that reports folder you will get a, apart from the JSON files, you'll get some PNG file. Okay, we'll see that now. Now there is no reports related folder. Here I'll simply say clear this and Pytest hyphen allure dir allure dir is equal to give the path, that is reports. Okay, at this moment reports folder is not there, it will be automatically created. And press enter, all the tests will run, and once all the tests will run, only for the failed test screenshot will be taken. So let all the tests run and it will take a while. So you say one of the tests is successfully completed. I'll pause the recording and resume the recording once all the tests are completed running. Otherwise, it will waste your time. As you can see, as expected, out of 13 tests, only one test got failed because we have intentionally failed it by changing the expected text. So the test got failed, but here you see after the test got run, we got this reports folder created. If I expand that, along with the JSON files, we should get that PNG files. Okay, so these are all the JSON files. You can see. You see where is that PNG file? We have to find it out. These are all JSON files. JSON. Is there any PNG file anywhere? JSON. I don't see any PNG file. That means the screenshot has not been taken. Okay. So there may be some mistake here. JSON. Okay. Okay. So let me look back to that conf test thing. Okay. Is there any mistake anywhere? Get screenshot as PNG, name, failed test. Okay. Attach type PNG. Okay. Output come yield and all the stuff. Driver is made global here. Okay. I think it's fine, but log on failed. Okay. So I forgot to do one thing. That is my mistake. So what is the thing is I created the fixture here, but I have not provided this fixture name anywhere in this test methods. There is a mistake I have made. So I'll delete this reports folder. So I just made a mistake. I have to, after creating this fixture in the contest, copy this name of this fixture. And you remember, right, instead of providing this fixture name in individual test, you can go to the base test and here you can put a comma here and here double quotes paste it. Then only it will be applicable. This fixture will be applicable for all the tests, right? Now run this again. Let me clear this and run it again. So all the command is already there. Just press enter. This time again reports folder will be created and this time we should get that screenshot, okay? PNG file we should get along with the JSON files. So let the test run. Just to save your time, after one test runs, I'll just pause the recording and resume once all the tests complete. As you can see, out of 13 tests, I expected one got failed, intentionally failed it. And we can go and see this reports folder got created, expand that and see, do we have all the JSON files? And along with that, we should get a PNG file. Otherwise, there's no use. Let's see if there is any PNG file anywhere. JSON, a lot of JSON files. Okay. Don't see any PNG file still. Why this is happening? JSON. Okay, let me investigate why it has not created any PNG file here. Oh, my bad. Actually, there is a PNG file here, but we were not able to detect it. So let me scroll again. I'll show you where exactly it got mixed up with this JSON file somehow, but it is there. You see, here is the PNG file. Okay, .png file. It's there, guys. Okay, so it was created. Fine. Now this is good. So the only one PNG file is there. Only one failed test. That PNG file got created. Screenshot has been taken for the failed test. Now let's generate the Allure report with the help of this JSON and PNG files. For that, you can right click on this project, say open in Explorer, and go to the project location. Just type CMD, open the command prompt, and now here type Allure space serve space double quote, give the location where that JSON and PNG files are there. Let me confirm whether the name of the folder is reports folder. Yes, it is reports folder. Double quote, press enter. It should generate the Allure report now and launch it for us. Where for one of the failed tests, the screenshot need to be taken only for the failed test and it should be attached to the report. Here out of 13, one test got failed, remaining all got passed. So you click on this, you can clearly see here 6 out of 6 tests got passed here for test login. So no screenshots. If you select one of this and just expand this, you see, there's no screenshot taken. If you go here, expand each and everything, you see, all the 6 out of 6 tests got passed. For the past test, no screenshots will be there. No screenshots for the past test. We keep going until we come across that one of the failed tests where screenshot will be there. Select this and expand this to confirm where there is no screenshot for the past test. We'll go to the test register. Register tests are also passed, so no screenshots here also. Here also no screenshots. No screenshot for all the passed tests. And finally, the test search. There are 3 tests. In that first one is pass. No screenshot has been taken here. Second also got passed. No screenshot taken here. And third one got failed. And we got this assertion error details. If you expand this, now under the tier down, we have this logon failure. For remaining passed tests under the tier down, logon failure doesn't have this arrow mark, but for the failed test, the tier down has this logon failure with this arrow mark. Expand that, you got the failed test with the given name, failed test. We got the screenshot taken and attached to this report. expand this, click on this, and you'll get the screenshot. You see, the screenshot is only taken for the failed test. So this is how we can, attach the screenshots to the LU report only for the failed test. Screenshots are taken only for the failed test in the framework. In real time, we do that. Okay, we don't take screenshots for all the tests. Rather, we take the screenshots only for the failed test, and that taken screenshot for the failed test should be attached to the LU report. All the things are done. So hope guys you understood like how to generate the LU reports in a proper way by taking the screenshots only for the failed test and attaching them in the LU report along with the other passer tests and all. Okay. So with this, we are done with the creation of the hybrid framework. Okay. We have successfully built a particular, good hybrid framework as part of this series. So this is all about the hybrid framework creation. Okay. Which also includes data-driven framework and all those stuff as covered in this session. So thank you. Bye-bye.